to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you for tuning in and watching as I ever do. We got ourselves some sweet preseason football. We don't normally get excited by football, not preseason style, but when it's been this long since we've seen actual live games, had an opportunity to actually take it all in, drink it all up, have some actual pads popping, some hitting, watching the first preseason game tonight, getting hyped up for this. Certainly, at least in the first preseason, you're with it. And I think with this team, and as young as they are, with as many rookies as we have coming to play, that we are hoping can be pretty good. And second-year guys, we're hoping take second-year steps forward. These preseason games might even hold more importance than your average one would do so. We've got ourselves about 20 minutes out, so I want a quick opportunity to quickly jump in and say hello to those that are new in on the chat. When we do have game days like this, we try to just, well, we don't try. What I'm going to be doing is some play-by-play. So it's kind of the other aspect of this channel. So I will try to answer questions as I can in the chat as we're having the kind of the discussion on this, but it will be mainly me just kind of going through and plugging along on the game, talking on the game, and then we'll be, of course, there's commercial breaks and stuff. I'll try as I can talk, but there will, of course, be a long time where we're going to do some post-game of this too. So that's about more of the time I'm going to try to answer stuff and get into that stuff. And especially this year, we're going to have to be if you can be understanding with it, because we're going to have as many people as ever in the chat. And it's going to be hard to keep up with all the questions, I'm sure, that are going to come down the old pike. As far as general news goes, there hasn't been a lot of Seahawks news. Witherspoon is fighting through a hamstring injury, which would get many people concerned because, of course, he was fighting through a bit of a hamstring injury through most of this offseason, and it is indeed the same leg. But according to Carroll, it's in a different spot. So it's like a different tendril of hamstring, I guess. There was another spot where there was a tendril and it was flaring, and now it's this tendril. I don't know. Anyway, he's working through that. Don't expect him to be playing tonight, of course, because of that. So I thought that was notable. We also saw Shelby Harris, a target that many people out there was asking about potentially the Seahawks bringing back into the fold. I think if you were putting some betting money odds out there, many of us thought he was going to be the betting favorite to come back to the team, but he went to the Browns for, I think it's 1 year, $5.1 million or something like that, which is kind of a lot of change for a guy, who wasn't necessarily coming through with a lot of production last year. And considering Seattle wanted to lower down from where his number was before, that's not that far of a cry from where his cap number was prior. So I think that this does mean that we got to turn our sights to somebody else. Who that may be, we'll have to see. I think Schneider has the ability here to remain patient at this moment. And I think some may want Harris or would have rather done him at $5 million. To me, you save on that $5 million and you wait towards another primer point along the mark here to go and then jump on a depressed asset. What I mean by that is you get to the end of training camp, there's players that are going to be maybe cut. A GM is out there and he's trying to decide, do I just straight cut this guy? Would there be a trade market? I know I won't get a lot for him, but would somebody be willing to pick up his salary at this point? Player just given A, whoever that may be. Now you can make a call to Schneider and he can say, okay, well, here's a 4th or 5th round pick. You bring this guy in and that guy could be substantially better. I'm not saying star level, but could be substantially better than a Shelby Harris, who is starting to get up there a little bit in age. And that's the other part about this deal and giving him that money. He was a guy that was, even though he played 15 games last year, pretty beat up for most part throughout the season. He wasn't going to get any healthier, I don't think, with another year of age under his belt. So I'm in favor of the Hawks not jumping on that move. I certainly wouldn't have wanted to bring him back for much more than the veteran minimum, to be honest with you at this point, given the risk of kind of injury with his age and then a little bit of the production seemingly starting to maybe take its age dip that happens to everyone. The father time is undefeated type of thing, or however you want to apply that on that. So I'm sure some of you are going to be lamenting that a little bit, but I do expect Schneider to make some kind of move here down the line. Tonight, I would say, in keeping an eye on what goes on here with the Seahawks, I'm going to be really locked into the center battle with Oluwatimi and Evan Brown. How do those two guys look? The running back battle is not going to be as well played out because we have no Walker, we have no McIntosh, and we're probably going to have Charbonnet on a limited basis. So that's not as much as a fun one as we'd like that to be. Nonetheless, we'll get a little bit of a view of Charbonnet tonight, which is nice. Middle linebacker is one we're going to be taking a look at, I'd hope, tonight. If you're standing there, that's one that we're definitely all a little bit worried about. Is Devin Bush going to be able to carry the day there? Vi Jones is listed as questionable for this particular game, so I don't know if he's going to be here or not and out there and playing. I'd like to see it because it'd be nice to see between the two if we can get the best of the bunch out of there rather than just allotting Devin Bush if Brooks takes some time to come back, or even if Brooks returns at that point, having some competition for all of those guys so that we're not merely having to just trot somebody out next to Bobby, but we can find somebody to put out next to Bobby that can actually have some impact and make their presence felt. I'm not looking at star level here, but just that we don't have, let's say, a well below league average level of play from the position. That being the other side of the marker on it. Quarterback will be another fun one to look at here. Mike Jackson, Trey Brown, no Witherspoon tonight. Probably not getting any Tariq Woolen tonight. So it is going to be those guys, Artie Burns. But it'll be interesting to see if maybe Trey Brown's taking some steps forward and, looking a little bit better from where he was last year, where he was obviously still trying to kind of, bounce back from his injury. Jaxon Smith-Njigba is going to be at the head of the line for a lot of you out there. I'm certainly going to be taking him in as well. I'm sure he's going to get a couple of targets in this game. But it will really be about, for me, more of those other places because those are the uncertainties to where my eyes are going to draw initially. You end up watching this game a couple times because I'll be looking at the All-22 as well after that gets released. But, that's going to be the general place where I'm going to be really locking in on and checking out. Dwayne Cobb, how you doing? It's good to see a 360 inspiration. George Harmon, born and raised in Vancouver, Washington, just south of Seattle, and a Seahawks fan. Been a Seahawks fan since 1976. Hell yeah, George. I love getting the older folks that have been, longtime fans. I'm in that boat too. So I'm an 80s kid that goes back to it. It's always nice to have folks who have been, following it for that long a time here in the channel. And then just, there's a perspective that's offered, that's definitely invaluable, Not to mention when I bring up some of these stories, George, I need some more folks like yourself in here who know the references I'm making. DVN, I've dreamt about this day. This preseason felt abnormally long, even though it's the same as it's always been. You're not wrong, DVN. I was going good through the offseason where I was like, the offseason's cooking along. Free agency, draft. Then we got to about mid-May. And then it was just, everything just sort of. So it's been a little bit of, come on, tapping the toes. Let's get this rolling. Let's get this rolling. Free Truth in the house. How you doing, man? I know. I hear you. I'm kitty. Dwayne Cobb says it takes the place of shut the F up. Sorry, I was trying to keep it clean. It's just an American saying. You're all good, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Megan, shut the front door is just it's a fun way of saying it's not that's just a fun thing, way of putting it. Snails got Drew Lock going for 5 TDs tonight. I want to see it. We need a clean game from Lock above all else. I'd love to see the 5 TDs. I'd love to see a clean game too. Ollie prospecting. I'll never forget the feeling after the tip. That was a magical moment, man. Magical moment. You're playing against this team that you've third time you played in that season. It's been epic back and forth. The history of Harbaugh and Carroll. 2 teams, meeting at a fork in the road where, one carries on. It's almost the Highlander thing where it's one was going to carry on, one was going to fall back. And it was almost in that game where it started to part. Where it started to go. See Lord of Bravos. What's up, man? It's good. Dwayne Cobb, are we allowed to bring up Bosworth? Why would you not be allowed to bring up Bosworth? Jordan says, been a while since I caught the live stream. It's good that you caught this one, man. Appreciate you jumping in. Hope you're doing well. A lot of folks jump back in the house, which is good to see. I'm going to try to get a little on the chat here, by the way. We got the game starting soon, so I'm going to try to just catch a couple of comments in here as I can. It will be hard during the game, but we will be doing the long, late after game. Liam, what's up? Good to see you in the house. Jonah the Whale is here. Got my peeps here. It's good. Boom Shakalaka here. Man, Seattle Boom Shakalaka. I hope you're doing okay, brother. Heart goes out to Maui. Just brutal out there. And I'll tell you guys, that's my stomping grounds. My mom is not that far away from that location. It's very, very close, way too close. So it's got me completely worried, but that was a horrific situation. I hope you're doing okay. Boom shakalaka. I thought you were on the island. Hopefully away from that stuff though. Gabriel, it's only preseason, but I'm still nervous because of the heightened expectations we put for this offense and our young players. I hope they give us hope tonight. We are going to look for some flashes, hopefully, from the offense, Gabriel. Of course, you're not going to probably see much of any Geno Smith. You're not got Walker. You're not got Lockett. We not got DK. And I think you bring up a good important point here, which is, we got to take that into account. Remember last season how at times ineffectual the offense would look and how much the questions of Geno continued to carry on. But it was, as I was pointing out at that time, not really about because Geno was playing bad in the preseason. It's because he was having almost what felt like a historic amount of drop passes by receivers throughout that time. And so, and mentioning with that, once you get DK on the field, once you get Tyler on the field, this is going to look a little bit different. And it did. So none of those guys are going to be out there. Hopefully some of the younger guys can pick up a bit of that slack. Cody Thompsons and Jake Bobos, we're going to have a good look at them. There's no Drake Young, no Eskridge tonight. But we do have to remain patient, I think, with this process because of that. I'd like to see some things develop. So Gabriel, there's some parts. The center position, be nice to see where that's at. Right guard, how's that looking right now? But we gotta be patient with these youngsters. Mr. Isaac, how you doing? It's good to see you. Michael Crowhorse in the house as well. Hello. Cameron Robinson says, "Let's go Hawks! It's the breaking of the bottle on the bow. Preseason fire. Let's have and go Hawks! Hawks for life. Let's go, Cameron. I love that you're hyped. I love that energy, guys. Let's go." Let's get it going tonight. A beautiful season begins tonight. It begins right now. Mark Abercorn reminds me of a very important thing, if you could, for me, as you're coming to the house tonight, just as you're walking in, as you're knocking your shoes off, as you're grabbing yourself a drink, slam that like button for me if you could. It does help this channel, helps the channel grow, helps me show up on all those algorithms who are looking right now for Seahawk content. They're searching, and YouTube's like, well, what do we give them? And if there's a lot of people saying this live channel right now is where it's at, by hitting that like button, that's just what happens. So thank you for reminding me of that, Mark. I appreciate you whenever you do on that one. And Mr. Isaac, thoughts are with the folks in Hawaii. It's a brutal situation. I've been down in that area. All those pictures you see from there, that's my stomping grounds. I mean, when I was a younger man, I caroused through that area many a night. Many a night. Zale, Brandon, is Marcus Trufant the greatest Seahawk of all time? If not, tell me why you're wrong. Yeah, it's one of those great Seahawk or greatest Seahawk. I like Marcus. He's definitely top 5 of the cornerbacks all time. I think probably Sherman. Dave Brown's got him clipped. I would put him at Sean Springs. He might be the 3rd when it's all said and done. If we start breaking it down, 3rd or 4th. I think that's pretty fair. George Samuel, my man out in Egypt, says, it's 5 a.m. out here. The sun hasn't even risen over the Sphinx in your side of the town there. He says, but I don't care. I love it, George. I love it. That's a 12 out there in Egypt. Let's go. Megan Pumpkin's in the house. She's ready for the game. She's squawking away. She's letting everyone know it's game time, baby. Gene D says, let's go. Big up, Hawks Nest. What's up, Gene? It's good to see you in the house, too. Bao says, welcome to the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl as a member, Bao. I appreciate you for doing that. Thank you for jumping aboard, and do keep an eye on your community post. We just had a pregame show over there earlier today for about an hour and a half or so. So if you're looking on your community board as a member of the channel, you can find that. Appreciate you for that, Bao. Preachers is the difference between Marcus Trufant. Voodoo Magic, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Lahaina is gone. So sad. Hope your mom is safe. Well, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate your concern. A few folks reached out to me about my about my mom being out there, and thank you for doing that. I really appreciate you guys showing your care in that respect of things, and I was really worried. She's luckily a little bit of ways from there a bit, but I do feel completely bad for those people down there. It's not just a Richie area down in there. There's a lot of locals who have, homes that have been there for a long time, that aren't fancy, that were just, where they've lived. They've had those places in their family at times for generations, and everything is gone. I mean, it is like a hurricane Cat 5 whipped through there and took everything out, and it's stunning. It's just some of the pictures coming out, and I mean, as a younger man, I worked down there on the wharf. I went down there, and when I lived in Hawaii at times, I actually had jobs down there and stuff, and it's just, woof. It's incredible, Voodoo. It really is incredible, but it is a tinderbox down there. I think Lahaina is something about the sun in the native language, and it lives up to its reputation as just being so maybe one of the hottest places on the whole island there, and so just everything when it is especially hot gets especially hot in that spot. And you do have a lot of old wooden buildings down there where it does become a little bit of a tinderbox situation in how it was structured, because so many places tried to pack as much as they could because it's a prime location to be, obviously. So here too is, if you guys remember, I was back a couple years ago in Hawaii, and if you guys want a little bit of the, dodged a bullet chills kind of thing, this is not about a year and a half ago, I was quite literally looking at a place that would have been burnt to the ground if I had remained in Hawaii. Like where I was going to rent was going to be right down in that location, and it would have been, me sprinting for the ocean with a cat under each arm, diving into the ocean, trying to, something like that. It wouldn't have been good. So, yeah. Pray for the folks out there in Lahaina. A lot of folks have passed. The number count keeps growing, and I think it's going to, according to my mom, it's going to keep growing. So, brutal. But thank you, Voodoo. I appreciate the donation. Jen, is the game local? It is indeed local. Yeah. I'm waiting for it to actually start here. I think we should be just about, it's supposed to be at 10 o'clock here, but they're doing their thing. Sean Lee, how you doing? I'm looking at Mafe. Mafe will be good to look at. Second year guys, have they progressed? Have they taken some steps forward? Are they popping? That'd be interesting. Philly, man, Jalen Carter's looking good. Yeah, I know, Philly. Tyler Ames. I think Mafia will have a huge impact this year. It'll be interesting to see what rookies will step up this year. He looks good to me. The film and the breakdown that I gave to you guys was one of definitely optimism, and there was a very clear place he really has to work with, and it's a place that if you look historically is one that's when they start to take steps forward, is in that second year as the pass rusher. And the fact that he could get himself set in so well as a run stuffer on early downs in the way that he has, I find to be just so very impressive in this situation, and gives me so much hope for him in the top end of him as a player, but also to believe that he's going to even get better as a run stuffer this year, which to me then just equates to him, absolutely finding a role, but helping our run difficulties on top of it. Yes. I just love these streams when you're trying to figure out if you can get the thing to work. All right, there we go. Are we almost there? Like, what's going on? All right, we're just about to start the game, I'm hoping here. And if you guys, your TV might be a little bit ahead of my play-by-play to you. Sorry about that. There's always a little bit of a delay. If you're looking to kind of sync up, I've been told it's somewhere usually between 12 to 13 seconds. So you hit pause on your TV, wait 13 seconds, hit play. Once the game starts, we'll probably be synced up at that point. And I will be reading the time. So if you hear me read the time, just think if I can get 12 seconds off this, I'll probably be right in line with where he's at. Faye Wu says, I'm hoping the backup shine bright today. Go Hawks. Super Bowl teams in this modern era need to have depth. To your point, Faye, we need to have guys. This was a bit of what we had, of course, back 10 years ago when we made our run, was that you look at the guys, everybody that would be cut off for a roster would end up on an active roster that upcoming year. And that was a testament to how strong they had built the roster. And you need to call upon the depth, especially in this modern era. And in this era where you have the 17 games, you're going to have the 2 Thursday night games. You have the lack of the extra bye in each conference. There's just more games to be played, more snaps out there ever being run with these offenses in that hyper, dink and dunk mode. So yeah, it's one. And boy, this is of course where it does the weird thing where you're like, okay, how do we get to the game? What is going on here? Please, thank you. So they said it's at 10. There's 7 o'clock sharp, but I feel like they're lying to me here because it's not playing on my deal. They better not mess this up on my stream on this. Maybe you can just watch it on Seahawks. Sometimes that's what you got to do in the preseason. It's always weird with this, with how they set this up. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous, kitty. I know. I get annoyed by it too. Okay. We got the stream going, so looking pretty good. There we go. So I guess not right at 7, but 7-ish. AI in the house. How you doing, man? Since I was 7 years old, I can remember watching on KT. Though there was something about watching those old games back on the day. It's just, I don't know. It's like where you can remember you have your like a living room smells a certain way or something. You can just bring you back on those old broadcasts. You kind of get like a hint of it when you go back, especially watch the old games and you see the commercials. And TB1 says best duo on YouTube, Brando and Pumpkin. Man, thank you so much. I'm telling you, man, she knows right when I'm starting up the show because she jumps right up on the tree like, okay, it's time. I'm ready for my close-up. Bring it in. Bring it in right here. Right here. Let's go. Jonah says, yes, sir. 80s child, Seahawks fan here also be, and I hear you. It's always good when somebody else knows the story, also laughing out loud. Yeah, I make some references where I'll go back on some deep ones. I'm like, I don't know if everyone in that chat's going to quite get that one. That one might cut a little bit too deep. Start bringing out the Tommy Kane jokes. Rusty Tillman references. Somebody did bring up Bobby Joe Edmonds on the stream the other day. Props to them for that one. That was cool. So what channel is the game on? Well, I thought it was on, I don't know. They're being so weird with this. I'm trying to look in like 10 different places and it doesn't make a lot of sense here what's going on. Yeah, this is so strange. Live? Yeah, it's not playing there. Yeah, it looks like you can go to, if you're local, I think you can go to Seahawks.com and watch it. I think. I don't know. I'm trying to find the game right now myself. And it's not starting, I guess, at 7 because it's not been updating. Preseasons are always a little weird. You know? Always a little weird with how it's like they want you to like kind of go through like a little secret squirrel, like, can you solve the puzzle of how to watch the game? Because I've got like the FUBU. It's not showing there. I'm seeing fireworks going off. I don't know. King 5. 5 lagging. King 5 in Washington. Let's see if we can. King 5 is frozen. Okay, maybe that's the problem here, is that they're having a problem with the telecast, I guess, maybe. So I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. Like, okay. It's kind of weird. Technical difficulties. I'm getting technical difficulty. Okay, I'm not the only one. I'd be losing my mind right now if I was the only one. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm not reveling in the fact that it's happening to you, but I am saying that this is frustrating as hell that they can't still. This is the stuff that they do where you're just like, really? Come on, what age are we in here? You can't stream a simple game here? So we're having technical difficulties. It looks like everybody in the chats, a lot of people are suffering. Probably half are because it's not consistent on that stuff. So we'll have to see what's what. Devo Martzall, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, good to see y'all. Football is back. What a great feeling. My favorite time of year. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Devo. Thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you on that, man, and your support as a member of the channel. I hope you're having a great night. And folks who are jumping here in the stream, we're just waiting for the technical difficulties to clear on up. Hopefully here. It's just sitting here right now, currently on it. I'm going to try to keep refreshing it and seeing what I can do from that standpoint. But it's giving me a big, like, middle finger right now. Giving me a real, like, we're not going to let you do this. Trying to refresh this, so bear with me, please, folks. Sorry for the delay, but the technical difficulties, can't do anything about it. They're just telling us they can't stream the game. We've got 14:53. Goodness gracious, man. And oh my God. So he said King. Just can't find that. Let's see, does it find that coming up here? No. Okay, looks like I'm back up now. So we've got a commercial break, I guess. Let's see what happened here with the plays. So we had a timeout, I guess. So first play was a kickoff. Dwight Eskridge was injured on the first play. Oh. Like, according to the play-by-play here, Eskridge was injured on the first play. So we are back now. Thank you for bearing with me, folks. I know I got a couple donations. I will reference your donos in just a second. We're doing the play-by-play here, so it'll be hard to kind of, as we can here, but you guys will have to be patient with me on that. Devo, thank you for that $10 donation. Go Hawks, man. TP1 Filler, thank you for the $20 donation. Says this is for a stress toy for Pumpkin for those nail biter games this year. Love the channel, B. Go Hawks. Hey, TP1, thank you for the big $20 dono drop. And you better believe I'm looking for my next toy for Pumpkin. I want to try to find her one of those good automated ones that can, she's tough, you know? She doesn't get fooled easily. She knows when it's not a human playing with her, and she can't be bothered with that. So I got to find the one that looks like a real living thing that can, you know, buy her in, I guess. I would say, you know, I don't know if I can or not, but that I appreciate the drop, and I will definitely get her one, man. I'll say it's on Filler. So it's on TP1. We got a first down here for the Vikings. They come out running the ball here with a quick 2-yard gain. Michael Jackson comes up from his cornerback spot, makes a nice little tackle there, filling the hole. Jackson on that play is your unblocked defender coming down in there to make that tackle for a very short gain. TP1, you're awesome, brother. That $20 drop is tremendous. Dom H has been a member for 13 months. Says, let's go 12s. Let's go 12s, Dom H. All right. Seahawks in a 3-4 look here. Vikings look like they got 12 personnel. Another handoff. Seahawks are all over it. They seem to have the runner stopped up at the line of scrimmage. He squirts through for about a gain of 4, but we do have a flag down at the line of scrimmage. Maybe that was the reason that he was able to squirt through. And it does look like it was holding on the Minnesota Vikings on the play. Back them up. Free Truth, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Please do, as always, if you're a member of the channel, keep an eye on your community post, as I will be doing these member-only streams over on that post and whatnot. That's where you'll see many of the main member benefits over there. So Free Truth, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard here over to the Hawks Nest, and thank you for your support. We got 14 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks again showing that four-man front, two-man front from last season. A quick little pass. Trey Brown all over it. Hits the man as soon as the ball arrives. Knocks it away. Incomplete. Trey Brown showing some of that twitchiness he had coming out of Oklahoma that you hope is returned back to him. That ability to hit that back foot, read it, and then drive on the ball. Just what he did there to arrive right at the perfect time. 3rd down and 15 for the Minnesota Vikings, sitting on their own 7-yard line. Quarterback's back to pass. He's under pressure, and he's going to go down for a sack. It was a tag team duo. We got a tag team duo in the house. Someone look for the Road Warriors. My man Mike Morris was there to clean it up. It was initially 58. Is that Tyreek Smith? Or no, it's Hall. Derrick Hall. Derrick Hall is who really makes the play happen and not a sack. I guess he did get the ball out of his hands. I'm sorry on that one, but Derrick Hall initially gets the pressure on a stunt inside, and then Mike Morris comes in right behind him to clean things up. Bang, bang. That pressure was very fast. And it's the young guys at it, the 2 young guys you drafted here, and Derrick Hall in the 2nd round and 5th rounder Mike Morris there making some noise on that 3rd and 17. It wasn't even a matter of the quarterbacks having to hold on to the ball for a long developing routes to show themselves. It was just a matter of he got to his back foot and he had off the stunt Derrick Hall coming right inside. And Hall's got that in his game. His ability to bounce inside, that was one of the main 3 counters that he had at Auburn coming out, was a tremendous, tremendous explosive bounce to the inside when he moves in like that. Drew Lock steps out now. Looks like we've got a 12 personnel look here. It's hard to tell when you got Cody Thompson on the field because he's so gigantic. Play action pass by Drew Lock. Easy little flick to him, a little flick out into the route into the flat to Jaxon Smith-Njigba. He gets corralled up around his shoulder pads and drugged down for about a gain of 1 or 2. But JSN with his first professional catch. How about that, JSN? First of hopefully many, many, many more. 2nd down and 8. Seahawks look like it's like a 3 wide receiver look here. I guess it was 3 wide receiver before, so 2 straight 3 wide receiver looks. That gives to DJ Dallas. He runs into a whole lot of nothing over the left side. Bangs his way forward for a hard-fought 1 or 2 yard gain. It'll bring up 3rd and relatively long. Riddle McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donations. His game was delayed on Fox for the World Cup. That will make me lose my mind if you tell me I can't watch my football because of soccer. No. All right, lock and shotgun now. They got him spread out wide here. 3 wide receiver. Colby Parkinson also in the game. Off ball. Lock dropping back to pass. Looking. Ball comes out a little bit late. Had to wait for the route to develop. He gets hit as he was throwing, and the ball just sort of fritters to the ground. So 4th down and 8 on that. Looks kind of like Haynes kind of got beat at first there. Playing with some left guard is where I think we've got Haynes. He looked like he struggled with the inside pressure there. There's another one where somebody else kind of cleaned it up there to provide the extra pressure to make Locke be forced to throw that ball earlier than he wanted to, but looks like they have Haynes trying to rock left guard right now. Here's a punt by Dickinson. He'll drive this ball and try to pin it down deep to the corner. He does a pretty good job, about the 16-yard line or so. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, and this better be the only time that we say this year soccer delayed us from seeing our Seahawks. Imagine if that happened during the regular season. People would revolt. People would revolt. You want to unite a country quick. Jonathan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, would you say the Seahawks are stronger than the Cowboys? Well, Jonathan, I think that the Cowboys are very much close to where the Seahawks are in terms of their outlook for the upcoming season, where their record probably ends up landing. I think that it's very hard when you have 2 teams that are kind of so closely aligned, where I think you're looking at both those two teams as your minimum top 2 playoff teams with a chance that either one could end up taking the division. And so it's much more closer than it is a big difference between the two. I will answer your question, of course. I'm not trying to sit on the fence, but I just want you to keep in mind my answer in that that's where it's coming from my standpoint, is that I don't see it as some big difference between the two. Seahawks have a better receiving core. Brandon Cooks is fine, but the combination of, I think, what we're bringing to bear is better than what they did. And I think Gallup still has to come back from his injury and still is, I don't think altogether we're a little bit better. Running back room, they've got Pollard and a toddler as their number 2 right now as it stands. We're better at the running back room. Offensive line, a place that's used to be a place that they're really strong with. They've got problems right now with Zach Martin, and Tyron Smith has not been able to stay healthy in recent years. Frederick retired a long time ago. I think our offensive line is better than them. So there's 3 places we're better. Our tight ends are better. We're deeper there. Defensive line, they probably have us there. Linebackers, I guess it depends on if you're counting Micah Parsons really as a linebacker or as an edge, because he's not playing linebacker all the time, and they're going to play him a lot more edge than he's ever played this year. So you can kind of technically count him as an edge and a linebacker, but I would say it's not like he's playing there. It's more of a wash to me than it's just obvious they get the nudge there because of Micah Parsons. And then when it comes to corner, Gilmore, Diggs, better than Tyreek Woolen and Witherspoon. Yeah, I'll give it maybe them. Safety position, I'm not sure if that's probably more even up. But I'd come down to giving Seattle the nod on that. Maybe by just a little bit, Jonathan. It's close. And I expect the Cowboys to be pretty good this year. I will say the one thing I'm worried about with the Cowboys, and the place I didn't factor into this, was coaching. You give me a choice between Coach Carroll or Coach McCarthy. I don't think that there's a lot of people in this country that would pick, not just in Seattle, but in this country, who would pick McCarthy over Carroll, including Cowboy fans. 12:07 to go here in the first quarter. Vikings come back out on the field offensively with a 3 wide receiver look. The give is, where to my thing. Give is to Ty Chandler there, who gets a nice little carry there off tackle. Bring up 2nd and short. Second and 2 now. Another give up in here to Chandler. And a nice carry there. First down. Right up the middle. Attacking right downhill in Seattle there. Right where you'd be most worried about with this team right now. We do have a lot of our backups into this point. You got Bobby Wagner on the sideline. You got Diggs on the sideline. You got a lot of your backups already in the game here. As well, we've got the Seahawks killer in the game, of course. I almost don't want to say his name for fear that I will bring about our doom in this game from his play, and that's Mr. Nick Mullins. Mullins back to pass and completes a pass. In comes Kobe Bryant to lay some wood. The ball was caught, but that got the sideline hyped up. He's getting 5s across the board on that one. You give him that penalty. That's what we call price worth doing business. They might call a little bit of a penalty on him for coming in hot on that. He just hit him too damn hard. Nice pass by Mullins. He had some quick early pressure here. Good job by the defensive back on the pressure there to stay under control. Man, that looks like a clean hit to me. I guess that's defenseless, so, huh? No helmet, no blow to the head. He just hit him real, real hard. Pitch play outside here. Back to Chandler again. Another nice run for him. He's going to clip out 8 runs out to the edge. Chandler, 4 carries, 27 yards now here early on. Douglas Lord, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you on that, Douglas. It doesn't have any comment put into your super chat, but thank you for that donation. Very kind of you. All right, 10:22 to go. If you're looking to sync up, I've been told it's about a 12 to 14 second difference, so I'll keep trying to tell you the time that I'm looking at on my screen to kind of sync up if you need to. Play action pass here by Mullins. He drops up and looks deep. He's going to look 15 yards down the field on an out route. Let's see if the receiver got his feet down. Officials are discussing, and it does not look like they're going to give him the catch there. It was a beautiful throw and a wonderful effort by the receiver. But the throw looked like it carried him just a little bit out beyond. Oh, what a catch. That's a catch, folks. That is an absolutely wonderful catch there by the rookie. I don't know if the Vikings will challenge that or not, but I guess not. 3rd and 1. Hand off and give is right up the middle. Nowhere to go. Seahawks got it hemmed up. Can he push his way down for the first? No, he cannot. Seahawks read that play and got right into that hole very quickly. Little off tackle run to the right. And Seahawks did a very good job over to that side of remaining anchored down. This will bring up 4th and 1, and the Vikings are probably going to go for it. Looks like that was over at Miles Adams' side. You had Boye Mafe in the mix, Kobe Bryant in the mix on that. Great team effort on that play to rally down to the ball there after initially setting up a nice wall to keep the running back with nowhere to go. We got 4th down. I formation look here by the Vikings, play action pass. We've got the officials coming in to call the play dead. Must have had a timeout, I'm guessing. It's probably, it's like is that the Vikings out of timeout there? Sometimes it's hard. I don't have the volume. Yeah, it does look like the Vikings took their first timeout on that play. So 4th and 1 here. Vikings have leaned mostly on the running game here to make this happen. Interesting, they didn't go back and challenge that play. Probably regular season, you do challenge that. So that was a wonderful catch there. I think that was Addison on the toe tag, the toe tap drag right there on the sideline. 4th and 1. R. Sanchez has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 9 long months. Thank you, R. Sanchez, for that long-time support. He says, long time, yo. Well, that's a long-time support. I appreciate that. He says, I owe you some money. Oh, no, you don't. 4th and 1. Dropping back to pass is... Dropping back to pass was Mullins. Player rallied up to look like he was there in a position to make the play on the throw out into the flat to the fullback. Trying to get a number for you here. It's preseason, so it's different guys than we normally see. Looked like he was there in a position to make the tackle, and that's Trey Brown. Came up to try to make the tackle and go low, and he just kind of missed. Kobe Bryant's out there smacking people right now. He's got a little bit of an edge right now in where he's playing. I love it. 1st and 10. Outside give here to the running back. Boye Mafe is not letting that happen. No, he is not. Mafe all over that run. He was in the backfield ready the second the ball carrier had taken 2 steps. The Vikings trying to run at Boye Mafe, and this is why I told you guys at the top, this is a guy that I see wherever you see his pass rush upside, look for him to become one of the most dominant edge run defenders you find in the sport. Don't attempt to run at him. Don't even try it. It ain't happening. Not on his watch. 2nd and 10. Mullins in shotgun, empty look. Drops back to pass. He's looking, double clutches. Beautiful play by Kobe Bryant. Oh, not Kobe Bryant. That's 0, not 8. Sorry. We do have a flag on the play, though. And maybe too good of a play. And that's an automatic first down, it looks like, on a roughing the passer on Derrick Hall. Seahawks defense playing rough and edgy. A little too edgy, maybe. Let's see here with Hall coming off the edge there. The ticky-tack again. You see Hall. Oh, my goodness. Oh. I don't know, man. What do you want the guy to do? I can't knock the Rook for that. He's going to go to the sideline. They're going to tap his butt and say, good job. And I say, if you want to look for an early jump out here in this period, is Derrick Hall on those stunts. Holy crap. I mean, he was in there so quick there. That was ticky-tack. That's like no. Seahawks again getting some pressure, again getting away from a tackle there after the catch, just a flick out to the flat, and the defender unable to bring the ball carrier down to the ground. Great job of early pressure there on that play, though. So the Vikings are knocking on the door, 2nd and 6. Mullen with the quick count again. Quick early pressure. Mullins again. Wiley getting out of the pressure. I mean, instantaneous pressure on that play. Trying to get a gut up and get a quick count, quick snap. And the defender was right there in the backfield, had a hand on him as he was throwing the ball, able to just get rid of it to the running back. The dinking, dunking Mullins. This is the type of guy that gives your Seahawks team typically in recent years trouble because he's not going to try to press the ball up the field. He's not going to try to do too much. And that allows him to stay alive at times in plays like this. So we got 1st and 10 inside the red zone now for the Minnesota Vikings at the 14-yard line. Mullins checks the play at the line of scrimmage. He's back up under the center as he's been predominantly here on these first 2 drives. Pitch play outside to Smith. Smith gets spun around for a gain of 4 or 5. And it was Devin Bush when I was crediting Kobe Bryant before in coverage. It was Devin Bush, and then it was on that same play was when Derrick Hall had the unsportsmanlike play that was going on at the same time. So Bush making a play in coverage worth noting. 6:30 to go here in the first quarter. Fast-moving first quarter. 2nd down and 5 for the Vikings. And we got Mullins back in shotgun, empty look. He drops back, looks once, looks twice, looks 3 times. He's gone through all of his reads and then some. He's going to try to scramble out and then goes down to slide. Devin Bush comes flying in there. Mullins wants a flag but doesn't seem to get it. I don't think those quarterbacks should either. If you're not going to slide early, and Mullins was trying to push that to try to get the first down, which is, I'm glad the officials there can recognize what's happening on that particular play. It's like that was Tyreek Smith in pursuit of him there. Devin Bush trying to come in to lay the kill shot in preseason. 3rd down and 4 here for the Vikings. It's been a solid drive for them. Mullins is going to roll out to his left. He's looking, nowhere to go. Again under pressure. He's going to get taken to the ground. And that will be 4th down. Nice job by the Seattle Seahawks there throughout that drive of keeping pressure going. Every play, they had somebody in the backfield there rolling. So very nice to see on their part there. So the stream again has an issue. But Sanchez, thank you for your 9 months, man, and no worries. Anytime you can, I appreciate it. And if you can't, no worries. And we're having some technical difficulties again. Great. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $12. That's very, very fitting, and I appreciate that, MJ Seahawk. He says, 2023, go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, my man. I appreciate that support. Thank you so much. It's good to see you in the chat as well. I hope all of you guys are having a great night, and I do thank you so much for your support. Barry Satora with a $5 donation. Says, bro, these announcers are brutal. Hashtag mute TV. Hashtag sync with the Hawks Nest. That's why I want to get good at this, Barry. My goal on this is to keep doing this for years to come and to try to keep getting better and better at it because I love doing it. So I hope it comes off well. I really love doing this kind of interaction on this thing. It's kind of a different thing to do here on the channel a little bit, but I really do dig it. It's a lot of fun. But that's good to hear. The competition's not tough on that in that regard, Barry. So I like that. Sanchez, oh my God, $100 donation from Mr. R. Sanchez. You are amazing, brother. Thank you so much for that donation. That is tremendously kind of you to put that down, man. Like I said, you don't owe me nothing, man. I appreciate you just watching, but boy, I do also appreciate the support and the donation. So thank you so much for the $100 drop. You are tremendous, man. Tremendous. And I know you've dropped some big ones like that before. So this isn't your first time in this particular ballpark in this manner. And I do really thank you so much. Folks like yourself have allowed me to really get set free on this channel. We were able to do it throughout last year. We'll be able to continue it through this year, which is to be able to do this channel full time, all the time, nothing but. And it is your guys' support that's made this happen in such a more faster fashion, I think, than any other channel could. That be only at the small little humble spot that I find myself in as far as my channel size goes. So thank you, Mr. Sanchez, so much for that donation. You are amazing. Amazing. I need a better word. I need a more superfluous word than just amazing. It doesn't quite capture it. Thank you, man, so much. He says, I never want to hear you say Cody Barton's name again. Nor will you. Nor will you. He will forever be known as that linebacker that didn't like to tackle back in 22. That will be how he's referenced, Sanchez. People will say, do you remember Cody Barton? I'll say, that linebacker that didn't want to tackle back in 22. That one? Is that the one you speaketh of? How many more technical difficulties can this thing have? Really? Really? I hope I'm not the only one on this one, because this is lame-o. Very, very lame-o on the technical difficulties. Back to soccer, says New Blacks. Good, I'm not the only one. Sorry, we're not. It seems King 5 and the telecast is having difficulties. They've only had 4 months to prepare for this. We do have a kickoff here finally now. Taken up by, is that Trey Brown? They got Trey Brown returning kicks here. How about that? Vikings got themselves a 3-point field goal because the telecast went to technical difficulty style. So sorry about that, but that is what occurred with all of that. So good there. Nice little return there by Trey Brown, up about the 33-ish or so. Sanchez, thank you again, man, for that $100 donation. You're so amazing. You're just amazing. I don't have the words, don't describe it right to show my appreciation on that and what you guys will have when you guys drop stuff like that. So thank you so much, man. We got Drew Lock here under center, another 3 wide receiver look, which has been pretty common here for Seattle out the gate. It's going to be a fly sweep. Fly sweep's going to go out there to Cade Johnson. He'll get himself about a 2 to 3 yard gain there. Sam Fisher, thank you for the $5 donation. It went triple dono on you. I think you were only trying to get the double dono, but it might have got the triple dono on you on that one. So thank you for that dono. As soon as I got a free moment here, I'll read your comments on that. Lock now in shotgun here on 2nd and 8. Cade Johnson goes in motion. Lock, play action pass. He's looking. Little jump throw out there to Colby Parkinson. Hits him. Parkinson puts his head down and knocks down 2 Viking defenders as he's going to get the first down for the Seattle Seahawks there. 14:25 to go here in the first quarter. Good job by Locke there of hanging in the pocket. It was kind of closing quickly there, and he had to remain a little bit patient there. We do have foresight and all the kind of backups across the row here now on the offensive line. Parkinson showing a little yak there. This little baby yak. Drew Lock back under center now. Seahawks with a 2 tight end look now. The give's going to be to DJ Dallas, and he is drugged down on an inside run for about 2 to 3 yards. Sam Fisher says 7-11 is the key to unlocking the offense this year. Sam, I agree with you, man. It's the thing that you could say about the offense last year and was mentioned about so very often, how they did what they did is, they could attack deep or they could attack short. They weren't as much an intermediate team, but they could, by the nature of their attack, go through your different styles. Got kind of almost an I formation look here from the Seahawks. Lock dropping back with some quick pressure again. A little bit of a delayed screen out to DJ Dallas. He catches it. Nice little delay on his part, and then he gets up the field for a first down, but we have a flag. And DJ Dallas gets back up. Let's see who the flag's on here. Officials are going to talk it over. But it stands out, Sanchez, that you see the intermediate side was the one place you didn't attack. And what you could do last year is a little bit of, you lean deep, we hit you short. You lean short, we hit you deep. Now, if you can build more of the intermediate attack in, specifically with the JSN type guy, you have an opportunity to attack anywhere on the field. And we've got a false start or a motion, illegal formation penalty, I guess is technically what this would be on the Seahawks. So it'll be a second down. Do they not have enough men on the line of scrimmage? Parkinson steps back. That sucks too, because Parkinson steps back there, and there's no reason to have Parkinson step back off the line of scrimmage. But the Hawks didn't have enough men on the line of scrimmage on that particular play. 2nd and 14. Drew Lock back in shotgun. We're going to go empty here now. 2:56 to go in the first quarter. Vikings showing a 5-man pressure-based look. Lock looking to go deep. Cade Johnson not able to get any kind of separation down there on the sideline. A little bit of physicality going there through his route. But corner did a good job of keeping him locked up through that whole route, just sort of pinned him on his back and didn't allow the receiver to stack him there. So 3rd down and 14 now. Vikings again bringing a heavy amount of pressure look here up at the line of scrimmage. JSN in the game. Lock back and shotgun. Again, Seahawks going to the screen. Great timing on the screen call to Charbonnet. Charbonnet winds his way through for about a 3-4 yard gain there. That thing looked like that was going to be so well timed and catch the Vikings at just the right moment. You got a blitz call there. And the one defender was a little late on his blitz assignment there. And he just kind of stopped Charbonnet from getting up the field quick enough so everybody could rally around then. Very good play by the Viking defender. But I love the play call there by Waldron, and it's nice to see the Seahawks working on the screen game here a little early on. They had the penalty call back on that drive a second ago, going back to it there. And catching, this is when you want to catch the team right when you run a screen play, is when you catch them in blitz. That's the ideal. This punt by Dickinson is going to go back into the end zone, so the Vikings will take back over the 20-yard line with a 3-0 lead. But I agree with you, Sam Fisher, back to your $5 donation. This is something that I agree with you on. If you can get back to opening the middle of the field, if you can get back to now having the chains moved a little bit more consistently with a guy like JSN, this should bring more points, this should bring more yards, this should bring more time of possession, and that should bring more victories and wins with it. And unlocking the offense is a good way of putting it. And it will be the key to them getting to a top 5, top 3 state if they can get into that mark this year. But, yep, it's a good way of putting it, man. Sam says 7-14 is the solution to an elite red zone offense this year. I love that too as well, Sam. Both of your 2 comments here are right on point, man. And again, with what we're seeing with them in the screen game here, this also falls in line with what we saw and heard from them in camp, which is that the team has been working on the screen game and trying to improve with that. And likewise to your comment on the Geno DK Metcalf combo that we want to see here. They've been working together in training camp. They've been trying to just hammer it. You could tell. I mean, there's like 4 straight plays at one point where DK and Geno were trying to just run the fade down there and just work on that fade route. There's other places you can utilize DK in the red zone with Geno. He had plenty of his touchdown catches last year in those moments. But it's that getting better down there just at the end of the day will certainly help this offense out a lot. Because you're touching on 2 places, Sam, both with the lack of the slot production last year, which kept down the moving of the chains at times, and then obviously removed some of the intermediate game where you had the short and the long, but none of the intermediate. You get that opened up with JSN. And likewise, if you can get a little bit more of DK utilized down there by in the red zone, you do a little bit better job to take better advantage of your red zone opportunities, which was another, I'm not going to call it a failing of the team last year, but a part of the team last year that had its shares of struggles in order to find its kind of footing with that a little bit. Sam with another $10 donation. And Sam, thank you for the triple dono. I do appreciate the triple donos, man. All back to back like that. He says 7-16 or Geno, Tyler Lockett is the key to us having the greatest offense in Seahawks history ever. Going to be a special year, folks. Lock it in. Well, I like the optimism coming out here from Sam. First off, Sam, you're on point with all of these comments. I agree with them 100%. This offense has a chance to be the best offense we've seen in Seahawks history, and not just by a short margin, in my opinion, but by a large margin. Even those homegrown offense, I don't care what offense you want to throw at me. The potential here is for this offense to do a heavy amount of damage. Vikings back under center here with Nick Mullins on first down. He drops back to throw. There's some very quick pressure from Boye Mafe. Mullins able to get the throw off for a short little completion. Boy, Mullins is still just gritty, moxie as much as ever from this kid. Mafe was right there in his kitchen right after the snap, and Mullins was somehow able to get off. Mafe with a great inside move there. Just a great inside move on the tackle. Catches the tackle oversetting and bouncing inside. You guys watched the video that I talked about with Boye Mafe about a week ago. I mentioned it's the key to unlocking his pass rush is the inside move. I know that's a run play. And Mafe coming down the line of scrimmage here on second down and laying a hit. as the running back is held up at the line of scrimmage for a moment, scraping right down that line of scrimmage with a force. Look at the energy. Look at the hustle he's playing with. This is a preseason game, throwing his body around to help make the tackle. It wasn't only him. A variety of Seahawks defenders helped to make this play happen, including one looks like Tyreek Smith, who was able to gather the legs up of the ball carrier, but a fantastic play by Boye Mafe just as I'm talking about him. Here we got Mullins now in 3rd and 9, dropping back in shotgun. He's looking across the field. He's got a man wide open in the middle of the field. 1st down. Kobe Bryant with the tackle. Not sure who was in coverage there, but that was wide open there on that play. Oh, good. They're going to show us a replay. This is awesome. All right. Radigan. Looks to me like Radigan wasn't picking anything up in coverage there as he dropped to his spot. He just sort of stood flat-footed there. As the defense, you got to pick something up or be active with your eyes a little bit with that, or feel with that a little bit. 1st and 10 now. Defense coming up with their kind of 4-2-man front. Another play where the Mullins is going after Radigan. He's recognized him as a bit of a deficiency there in coverage, and he's attacking it again with a little bit of an underneath route right there. This is Mullins. He's gonna go after you. He's gonna attack you, and Radigan's got to find his footing here a bit. I feel you though, Sam. It's going to be a special year this year with this offense, and I think this team's going to do some real nice things this year. That's got me very, very hyped. Very, very hyped, and I'm glad you're with it, man. Appreciate you, though. Thank you so much for all those donations. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, have they always run this many line stunts? I mean, it's not been a heavy part of what we do defensively, but they run a good amount of them. You know? It's definitely been a part of what they do defensively. They might be trying to lean a little bit more into it tonight, like we're seeing with the screen game, where they're trying to do a little bit more of it, Snail. But to my eyes, they've always done it, especially in the 4-3 days when you're not going to blitz a lot. If you don't blitz, then the only really other kind of counter to throw offenses off a little bit in order so they can't kind of assimilate their protections to shut down your front four is to run those stunts and throw those protections off a little bit and where they're trying to send those guys. So it's going to be a part on teams that don't always like to blitz a lot. And we haven't seen the Hawks necessarily blitzing a lot early on in this game. Not that they have to right now. Tariq Smith is looking good off the edge. Many of you were wondering about that. I've watched him on a couple of snaps here where he's been very impressive here out the gate. Obviously, Boye Mafe in there with him too is standing out. Mike Morris is looking really active on the defensive side. Issues right now look a little bit in coverage here at the moment as it stands. But, yeah, they've run a few. Hall's also having a lot of early success with it too, Snail, which is making it probably stand out a little bit. Thank you for the donations, though, guys. Appreciate you. Tommy says Radigan's been getting destroyed all game. He looks worse than Barton. Yeah, he's not looking good right now. He just sat there on that one coverage on 3rd down, and he just was like, I'm going to drop to a spot and just stare at the quarterback, and we'll see if anybody notices me not doing anything. You got to drop to a zone, and then you got to be aware of what's in your zone, you know? And he showed no feel for what was coming through there a little bit. And this is worth us monitoring because we're worried about that middle linebacker position a little bit. God knows we're going to need Bobby to stay upright through the whole year at this point. Okay, so the Vikings got some offensive success here early on a little bit, but there's only 3 points up on the board. We're sitting up there at about the 43-yard line here. Mullins dropping back to throw. He's going to let it rip. Another wide open guy by 4 yards on the football field there for a 1st down. Seattle Seahawks remaining back in vanilla coverages, and they're sitting back in their typical really heavy soft coverages that they will tend to run and get infatuated with at times, hoping they can just force a team to dink and dunk them up the football field. And as we've seen at times in recent years, that approach then sometimes gets you caught where you still see teams hitting you for 14, 15-yard throws as was there. 1st down run here, right up the middle. Nice little hole there for the running back. He'll get himself a gain of 6 on the play. $14 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Vikings up 3-0, second and 4. Chandler has run well here for the Vikings early on. 8 carries, 36 yards. Offensively, the Vikings have kind of been able to do what they want to do a little bit here, for the most part. There's been some pressure from the Seahawks, but a true 3-4 look here now from the Seahawks. Pitch play outside to Chandler. Chandler breaks out, breaks in, cuts back, sidewinds his way in for about a gain of 7 and a first down. Vikings are calling a varied rushing attack here. Some inside, some outside, mixing it up a little bit, not giving the Seahawks a place they can really lock into. Hawk defenders look a little bit out of breath here through this first half. Haven't played a lot of football first game. All right, Hawks come out again in a 3-4 look. Vikings with a 2 tight end look here. And off is to the running back. Power right up the middle. Boye Mafe able to bounce off his block, jump inside, and make the tackle. He remains very active in the run game in this game. Nice to see by Boye Mafe on the play for only a gain of 1. What he does in the run game is so good. Where he's blocked, he's got to first set that edge. Not only does he set the edge, but he then bounces around the block to get in to still make the play, and it's only a 1-yard gain. Tremendous stuff from what we're seeing from Boye, I think, here early on. 2nd down and 9. Mullins drops back to pass. Again, wide open Viking player over on the sideline. Not a Seahawks defender. It's like they're throwing to space here. Yeah, blown coverage there big time. Absolutely blown coverage. 2 Seahawks defenders picked up the flat route on that play. This is a little bit of my frustration through the years at times with the zone defenses of Carroll is the defenses are supposed to not give up big plays, but then they give up the big plays. Down at the 5-yard line, Gibbs right up the middle, hammered right in the hole there for no gain. Devin Bush came in and laid a nice little lick on the running back right in the hole. It's obviously got backups in here. There's going to be miscommunication, so it's not worth harping on too much. But it's the frustrating part is if you have something defensively you're supposed to do, then you hope they at least do it. But there's been plenty of, balls getting down the football field here, even on this drive. Look at Dink Nolans, he's 9 for 13, 92 yards. This isn't 7-yard average. He's not just dinking and dunking here a little bit. And of course, now the connection goes out once again, which is great. I guess it looks like the Vikings scored a touchdown according to what I'm seeing. Technical difficulties. King 5 having a time with it tonight. They got to get this fixed. So, we'll see what the play here is. I don't know if we got, and there we go. So Nick Mullins throws a 4-yard pass, short right to Muse for a touchdown. And the extra point's good, so 10-0 now. Stream sucks tonight from the King 5. So we've got a 10-0 game now. Vikings up on the Seahawks, and that was a pretty easy drive there for the Vikings. Unlike even the last drive where they got the field goal where you're getting some pressure. It wasn't really any pressure got there. You're not able to do a lot right now defensively, and Seahawks maybe want to stay vanilla because they're trying to maybe not show too much in their hand of things. But, they definitely are giving some things up on the pass coverage end of things. Stopping the run, I guess, relatively well. 13 carries for 42 yards here for the Vikings. Already 27 plays in this football game as we're just barely into the second quarter. Seahawks on the other side of it have only 8 plays that they've been able to get rolled off. So tough opening here for our Hawks. A little bit tough. Sanchez, thank you for another $10 donation. Thank you, man. You're amazing, brother. Amazing. Says Sanchez says, can anyone tell me why Dwayne Eskridge is still on the team? I think you bring up a very solid question, Sanchez. It was something that I think I got hit up with about 20, 30 messages on DMs, on comments on the videos for the second that the news dropped that he indeed was suspended, and that was, well, this now certainly means that he is going to be cut, right? This is certainly going to be, that's what's going to happen. Adrian X, I can't switch to the NFL Network because it's a local game. And so NFL Network has to play some Lawrence Taylor football life stuff. So it registers where your locale is and forces you to go to these like certain places. So if they don't work, then nothing works. Son of a gun. I just got to get I'm going to just need to get a box this year, I think. I don't like to get the box because I don't watch the rest of the TV. I just want to get it for the stuff, but it's driving me a little crazy. You know what I mean? It's driving me crazy. I got to get the cable box. Eskridge is frustrating, and then the very first play of this game, he's injured. I mean, that was on the note of the first play-by-play. If you guys look at like the ESPN coverage and it shows the first play-by-play of this game, it says, guy returns it out to here. There's a penalty. Dwayne Eskridge injured. And say nothing of the suspension. If the kid can't get through this training camp healthy, I don't really know what the reasoning is to hold on to him at that point. We've been down this road before with certain players that just are constantly broken, and you keep hoping that you're going to be there at some point for them to land healthy, and it's just going to have to be some other team's luck that they pick up because they're taking up a roster spot. They're costing money. In the case of a second-round pick, they're not cheap, especially as they're now getting into year 3 of their deal. I think that what is the technical, stop with the technical difficulty stuff. They keep like playing with it. Stop it. 11-play drive there for the Vikings, 80 yards and 5 minutes and 37 seconds consumed on the clock, capped off by a 4-yard touchdown throw, making Nick Mullins look like Joe Montana on that drive. Let's see if our Seahawks offense can answer back on the other end of things. So, Sanchez, I'm a little bit frustrated with you on it. If he's not healthy and then they're going to sit on him while he's on suspension, I'm going to feel like that's a little bit odd. Short kick here. Looks like that's Cade Johnson, runs it back up to about the 28-yard line. Cade gets up a little bit gimpy, but he looks like he's okay. But you're not alone, Sanchez, too. There's a lot of people right now that I'm sure, especially after this injury, are going to be at a spot of I'm done with Eskridge. Really? You can't stay healthy on the first kickoff of the first preseason game? Not even a quarter. Not a quarter. I feel like Iverson. Not a quarter. Not a game. Not a game. Not a quarter. The opening kick? The opening kick? Covering a kickoff? First down and 10 here. Drew Lock up to the line of scrimmage. 3 wide receiver look here for the Seahawks, which has been their most common early look offensively speaking. The give is going to be inside here to Charbonnet. He gets hammered right at the line of scrimmage. Peels a little bit off of the initial block, able to fall forward for about 3-yard gain. 11:07 on the clock here. 10-0 Minnesota Vikings in the second quarter. Lock's going to run a little hurry-up stuff here. Back in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. The Vikings bringing another blitz. Quick throw. Quick catch there. Down to Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Ooh, you can see how smooth and quick he is after the catch. Looking very smooth on that play to Jaxon Smith. Smart decision making there by Drew Lock, finding the man fast after the blitz came. That's just what you're hoping that Geno Smith's going to be able to do all season long. Because that defender rallying up, that safety trying to get down to then pick up Jackson after you bring the blitz is going to be late. Jackson's always going to be quicker to the spot. Back in shotgun here for Drew Lock. Again, 3 wide receiver look. Vikings just bring a 4-man look here. Give him a little bit more time to settle in. Throws it over the top, and Jaxon Smith almost hauls in. Boy, I didn't even think he was going to be able to get to that ball, and he somehow got a hand on it. And if he didn't, I'll tell you what, I don't know if that might not have been picked off. I want to watch this play again. Jackson with a nice move at the line of scrimmage. Boy, yeah. Yeah, he saved his quarterback there. That would have been Odell Beckham. Boy, he almost caught it too. That would have been an Odell Beckham, Doug Baldwin catch against the Vikings here. Second and 10, a little bit of a give here to Charbonnet. He'll get himself about a 5 or 6 yard gain, though we've got a flag. It looked like similar to the catch that Doug Baldwin made against the Vikings in the Frost Bowl, and we've got a hold on the Seahawks. That'll take him back 10 yards. He had no business making the catch, but if he didn't get that ball, his hand on that ball, there was a closing safety over the top who was going to catch the overthrow because it was basically an overthrow. Drew shouldn't have been throwing that in. This is the worry I have with Locke a little bit, is those turnover-worthy throws and him finding a way to avoid those. Staying clean, not forcing things if it's not there. something to continue to monitor through the game, but definitely Jaxon saved him a little bit there. 2nd down and 20 now. Empty look here for Drew. Drops back to fast. 4-man front. Quickly into Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Makes his 3rd catch of this game. Gets a little bit of that holding yardage back to bring this back and make this potentially a 3rd down and makeable. Wow. Just saw the Trey Brown touchdown catch he gave up. That's tough. Trey was in position. He just couldn't get up there high enough to make the grab. 3rd down and 12. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Drew Lock looking. He's going to try to scramble with this. Awkward run there by Drew Lock. He comes up a little bit gimpy after that one. Just he kind of looked like he was going to slide, and then, no, I'm not going to slide. I'm going to slide. No, I'm not going to slide. I think I'll slide. No, I'm not going to slide. And that will lead to a 4th and 5. Seahawks will go ahead and bring the offense off the field on that one. So it's an auspicious start to the offense. Let's see if the defense can hold this up here and give them a chance to get back on the football field. Dixon back out to punt for his 3rd time in the football game. Nice little punt there by Dixon. It'll roll out of bounds about the 12-yard line or so. About the 12-yard line. Linebacker 54, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, taking Geno for my fantasy quarterback. Hawks Nest for MVP. Well, no, Hawks Nest MVP for you for dropping the $5 dono, man. You are awesome for doing so. I do appreciate that. And I love it. You go for Geno Smith as a fantasy quarterback. I think you're getting 4,500 yards passing. I think you're probably going to get about 200 yards rushing. You're going to get I would say 32 to 35 touchdowns passing and maybe a touchdown or 2 on the ground in addition to that, which for quarterback fantasy production, I feel like will definitely foot the bill. You could do a lot worse on that, especially for a guy that I don't think that you're going to have to pick in the first 2 or 3 rounds necessarily to pick him up. So he will be a guy that when I do my fantasy draft, I'm certainly going to target. He's going to be a hard guy to get in our league because we're doing the Hawks fantasy league, and I'm sure everybody's going to be grabbing him in like the 1st round. But I would certainly feel very good. Geno, Jaxon Smith, Kenneth Walker, all these guys I would feel very good about plucking up in fantasy and knowing they're going to provide production. I know there's that whole homer thing about taking your own players and that you're not supposed to do it. But if you know, you know. If you know, you know. You should use your knowledge of your own team to your advantage, right, linebacker? So it's part of you got to get those advantages where you can. So I love it, man. And thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. Washington Fist Quest has been celebrating 21 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says the technical difficulty sign is classic. Yeah, it's classic. It annoys the snot out of me. It's at this point, there's really no reason that this stuff should be in this tough of a spot where just doesn't work. Like, get it fixed. The stuff's easy enough to figure out what it can take, what it can't take, and get it solidly put down. But they do keep coming back to this. And I do worry for some of the folks that get the, YouTube subscription. I hope it works right. But that's one of the worries I have with that too, is like this kind of thing ends up popping up for those folks trying to watch, the game when it starts to get to the live games and be like, come on, YouTube, get this right. You're charging money for this. You have to make sure then you can produce a stable stream. But maybe that's asking too much. Snail has been a member for 6 months of the channel. Thank you, Snail, for that. It says, Eskridge is blackmailing John Schneider. He's got some pictures of him. I'm not going to say what the pictures are, but indeed, he was trailing John for 2 long months, sleeping in his car, just watching because he knew he was going to eventually need some blackmail material. All right, we've got the Vikings up here at the line of scrimmage. Seahawks showing a 3-4 look here. Hawks pointing at the Vikings for a false start. They're going to get called for it, so this will be a 1st and 15. 8:27 to go here in the second quarter. The Vikings are up 10-0. And I think it's that as well, Snail. And he had to wait 2 long months, but he got the goods. And now that he's got the goods, John has had to assure him that he gets the fulfillment of his rookie contract, regardless of what happens on the football field. And John's just got to find a way now to just kind of finesse it. There's just no way through the other side of it, I tell you, Snail. No way through. 8:27 to go, second quarter, 1st and 15. Mullins back in shotgun. He's going to send the man in motion. Dropping back to pass, little bubble screen out. Radigan looks like he's on it and helps to clean that play up quick. We got another flag on the football field. Radigan did a good job that time of really quickly closing in on that play before the receiver could even get up to speed. We've got a pass interference, offensive pass interference on that play. Looks like Carroll's going to make a stand and replay first down. Sanchez with another $5 donation. Thank you, Sanchez, for all the donations tonight, brother. He says Seahawks are in mid-season form. Yeah, they're working the mid-season form out now, so that then they get into the 3/4 season form, because that's the deadliest Seahawk form, is the 3/4 into the season form. Half season ain't nothing compared to 75% of the season Seahawks. That's when they're deadly. That's when they're putting stakes through hearts. You know? So it's a good time to work it out now, Sanchez. That's all this is. Just this is the appropriate time to get all those little kinks out. That's all they're doing here. I hope they run with a little more pressure-based defense. I'll say that. Just give me a couple blitzes. For 2nd and 14 now. Mullins, low snap, picks it up, drops back to throw quickly, finds his tight end for a quick little 5-yard pass there. And this will bring up 3rd down and long. Thank you, Sanchez, for all your donations and support. Paul Third with a $5 donation. And 1 second here. We got to hurry up here from the Vikings now. 3rd and 10. Mullins guiding traffic, talking to his offensive lineman, saying, you go here, you go there, you do this. A guy looking behind him saying, that's not in the playbook. He says, it doesn't matter. Mullins drops back to pass on an empty set there. Pressure. He gets absolutely waylaid in the pocket with the high-low there. And hopefully there's no penalty flag, and there is not. We got Bell for Seattle, bringing a little bit of the thunder. 2 guys there on the play, making a little bit of a dent, it looked like. Can't see who the other guy is. So Hall was kind of in there a little bit. 69. Yeah. Was also in there a little bit. Collection of guys were meeting at the quarterback on that one. So defense with their best series of the game so far. Gets themselves a 3 and out. Punt returner try to take that one back rather than fair calling it, and gets tackled instantly. So Drew Lock back on the field now. 7:36 to go in the second quarter. Paul says, thank you for the $5 donation, Paul. He says, paying almost $300 for Game Pass in Australia, and the provider has changed to DAZN. First time logging in, it's crashed 6 times. DAZN. And to me, Paul, this is one of those things where you can understand certain technical difficulties that can go on, and other ones I don't think that there's an excuse for them. You know, you need to prep for this type of stuff. There's going to be everywhere across the world is buying subscriptions, which is what the NFL wants to turn this thing into a worldwide situation. And so if you're going to do that, then the connection needs to be stable because people don't have other places to go outside of doing something nefarious to get their access to it, which in some countries you can't get to that. So make it work. You know, put the money in to make it work, NFL. This thing will be a financial boon for you. It will be a cash cow for you. But this still seems to be remaining a problem, and it doesn't have to be. This is really needless. It's not that difficult from a technical angle. It's not like they're having to solve singularity, you know, make one stream work from one spot to the other. What's the freaking issue? But hang in there, Paul. They'll work this out. Good news is there'll be so many people complaining that hopefully that'll be a loud enough noise to where they're like, okay, we'll deal with it. We'll get the extra servers. Gosh, okay. Luau, and why'd they switch to the Vikings announcers on DAZN? Jay Hers is American expat Seahawks fan watching from Peru. Hell yeah, man. Says go Seattle. Great t-shirt, by the way. Oh my God, Brian Bosworth. Talk about a walk down memory lane. Anyone remember the Monday Night Football game when Bo Jackson ran over Brian Bosworth? Who can forget it? Who can forget it? But yeah, Boz was going to be a good one. Didn't quite work out there. His body was kind of toast by the time he became a pro. But yeah, I saw the shirt online. I was like, okay, I gotta get that. I can't pass that by. That'll be too good for the channel. Comfy shirt too. Appreciate you guys on all your donations too, by the way. Thank you for bearing in with me on acknowledging some of them. I get a little bit behind, but thank you so much to all of you guys for your support. I really, really do appreciate it. We got Drew Lock now back under center here. Looks like we got a little bit of a two back, two receiver look here. Play action, rolling to his left is Lock. He's going to flip it out there into the flat. Nice, easy completion there for him. Waldron can start to kind of get him with a little bit of just some steady, easier passes here. Get him rolling out of the pocket, use his legs a little bit, try to get him into a bit of a rhythm. It's been tough sledding here initially. We got Oluwatimi in now at center, by the way. Browns was, I think, running all the way up until this point. 2nd down and 4. It's going to be a give up the middle. Charbonnet, just a little shake and bake out there. Gets himself a nice little gain of almost 10 yards. Nice run by Charbonnet. It's a little bit of the explosiveness in those. If you go back and watch again that Matt Forte, they're showing the replay on this. Watch that pitter-patter step he takes with those feet, which is that's why Chip Kelly, his college coach, said it's a Matt Forte. That sort of pitter-patter to set up a move as he comes down, because it gives him a two-way direction to go. It's not even a pure kind of juke. It's kind of just a sort of buy you time as the defender comes up, and if you catch the defender hesitate, that's when you can really break those tackles and slide them off your hips. Seahawks staying in the same formation look 3 straight times. Lock dropping back, looking deep down the field, and he's got a man. Cody Thompson deep down the field on an under route there for a good 15, 20-yard gain down the field. The previous run setting up the play action there. Oluwatimi with a nice block there and pass protection one-on-one. I'm sorry, that was Bobo, not Thompson. So I scratched that off, but not Bobo. We had 2 6'5" receivers on this team. 1st down and 10, 15-yard line. Nice catch there by Bobo, making a little bit of noise. Lock's going to bring him across up in the formation tight here on 1st down, back under center. The give is to Charbonnet. He bounces around looking for a hole. Not much there. Finds himself about a yard or 2 gain there on the play. Charbonnet showing some nice feet, a little bit of vision and patience there. By far the best drive of the game here for the Seattle Seahawks. Good little mix here for Waldron. Not sure what he's calling play-by-play. Hard to get a feel on him defensively on this drive of what they're kind of looking to lock into here. He's gone short. He's gone deep. He's stuck to the run game. 2nd down and 8 now. Shotgun. 4 wide. The give is to Charbonnet. And there is nowhere to go. There is no holes to be had there. That'll be a no-yard gain there. We're hoping to kind of spread the Vikings out on that play, but weren't able to get any push at the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 7. I guess they'll give him about a yard maybe on that play. 3rd down and 7. Again, Drew Lock and shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. He's taking some time with the line of scrimmage to read the scenario of what's going on. He lasers it in. Touchdown, the Seahawks. We've got a penalty flag on the play. It would seem like maybe it's on the defense. Winston Jr. with the catch. Drew Lock showing the hose. Did somebody forget to turn off the hose? Why is it blasting so hard? I don't know, but touchdown either way. Great throw by Drew Lock, though. He had to. You're going to probably see this. I'll have fun showing this one on the All-22 to you guys eventually, because eventually you're going to see that this is a very tight window. In fact, they're going to show it. Watch how tight the window's got to be on this throw. This ballsy. Okay, true. Oh, Lordy. I don't know if we can change Drew. I don't know if we want to. But that hose is real, man. He uncorked that one with a lot of smoke coming off the backside of it. There is really no window here. The defender is on the hip of the receiver, but he's just putting this ball in so tight, so hot, so hard that there's not a chance even for the defender to have a chance to look around and turn. You know, he's close in coverage, but he doesn't even see the ball coming in, and makes it a really good throw as much as anything else, because if you catch a defender not looking back for when the ball is coming, it can be a tremendous play for you. So maybe good instincts on Locke's part. Ballsy throw by Locke. But when you got that kind of hose, you know what I mean? When you got the fireman's hose, right? Why act like it's a garden hose, right? Yeah, and he did there. Can't fault him on that. Great little touchdown there. Great read. Just hit the back foot. Let it go. Didn't double hitch. Didn't sort of have to overthink it a little bit. He knew what he wanted to do there. He knew where he wanted to attack. 6-play drive there. 59 yards by the Seahawks. Only consumed about 3.5 minutes or so. 4 minutes or so. Very fast drive. But a good little call drive there by Waldron. Good to see there for the Seahawks' first touchdown of the year. 10-7. Oh! Devin Bush comes up on the kickoff return and lays a little bit of thumping love. Devin Bush has got a couple hits here early on where he has shown up in that way, and that goes back to his Michigan days, maybe tapping a little bit of that old Michigan spirit. Wagner's pumped up on that one. Lockett's pumped up on that. Metcalf's up giving him a hug there coming to the sideline. He just came up and just put an absolute lick on the on the kick returner there. There is a flag on the play as the officials are discussing what they want to do about that flag. And it looks like we got a block in the back on the Vikings, which will take them back deep into their own territory once again. As we saw in the last drive, that can be helpful. David Pugh, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, David, on the dono. Says, boy, let's watch. Wait 1 second here. I want to watch this again. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's a tone setter right there. But Seahawks are hitting today. We're getting some hitting. I like this. That one shook his ankles. He hit him so hard on that one, you saw his little ankles trembling after the hit. That's how you know it's good. It's like the snot bubbles. What's the snot? That's the ankles twitching is the snot bubbles for the ankles. 1st and 10, 4:10 to go here in the second quarter. Mullins screaming at his tight end. I told you to get over there. Here's the give to the running back. Dances a little bit. Good job of filling the hole there by the cornerback there. Short little tiny gain. Who is that? Preseason, folks. It's not every man on the roster super familiar to us. Rees. Okay. Rees. 3:41 to go. Seahawks down 7-10. Mullins over there directing traffic. Seahawks showing a little bit of a delayed blitz. Brings the 5-man blitz. Mullins looking back over on his read. Great little play out there by Derrick Reed. He made his read and Reed read him. The 6th-round rookie out of the Lobos of New Mexico. Very tight and sticky on that route. Nice job reading it and then making the play and knocking it away. Rookies are flashing in this game, folks. We've seen Derek Hall bring some pressure on a couple of stunts. Derek Reed showing up. Oluwatimi looking pretty good in pass pro. Is it coincidence that we score a touchdown when the second Oluwatimi comes in at center? I think not. Mullins back in shotgun. Yeah, and he's got a man wide open in the middle of the field for a first down here. Nobody picked up the running back leaking out of the backfield there. And that'll be a first down. David says, Mafe looking like a starter in this league. Zach Charbonnet looking slick too. Run D looks improved. I agree with all that. I think overall the run D does look improved today. They've been a little solid, more solid in their gap integrity. And this without the main guys in there, of course, too, David. But Mafe was very impressive. He's got at least 3 good splash plays in this game playing early on. He's not in the game anymore. But he, as you say, starter is about right. Another under route here for the Vikings. This is the route that's killed Seattle today. I think that's Radigan again in coverage there. They've just basically, they run the receiver across the whole field there to the other side. And it eventually opens up. You get a guy like Jalen Reagor there who ends up on a linebacker. And because of the zone principles at play, the linebacker ends up trying to pick him up, and he can't stay with a guy like Reagor. Receiver against linebacker loses in coverage 99% of the time. Somewhere in that neighborhood, probably. So the Vikings are quickly up almost to midfield here after starting deep in their own territory. First down pitch play. Ooh, nice little lick there again by Radigan. Or is that Ben Burkervin maybe? That's Ben Burkervin, sorry. So it was Ben Burkervin on the previous route there too. Sometimes hard to see because stuff flashes here. So good to see Ben Burkervin back in. Quickly gets in there and lays a nice little hit. Hawks are hitting tonight. It's good to see. Clock winds down near the 2-minute warning. 2nd down and 10. BBK filled the lane there well. A little Husky love. Husky love. Vikings, 2 tight end look here. Mullins ends up letting the clock wind down to the 2-minute warning, and that will be that. So the clock stops here with the Seahawks up 10-7, 2nd down and 10, right around midfield. But David Pugh, I think that Mafe certainly looks ready to go here, and I'm not surprised. We've heard he's the most improved player, most improved players. Carroll said from last year coming into camp. The kid's going to be a good one for us. He's going to be a good one for us. And he's going to be a guy that gives you unlike kind of what you get with a guy like Taylor, it's a guy that can give you everything you need from the position. Run stuffing, pass rush, whatever you need, he can provide in that aspect of things. I don't know if he'll reach into a star level territory or whatnot with that, but can he get to a spot of like an Uchenna Nwosu kind of player? Yeah, he absolutely can. In his own way for what he will be, for good and bad. But like in Charbonnet too, it's good to get our first real good look at him because he hasn't had much time in camp to run. But he's looked good with his feet. It's what we thought we were going to expect to see from him too, David, which is that if you see this guy get hit early on and he's in the hole and there's, hands and bodies and he's never really going to just easily be dragged down. He's always going to get you that couple yards falling forward. He can get you the dirty 3. He's not a guy that, tends to have that happen. And we've had that a couple of those kind of backs come through here in recent years at times where they can be brought down like that a little bit too easy. And that's nice about what he does bring to the table. Hopefully he'll get a few more holes too, David. Charbonnet hasn't gotten very much accommodations as far as his holes go. Thank you, though. Appreciate you, David. Spectre 7, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, even for just a preseason game, I'm having way too much fun watching this game. It's fun watching the young backups develop. Go Hawks, and welcome back. Hey, welcome back is right, Spectre 7. It's a very welcome back to see our Hawks back on the field, back at home, fans in the stadium. It's as it should be. It is as it should be. And I am with you. It's fun watching these young guys shine. It's fun locking in on some of these guys, and we're seeing young guys all across the board. Tyreek Smith has looked good out there off the edge. He's looking active, and he's in there, making some noise, which is very encouraging to see. So, yeah, some of the young guys are kind of showing up a little bit here early on, even in their first game, like a Derrick Hall, who I thought might be a little bit quiet here. But instead, he's looking good. Mike Morris looked really active when he was in there early on, which was really encouraging to see too. So Jaxon Smith got 3 catches here out the gate. Looked every bit as smooth as we thought. Almost made an Odell Beckham-like catch in his very first game. Imagine if he had done that. Can you imagine the hype if he had brought that catch in? Oh my goodness. So it's been very exciting, man. It's nice watching these young guys roll. And there's so many guys to take a look at here, It's usually on a defense or something. You might have a lot of these backup third string guys coming in that are, this guy's not making the roster. Why even pay attention to him? Why that guy's not making the roster? But you can just see in the Seahawks huddle of guys, the guys you want to lock in. Here you got Derrick Hall still in the game. You got a Cooper from Florida State that we brought in down there on the defensive line to lock in on, see what he does. Hey, can he provide some defensive line help? These linebackers, can they bring anything to the position beyond just being special teams guys? And we got a two tight end look here. Two tight ends to one side of the field. They're bringing the receiver in tight to the tight ends as well here on second down. It's going to be a run play, kind of a heavy sort of run play right to the side where you have those extra blockers. Seahawks are on top of it in a nice way there. Just stop it for a very minimal gain. Clock will continue to roll here. 1:45 in the second quarter. Third down and 7 now. Seahawks do have all 3 of their timeouts. Vikings with 2. Vikings just going to let this clock roll, I guess. Play clock's at 6. Mullins back in shotgun now. 3 wide receivers, brings the back to one side. And the play clock's down to 0-0. We got a flag. Sort of a strange thing there. The Vikings just suddenly wanted to run, like bleed all the clock down for some reason there. I know, I guess they're trying to make sure they don't leave any clock for Seattle on the other side of it, but Mullins smacks his hand. I don't think that was by design. This makes a difficult third down and long even harder, as this will draw them back now to a 3rd and 12 with 1:13 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks showing a double A gap blitz with both of their linebackers. 6-man front is what they're showing. One linebacker drops, one linebacker comes. Mullen breaking the pocket, and he's got room to work with. Tries to get to the first down. Can't quite get there. That will bring down 4th down. Linebacker is able to rally there and bring him to the ground. We're at 1 minute. I believe Seattle's going to call a timeout here. Luckily, Mullins is not really fleet of foot, so he looked like he had room to go make that first down, but then Radigan able to close in on him quickly and get him corralled. I would not think the Vikings would go for this here. Probably going to be a punt. But it's preseason too. You never know when guys want to go wild with it, right? Let's see what we could do if we went 4th down. Radigan with 7 tackles today. He's had some moments in the run game where I think he's looked better than he's looked in the pass coverage. I imagine his PFF grades and pass coverage are going to look pretty raw, but his run stuff and numbers are going to look pretty good. 4th down and 4. Jaxon Smith-Njigba is back as the punt returner. Don't like that. Vikings are going to try to pin the Hawks back deep. Punt off the end of the foot there a little bit. Nice punt. Wow. Right down at the 1-yard line. Great punt there. Just a squib kick there. And nicely done. So the Seahawks will come back out on the football field with 49 seconds to go here at the 2. I wonder if Carroll will just maybe hand this off and run it out, considering this will be a tough draw on Drew to try to make him get 98 yards in 49 seconds. But why not too, huh? Just go for it. It's preseason. Who cares? See what he can do. Drew back in shotgun. On his own 2-yard line. Vikings, a lot of guys down by the line of scrimmage right now. Drops back to throw. Quick little pass there. Completed. That will be to Mabry. Looks like it was Mabry. Seahawks in a hurry up here on 2nd and 1. Let's see if Drew takes a shot here. Let it rip, Drew. Let it rip. Checks down underneath here to Charbonnet, who runs over a tackler. He put a tackler on his back before the Vikings were able to get him corralled. Seattle needs to call a timeout at this point. A lot of clock's been eaten up here, just moving up here to about the 20-yard line. Only 26 seconds left, and Seattle down to now their final timeout. Or I guess they've got 2. Sorry, 2 timeouts still. So you got time for 2 plays here. If you Drew Lock, you got to get this next ball up to the 40-yard line. Oh, nope, only 1 timeout. They finally took it off. You got to get a play up and out of bounds, or get a play up for a timeout and then a play up for out of bounds. So it's going to take 2 chunk plays here to get them within field goal range to try to make something happen. Lock 10 of 13 for 105 yards and a touchdown in this first half. Seahawks 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Vikings showing a little bit of a pressure look here. Oh, holy lordy. False start by Seattle. False start. ZXZ with a $10 donation. I keep forgetting to call you Z. Says, call me Z, by the way. I got you, Z. Was it nefarious that I used to watch Seahawks in the Great Plains using the NFL site? You could take their highlights, bug it, and continue the video to watch the game. 2010 to 2014. Oh, wow. That's awesome, man. No. If my opinion on this, Z, is if they're not going to provide a stable platform for people to watch, you can't expect to. It's like I was saying at the start of this game where, I've got like a FUBO thing and then you have to go to local and then it's technically on the NFL network. But if you're in the local section, then you have to go to the local Seahawks site and then play it from there. 1st and 15 now after the penalty here with Drew. Seahawks got kind of a tight splits on either side of the line of scrimmage. They're going to go for a little bit of a screen here. Drew didn't throw it initially for some reason. And he ends up throwing it down at the feet of Charbonnet. Why is that a fumble? They're treating that like a fumble? Oh, that was a fumble. Drew, you got to just throw I don't know why Drew double clutched the screen. Why he didn't just throw it out. I mean, maybe he thought the guy was going to jump in front of him on it, but he was kind of casual with it a little bit there. Z, I don't think, though, that I can fault anybody at that point when you're being provided no method to be able to go watch the game kind of legitimately as much and as easily. And you got to do what you got to do at that point. If they're going to make you have to go through these hoops to watch the game, then you got to do what you got to do. I can't fault you. I know my brother's dealt with that in living in San Diego for years trying to watch games. It's been an uphill battle. Not everybody can go get the direct TV thing. If you live in a complex, not every complex will allow you to get that. It's just, I'm glad they've at least allowed YouTube now with it this year. It's good on the NFL's part to recognize that they at least need to provide a platform where everybody can get access to it. Not I have to have a dish off the side of my house to make this go. But they need to stabilize it now and make sure it works. And works by the regular season. Or maybe they don't. They're king of the hill, top of the pops. Maybe from their standpoint, we don't have to do a GD thing. It's one of those situations. I don't know. Elaine Atkinson. I don't know why, Elaine, I can't say your last name. I've said that name, Rowan Atkinson. I've said that name like 50,000 times in my life. I can't pronounce it right now. Thank you for subscribing, though, Elaine. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you doing so. I do. Big country, solid half of football is right, man. Solid half of football. It's good. Stephen Tyler says Hulu Live sucks. Saying thanks, brother, for calling the next best option. That's why I want to do the play calling too, Brett, Stephen, as I think that there's people out there that can't always get the access in this way to see these games. And if I can kind of help to provide you as a backup in that method, hey, at least you can always count on me being here as long as my freaking stream can stay stable. But yeah, I've heard bad things about the Hulu one too, Stephen. And it's like, what are we doing? You want people to watch your app. This is your whole app. You don't have some store and this is our app that's part of our store. Your app is your store. If your store's not working, if I go in to buy a candy bar and I pick the candy bar up the shelf and I get up to pay for the candy bar and they're like, okay, you bought the candy bar. So, okay, can I take it now? No, it's not actually in the wrapper right now. Okay, when will it be in the wrapper? A couple seconds, it'll be back in the wrapper. Right now, it's in a couple seconds, it'll be for sure. Pretty sure it should be. You'll get a couple bites and then it'll disappear out of the wrapper again. A couple bites after that, what does that do? I got to pay for a whole candy bar for a couple bites? Yes. Is there any other options? No. So I feel your pain, man. I do feel your pain. And it looks like the Seahawks did allow that clock to roll down to halftime, by the way, which will take us into 10-7 here. Solid first half. I think as Big Country was saying above, in what we saw from the team overall, the defense was obviously a little bit shaky at first. A lot of that was just, to me, doing what you used to normally typically see in preseasons. It's been in recent years a trend where teams are willing to blitz more than ever and go for broke kind of, and let's try out our blitz schemes. Let's try out our packages for that for the regular season. Whereas 20 years ago, it used to be don't show anything, keep it all for the regular season. Seahawks seem to be fitting a little bit more to the traditional norms in this first half defensively of not running a lot of exotic things. It's been 4-man fronts. That's pretty much what you're going to see. That's all you're going to see. But they've been pretty effective with it. The stunt game has worked out really well early on in that first half. That definitely stood out with some pressures in that first drive or two there from the Vikings. In the run game, they've been better overall. The Vikings ran a lot in that first half. It was really, though, the passing that did the heavy lifting for that team in the first half, not the running. 17 carries in total, only 54 yards for the Minnesota Vikings. So that's only 3.2 yards per carry as far as your rush average goes. For those that are a little worried and a little concerned about the running game coming into the season, obviously you're not getting Dalvin Cook Vikings. You're not getting Alexander Madison Vikings. And even Alexander Madison's given us some problems in recent years a couple times. But the Seahawks have looked pretty good in stopping the run here early on this side of it. Drew Lock, to me, on the surface of it, 10 for 13, 105 yards, 125 rating, 1 touchdown. It's overall more good than it is bad. I'm not going to go and say that, but I said the big key for me and what I wanted to watch from him early on in this game was can he play cleanly? Can he not have these throws where there's these multiple times where it's just, where's the decision making at? And the fumble there at the end of the half wasn't good. You can't have that moment. It's good that it bounced in the right direction, but you've got to protect the ball there as you're rolling out. And he did have a throw that Jaxon Smith-Njigba also bailed him out of in that first half, where if Jackson doesn't get a hand up and really redirect that ball, that safety is closing over the backside, and that's going to be probably a pretty easy interception. Other than that, though, Drew Lock played really well. He was in command. He was pretty smart with his decision-making. That touchdown throw was absolutely legit, where you see the talent of him and what he can do by really uncorking that's a 98-mile-an-hour fastball with almost pinpoint control on that type of throw is sort of the equivalent to me. Zach Charbonnet, 4 carries, 15 yards. There wasn't really many holes for him to run through, and he had to kind of do with what was there. I thought he ran pretty well, though, and I was very impressed by what he did in the first half. Not very, but impressed. I thought he looked good. He looked like I was hoping he would probably kind of about how I thought he would look. Jake Bobo had a 29-yard catch on kind of a crossing route or crossed overneath in the first half for the big play in the first half from the Seahawks. Jaxon Smith, 3 catches, 25 yards on 4 targets. The one other target, he almost made an Odell Beckham Jr.-like catch over the middle on that one target he didn't catch. So Jaxon Smith has been as advertised. Zach Charbonnet has been as well in the pass catching realm. 2 catches for 14 yards as well out of the backfield from him. It was supposed to be a big part of his game, and that certainly does look to be just that. John Radigan, your middle linebacker, had a lot of snaps in that first half. 9 total tackles, 7 solo tackles. Devin Bush also looking pretty good in that first half. He was flying all over the field. He laid some nice sticks out there. He had a hit in the kick return game that was outstanding. He also got a tackle for a loss in that first half. He made a play in coverage. Very good to see from Devin Bush there in the first half. Kobe Bryant, another guy laying some hits out there, multiple hits through the course of this game, 5 tackles for him in that first half. Derrick Reed, 6th rounder with a pass defended in addition to that. So very good to see. Very good to see. Quarterback hits-wise, you've got 1 for Boye Mafe, Mike Morris, and 2 for Levi Bell. Obviously, I think that Boye Mafe was probably your most impressive defender in that first half. He was all over the place in the run game and supplying some pass rush in addition to that. Really, really impressed by what we saw from Boye Mafe there to start things out. It's good to see. Really, really good to see. They're showing the devastation. Wow, they're up to 53 dead there in Maui. Yikes. Travis says, appreciate the stream, my dude. For whatever reason, Fox thinks some boring soccer game is more important than this. Glad you're here doing this. Thanks. My pleasure, man. I'll always be here doing this. This is something I know that can provide some help for folks at times that get locked out or in a different location. And I don't know why it's got to be so complicated to get a feed of games to you guys in these spots in this world. But I'll tell you this, whether there's a feed coming your way or not, you'll have me here to at least provide you some mid play-by-play. some moderately entertaining play-by-play, hopefully. would be my goal here. So that's I am sorry you're running into it. I got a little taste of it as well with some of these technical difficulties that keep popping up. But luckily, it's been a little stabilized for me on my side of it. But I'm happy to do it, man. Happy to do it. Concierge with Nolan. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says, any first half surprises, player standouts. Thank you for that donation. I do appreciate it. I think Boye Mafe was really impressive. He brought everything that you had seen from him on tape in the running game from the prior year. And then he was also showing up as a pass rusher, I thought, in a couple of pressures he had in that first half. I thought that was very impressive from him. I think Devin Bush was a little surprising in some of the hits he was laying out there. He certainly had a few moments of kind of flashing that I thought were pretty impressive in that first half. Jaxon obviously stands out a little bit in the way he's looked. As far as surprises go, Derrick Hall, with a couple of his stunts he ran in that first half, supplying some of that pressure as being his first game as an edge. That was pretty impressive to me and a little bit surprising. I didn't expect that from him necessarily. Not really any other major surprises outside of that, I would say. Everything's fit to form pretty evenly, Concierge. Thinking that there's something else that might be. I mean, Radigan's getting a lot of tackles. He's looking okay. It's a little surprising he's getting as many tackles, I guess. He's on pace for almost 20 tackles in this game if he plays the whole game, which they might because we're as thin as we are at the linebacker position. But no, nothing else other than that, I would say. And Seahawks are running a lot of vanilla stuff defensively, so you can't take a lot of they're doing this, they're doing that, that pressure-wise. It's four-man fronts, basically. Maybe an extra fifth defender you'll bring up a little bit. So, but it's been a good first half, Concierge. It's been good. And good to see Boye looking like he's looking is just what I had hoped. It's just what I was hoped based on what we've heard from him in training camp and mini camps and all that. Appreciate you, though, Nolan. Thank you so much. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, put and lock. You're getting some more lock here. I think you'll get some more in the second half. I'd imagine he plays at least through the third quarter. But good play by Locke. The numbers are going to look good for him in his favor in that way. So, and that throw was a missile. That was what they call a piss missile right there that he threw in for that touchdown throw. Very, very, very impressive from our kid there. So he's got to keep it up. Keep it up here in the second half. Maybe they'll get Colton Ohlers in here as well. We'll see if they maybe go to him. But it's good to see. It's good to see. I'll be right back, guys. Be 1 second here. Alrighty. First half, 18 minutes of time of possession for the Vikings versus 12 minutes for the Seahawks. 54 yards on the ground for the Vikes, 25 for the Seahawks, 139 yards passing for the Vikes, the third 97 for the Seahawks. So pretty much all the way down the line, dominant by the Vikings over the top, but only a 3-point lead. And they did start out with possession. So one has to take that into account. Z, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, my wife used to call Forte running style power glide. I'm glad she's not the only one. I'm the only one that saw it. Z, And I've long mentioned that I look at running backs a little bit like I look at guitar players, where everyone's got their own different style. You have your Stevie Ray Vaughns, you got your Jimi Hendrix, you've got your slow hand Eric Clapton types. But there's all different shapes and sizes. There's all different types and styles. There's slide hand guys. There's guys that lay on the whammy bar for too long, And I think running backs are the same kind of way. They all have a unique kind of way to them, a unique gait, a unique running style. And I always felt a little bit of that same way with Forte. It was like he was always in kind of that power glide, like he was cross-country skiing. But then when he would do that pitter-patter step thing, that was how he could kind of throw defenders off, as he just seemed so smooth. And then all of a sudden he gets really twitchy and you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought you were just gliding there, man. I thought we were in glide mode. When did we leave glide mode? And that's where he could catch you off guard and break a tackle. But Charbonnet looks so very, very, very similar to me when it comes to that same kind of way where he can be gliding. But then when he puts that pitter-patter down, Charbonnet is open for business. He's about to try to do something. And he's going to break a lot of tackles in the NFL with that, just like Forte did in his career. Really underrated career from a Matt Forte type. Thank you, though, Z. Appreciate you for that donation. Very, very, very kind of you. Power Glide. I got to remember that one, man. I'm going to remember that one with Charbonnet. Probably going to steal with that one. We got the opening kickoff here due to go down. That ball is sent deep here to start things off into the back of the end zone, and the Seahawks will take this out at the 25-yard line. Snails with a $2 donation says the least surprising thing so far is the Eskridge injury. Laughing out loud. Yeah, it's hard not to laugh. I'm not trying to laugh at injury or whatever else, but it is a little bit comical at this point that the kid gets injured literally on the first kickoff of the season. If I asked all of my fellow Seahawks brethren to lay down bets on the player most likely to get injured in the first play of the season on the opening kickoff, I think everybody would put their bets on Eskridge. And then it happens. So kid just can't stay healthy right now. It's tough, but hey, he's got 6 weeks to get healthy. So even if it's somewhat serious, he's got some time, I guess. Seahawks come out in kind of a I formation look here. Locke coming back underneath for a quick little throw into the tight end there for a 9-yard gain. Nicely done. Looked at his first read on the outside, came back to the second underneath. Getting the running back, not the tight end, the running back, sorry. Got to learn some of these numbers here in the preseason. Oluwatimi remains there out at center. Bradford at right guard. Curhan at right tackle. 2nd down and 1. Seahawks again in kind of an I formation look here a little bit. Boy. Fantastic job by Oluwatimi there. Nice little run there for a first down of about 5 or 6 yards. But a really, really great job. I hope they show a replay on this. Lock in on Oluwatimi if they do. They do. They're going to show watch Oluwatimi. He gets to the first. Oh, wait, not Oluwatimi. It was the other guy. Sorry, it was the guard. It's the guard that climbed down there that really made that play happen. Oluwatimi did just enough for the play where it was going at him. Brian Koback in as a running back now. Kid out of Toledo in his 2nd season. Nice little run by Brian. He's going to get the ball again here, bouncing around a little bit behind the line of scrimmage and finds himself about a 3-yard gain or so. But Snail, what are you going to do, man? Eskridge just can't stay. Kid can't stay healthy. First play. All right, we got 2nd and 8. 13:21 to go. Seahawks down 7-10. Lock and shotgun. 3 wide receiver look. Dropping back to throw here. Throws a little wheel route there. Out to the running back. He's got room to work down the sideline. First down. Boy, nice little throw there by Locke. Technically, Toback had not really gotten free in the play as far as really generating separation. He hadn't had time on the route. I mean, Locke threw this on an early wheel route, like at the beginning of the wheel. You usually let the guy kind of fully round around and then get the separation on the linebacker. Locke just recognized it quick and snapped to it really fast. And then when he threw the ball, he threw with enough pop on the ball to where he got it into the hands of the running back for him quick enough to be able to go out there and make it work. Quickly back up at the line of scrimmage here. Locke throws a pass into the tight end, and it's a little inaccurate there, away from the tight end, dropped. I don't know if he's maybe expecting Mabry, the tight end there, to turn the opposite way on that in-cutting route. But a very nice throw there on the big play to toe back there by Locke. That's a short little throw and one easy for somebody kind of casually to look at that throw and go, well, that was a simple NFL throw. That's nothing. We do have a flag here. It looks like 12 men in the huddle on the Seahawks. So that'll move him back 5 yards. It's the stuff that happens in preseason. But it's a tough little throw to throw that if you're not going to kind of pillowy soft, just land it in there, right? You throw it out in front of him and you just softly put it in there, and then the linebacker has a chance to catch up off the separation, and the ball, it's a play that'll go for 10 yards instead of going for 40 yards like it basically did. 10-7. Seahawks now at the 29-yard line of the Vikings. 12:34 to go here in the third quarter. Lock back and shotgun, 2nd and 15. 3-4 look here from the Vikings. The give is going to be the running back. He's going to push his way forward for about 5. Boy, whoever 70 is just laid somebody on their back. Seahawks offensive lineman just pancaked the hell out of somebody over there. He gets up pumped, as well he should. Who was that? Was that Bradford? Bradford just bared somebody. He just grizzlied a guy. Check that man for claw marks. He just Leo DiCaprio'd a guy out there. Shotgun, 3rd down and 11. Drew Lock back, ready to go here. Vikings showing a blitz. Bringing the blitz kind of. Lock's got to get the ball out of his hand pretty quick because the blitz is coming. And it is going to be a little bit short of the first down. Winston, the guy who catch the touchdown earlier, running kind of a similar route to the route that he caught the touchdown on, gets stopped a little bit short there. Locke had to get, there was pressure coming bearing down on Locke. He had to get the ball out of his hands. This will bring in Jason Myers here for a relatively short field goal, 4th and 3. He's going to try to tie this game up. And Myers will bury this kick through the back, and that will indeed tie it up. Here we go. Let's go. Nolan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan, for that donation. Says, this is still Nolan R. Vance. Oh, okay. What's up, Nolan R. Vance? Good to see you good to see your name. He says, they finally married my name with my channel. That's always a smart way to go with it, man. It's good. That's a good, smart approach to do. He says, I'll need a class on YouTube settings. Hit me up anytime, man. Nolan, obviously DM me either on Twitter or hey, Hawks Nest, offline. But if you ever need any help or you got any questions or about whatever to do, I'm happy to provide, happy to help out, man. There's definitely some little tricks of the trade with doing this that are very important and making sure that you're sort of checking off all these little boxes of things you need to do with it, because there's a lot of boxes. So, yeah. Happy to help anytime, man. Thank you for the donation. Glad to hear you're doing it. We've got a couple folks out there getting their channels rolling, and I'm very encouraged by it. I always say you should do it. Doesn't cost a whole hell of a lot, overhead to do this. It's really just a time and energy kind of thing, right? Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Cheese Taco has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 9 long months. Thank you for that, Cheese. It says, nice. Fake Cheese comes back from a hiatus, and the first thing I hear is piss missile. Still providing that quality content I love. Thanks, B. Hey, I got you anytime, man. I got you anytime with it. Man's got a hose. He shoots out piss missiles. That's just the way that rolls. It all goes together perfectly well in my mind, man. Thank you for your longtime membership, brother. Appreciate you. Paul Third, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you as well for that, man. Hope the stream's holding on there. The DAV in. It's going to be a bad streaming service when you can't even pronounce it as an actual pronounceable name. It's just like, those are just 4 letters you guys threw together. No, it's Devenu. Something like that. Paul says, you ready for Hawks Nest Fantasy? I am ready for Hawks Nest Fantasy. I just don't know where you're going to dry your tears from all the butt kicking I'm doing out there when I'm using my next level knowledge in order to dominate that league. I'm supposed to give out, a parka to the winner. I'm going to be giving the parka to myself. And I'm just sad that I got to enter in that the big dogs got to jump in the league this year and show everybody what's up. I've stayed out. I've let everybody kind of ride high the last couple of years, but now, Paul, I'm gonna have to bring it this year. You know what I mean? But you don't have to know if I was ready a month ago. I'm scouting channel. I'm scouting all the fantasy channels. They're telling me what's what, where I need to go. Myers kicks this ball off back to about a yard deep. It's going to get returned here. Viking returner's up to the 20-yard line and quickly drugged down right there. Nicely done by the Hawks. On the punt coverage by Steele. Steele makes it happen. He says, Paul says, I'm taking souls this year, Brando. Not if I don't do first. Not if I take your soul first. He says, caught any of the new Justified yet? I've watched a couple of little clips, Paul. I am kind of saving it because I am in that mode of, I'm kind of in that spoiled mode of the modern watcher of shows and stuff. 1st and 10 here for the Vikings. They're going to come up in a 2 tight end look. Receiver goes in motion. This looks like a run play. And this is a run play. Right up the middle. We'll just a gap run there. Go for about 3 yards. Not much there. But I'm psyched to see it. I'm going to wait till I can see the whole season kind of at once. I'm just going to shotgun the whole season over probably like one night when it eventually all gets fully completed. I hate waiting. I don't want to wait anymore. It sounds like it's getting pretty good reviews. People are overall pretty satisfied. It seems like it's missing a little bit of the bite of the dialogue that was once formerly of it. Play action pass, roll out to the left side here. Nice job there by 23 to close down on that play and make the tackle for a very short 1 or 2 yard gain there. Looked like that was going to be open out there in the flat for a little bit more than that for the quarterback, and got shut down very early. We do have Nick Mullins out at this point, so Jaron Hall of the BYU fame is in the game now for the Vikings. We got Carroll with Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett down on the sideline joking. 3rd down and 4 for the Vikings. Seahawks showing a little bit of a pass rush look here. They're going to bring the blitz. Good throw by Jaron Hall. 1st down. Hits him on the slant route. You got Boyk in the corner playing off coverage there because he's got to protect deep because you're bringing the blitz. It's where it's hard to marry the blitz with zone coverage on the back end because the blitz dictates to the quarterback that they got to get the hot read throw out or a slant route, which would be essentially equivalent to kind of a hot read there. And if you have the corner dropping to depth and after the snap because he's got to protect against depth because you are sending so many guys, that's where those kind of plays can be easily sealed up. We got a pitch play out to the outside here. Miles Adams able to track him down for about a 4 yard gain. Tariq Smith was also in pursuit on that play. Seahawks overall, I guess they give him 6 on that one. Seahawks overall doing pretty good against the run today. Vikings have hammered it pretty good, and the Vikings have had a lot of drives today. A lot of just kind of success keeping the chains moving. Dwayne McBride in for the Vikings. Pretty talented little back out of last year's draft. 2nd down and 4. Jaron Reed under center. He's got a man right in his face after the snap on a blitz. And the camera crew who kind of lost track of the play, so I don't know what happened. Looked like Jaron Hall threw that ball away. It was a play action pass, and you had the defender blitzing off the backside of the play. So we're seeing a little bit more blitzes now from Seattle. That's encouraging to see here than we saw a little bit in the first half. They've already kind of showed a little bit more of that. And that just shows you where a blitz can be so effective, and you bring it and the quarterback's rushed and he just throws it away and you've just killed the whole play. Regardless of what you've done almost anywhere else on the football field, that single blitzer neutralizes everything. 3rd and 4 again, Seattle showing a heavy blitz look here. And the Vikings are now forced to call a timeout. This is why I really like pressure-based packages. I really like it when you lean in this way because it just causes chaos for offenses. It causes them to think about things that they don't want to think about and get worried and adjust. So very, very, very nice to see. Jamal Adams out there coaching up the safety out there, the backup safety at this point. It'll be a 3rd and 4 with 8:22 left to go in this game. Snail with the $2 donation says, in his defense, never should have been a gunner. Yeah, Eskridge shouldn't be a gunner. It's one of the reasons I say don't really use him on kickoff returns either, is you kind of have to sort of keep this guy in glass, or you've got to protect him with bubble wrap. One of the two. Or protect him in bubble wrap behind glass. Whatever you do, you got to, it sucks it's this way. I know you'd like to not have to think about that as a coach, and it probably goes against their instincts to think of a player in that light, but he just gets busted up and broken too often not to at this point. And you can't tell me that he's probably the best option as a gunner on kickoffs. Eskridge, probably not. Probably not, to your point on that, Snail. I agree with you. 3rd and 4. We got Jaron Hall back in shotgun now. Clapping for the snap. Can't hear people being loud. He's under some pressure. Derrick Hill gets a hand on him. He's held. We got a flag. This ball will be thrown then and dirted at that point, and I would imagine that this would be a decline penalty. The Ohio State kid, not Derek Young, but Tyreek Smith. I keep calling Derek Young for some reason. I don't know why I keep doing that. Tyreek Smith, the kid out of Ohio State that was on the IR through all of last year, the 6th round pick from the prior draft, has been a very active player here tonight. And he would have had himself probably a sack there if the Vikings player didn't hold. But Hall ends up grounding anyway, so Seahawks aren't going to enact the penalty. He even got chipped on this particular play. Great job with just... Do you see there's a little bit of a lean there that he does after he gets chipped as he's moving into contact with the tackle, where the general lean just sends him into the direction of the quarterback. And the tackle's then trying to kind of route him a little bit. And it's too late. He can't route him anywhere, so he has to hold him. 4th down. Good job by the Seahawks defense to hold it up there after a little bit of a couple first downs there by the Vikings. Here's the punt now. This will send him out of bounds. So a nice little punt. Gordon Wildman, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate you for doing that. Mr. Sanchez, you weren't kidding, man. You weren't messing around. You said, I owe you some money, and you're coming in hot tonight. Sanchez coming in on fire. Let's go, buddy. With a big $50 drop. My goodness, man. Thank you so much. You're awesome, man, Sanchez. You were always awesome, but I nonetheless, holy moly, man. Thank you for all the donations tonight. You dropped a 100 drop, a 50 drop, more drops on top of that, man. Thank you so much. You are awesome. Awesome. I know I keep saying that, brother, but that's the best word I got to describe somebody like yourself that is so tremendous in your support. So he says, the Seahawks are going to win way more than 2 games this year. I'll be here donating all season. Well, I appreciate that, man. You're watching, you're hitting the like button. If you can donate, that's great. But you're doing the bare minimum, just watching and liking, man. And I appreciate that. But I really do appreciate the donations too on top of it, man. And you're a very, very kind gentleman, sir. You're a scholar and a gentleman. And I dig that about you. So thank you, man. Appreciate you so much. It just never seems enough on a $100 or $50 donation to just say thank you. You know what I mean? I feel like I should have been cooking a meal. Here's a meal for you too, as I... something like that. But I'm glad to hear it, Sanchez. It's good to have you back in the house too, man. It's good to hear you're going to be back here all year. I think we're going to be in for one of our more entertaining Seahawks seasons that we've had in almost 10 years. But beyond all that, maybe the most successful Seahawks season that we've had here in 10 years. And I think this fan base is primed for it. It's ready for it. We've been waiting to really see truly a team that can be a contender team. And it can be one of those teams that you do consider as that team. And they few things break this way, they can end up in the Super Bowl. That's what we're hoping this team can be. And I think that they got the spirit, the heart to do it. They got the talent to do it. They're a little bit young, but they got the coach to take a young roster to that spot, Sanchez. So I'm just going to be edge of my seat all season to see if he can draw this forward. If Carroll does, as I've said, this would be his coup de grace, his piece de resistance, if I'm to steal from some of my French brethren. And I do believe that. You look at Coach Carroll's career and you'd be looking at sort of one of the final notes of his career and him doing the best job he had done at that final time, which is such a rare thing to see in this world when those guys do get to the age of where he is. All the much more we should be appreciating at that point for providing that and supplying that. But Sanchez, man, thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Absolutely amazing. Drew Lock comes back out here after the punt at the 25-yard line of the Seahawks. A lot more of a 2 tight end look here in the second half with him versus the 3 wide receiver looks we were getting in the first half. Play action pass here. He's going to dump it off into the flat. He's got a man open. Looks like Cody Thompson for about a gain of 7.5 yards or so. Where's that Bobo again? I keep confusing Bobo and Thompson. That is Bobo. Okay. I'm gonna lean to being Bobo. They both have the single digit numbers, 6'5" white guys. Like, so it's tough to kind of yeah. Oh, they look very, very similar on the field. But Bobo having a nice little game here so far with a couple of catches here in his first action. He looks big out there too, doesn't he? And Seahawks playing him on the outside, not just merely a slot role. 2nd down and 3. Back under center here. Play action. A little bit of pressure. Lock steps up. Finds his running back in the flat. Nice little tackle in the open field as Kobach cannot get to the first down marker for just a couple yard gain. Good job by Lock to just step up through the pressure there and then find his defender, find his guy out in the flat there. So bring up 3rd and 1. Interesting call here for Waldron now, and he's going to go shotgun 3rd and 1. You haven't run it tremendously necessarily today. Vikings are going to come up with just a 4-man front here. Seahawks are going to try to run it with a read option. Drew Lock's going to keep it. And Drew Lock nearly gets grabbed in the backfield, manages to get away from him, and then has a slide. And then in his slide, he gets hit. I really thought that slide, this is where this rule is tough to kind of figure out at times, because I thought the slide coming from the Vikings defender was okay. If I was the officials on this, I would probably just wave this off. Lock went down late because he was getting the first down there, so he didn't really give himself up with a lot of time for the defender to be able to feel him. And the officials are talking about this and deliberating over it. If they were to walk away from this and say, we're waving this off, I would understand on this play. It is a first down for the Seahawks, regardless of where they stand on it. Yeah, it looks like they're going to wave it off. First down. So, good call on the officials' part. Be consistent with the calls. I want that either way. Nice job by Locke to quickly get moving. Shows off a little bit of his legs there. He didn't give himself up early enough there for the defender to know. It's not like the defender came up for a kill shot there either, right? He came up to tackle him, but he wasn't coming up there to take his head off. I like the officials wipe that away. Smart. But it is a first down for your Seahawks. 6:32 to go here. Scores tied up 10-10. Drew Lock has the team up at the 39-yard line in their own side of the field. A 3-4 look here by the Vikings with a little bit of pressure coming in from the cornerback off the top end of the formation. Bobo goes in motion. The give is to Toback. He's hit right up in the hole there and is able to get a yard or two maybe. Edward Goffsky, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Edward. I appreciate you and welcome aboard to the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard SS Hawks Nest. Spectre7, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you as well, Spectre, for that support, as well as the support as a member of the channel. Thank you so much, man. I'll get to your comment just 1 second here. Lock back in shotgun now, 2nd down and 8. 3 wide look. Little delayed handoff to the running back. Toe back, not where to go. He bounces off contact initially, is able to keep his feet, keep himself sliding to the sideline, and manages to take a gain that looked like about a 1-yard gain and make it about a 3 or 4 yard gain there. Quandre Diggs is beckoning the officials for a flag, and he is going to get the flag there. Diggs is being very funny over the sideline, just whipping his hand up and down in the air, begging the officials for the flag here. It didn't look egregious, but the Seahawks sideline definitely reacted like it was a bit of a late hit on Toback. He was fighting hard to keep his feet. Oh, they're calling holding on Seattle, so not a late hit. Yeah. Oh, no, they are calling a late hit as well. So offsetting penalties, they will replay the down here, 2nd down. Oh, yeah. Definitely a hold there. Looks like Phil Haynes. Phil Haynes is definitely fertilizing some people. But that one was a little bit, that was a hold. And then, yeah, that's definitely a late hit. Oh, my goodness. He's past the white of the outer bounds marker into the green when he slammed down the ball carrier. 2nd down and 8 for Locke. He's got an empty set here. Vikings showing a 4-man front. Locke dropping back to pass, looking, first read not there, comes back to a second read, and he's going to be intercepted. Yeah, bad interception by Locke. I mean, he threw it right to the defender. This is one of those plays where you want him to see it a little bit, make sure you're seeing it clearly, and he snapped off of his first read to go to the backside, and he just decided he was going to throw it. You know, it's almost like he wasn't looking at where the defender was. He just came to the backside read, and he let it rip. And the ball was intercepted in making that decision there. So not a good throw there from Drew Lock, and not what you want to see. He's played a pretty good game overall in what he's done, and this shouldn't maybe take everything away from it. But for me, I'd be interested to see where maybe you guys stand as we get into the post-game discussion on this one, as to whether or not, you know, if he's having turnover-worthy looking problems within the course of the game, you know, we don't have to worry about this or can be super concerned with this because this is going to be Geno's team and, you know, he's your starter. But he's not quelled any of those concerns about whether or not he's been able to, you know, fix up a little bit of the turnover bug situation we saw from last preseason. Not with this performance, not with the fumble, not with the other play where he would have been picked if Jaxon couldn't have gotten up a kind of a lucky hand on the ball just before it was about to drift to the safety's hands. So this is, I think, worth noting. Definitely worth noting. It's not super concerning, but it is worth noting. Spectre7, thank you for that $10 donation. I really do appreciate you on that. He says, just watching dudes in Seahawks uniforms running around and hitting is making me giddy. Man, my hype levels are woo! That's how they should be. They should be Ric Flair. Woo! He says, I just wish my new GPU would make illegal streams work better. What am I paying for in this box? NVIDIA my butt. Yeah, no, I feel you on that, man. There's a lot of folks tonight that are having some consternation about streams and stream viabilities and trying to get the clear views of things. So, you know, at least you're not alone on that, Spectre7. And I'll tell you what, you mentioned a good point about something that didn't talk enough about. That first half, you know, there was some hitting going on there. Devin Bush, Kobe Bryant. There's guys out there smacking some dudes. It's good to see. I'd love to see that be another part of something we see from this team coming regular season. I know Bobby will hit. I know Devon Witherspoon will hit. I know Jamal Adams will hit. You know, you got some guys that can lay some wood out there, and to get some more of that would be great. So it looks like that ball was a little bit tipped on that play as they're showing the replay there. We got a first down run here by the Vikings off a little B gap run there for about a gain of 2. So a little bit of the trajectory of the ball might have got changed there by Drew Lock on that play, just a tiny bit. Just give him a little bit of a break. Maybe he was going to throw it past the defender and the ball tipped back towards the defender. Maybe it was a throw of anticipation. Spectre, thank you for that $10 donation, though, man. It sure is good to see them back and playing. It is fun to watch the hitting happening. It brings a smile to my face. We were very close to actually having real live games here very soon, too. 4:25 to go here in the third quarter. Jaron Hall pitches it outside. Seahawks have this running play all hemmed up. Everybody rallies to the ball well there and makes the tackle. 4 or 5 defenders coming up to all help out there, including Derrick Reed, who was the finisher there. Boy, has he looked good here early on. The 6th round pick from New Mexico. Everybody else was kind of making it uncomfortable for the running back, and he coming up, I'm just going to take him down here and get this done. I'm just going to get this handled. Third down and 8. Vikings on their 36-yard line. Important play for this game right here. Seahawks show a little bit of a blitz look. Looks like they're coming. Vikings pick it up. Pressure gets there. Hall has to roll out and again end up throwing it away. It looked like that was again Tyreek Smith causing the problems there on that particular play. causing the early pressure. They're showing Sykes too, I guess. Let me see here. It looked like it was 92. No, it was Sykes, I guess. Defensive tackle hustling over to make it happen. It's not regular season, so a lot of these numbers I'm not used to. Vikings are going to try a kick here. This is going to be a pretty long little kick. It is up. It is just barely through. Sneaks it through the inside up right there. So the Vikings will retake the lead 13-10 with 3:24 to go in this football game. Spectre 7, I hope that GPU helps those streams happen soon somehow or another, man. Find a way. Just got to keep looking. Sometimes you just got to keep hunting and pecking, man. Hunting and pecking. My brother does it all the time. He'll have a stream go for like 15 minutes and he's got to go find another one. Like, I'm sorry, bro. That's what you get for living in San Diego. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation. Fat Daddy, it's good to see you in the house as well tonight, man. All my OGs showing back up in here as the season's about to roll back out. It's good to see. Appreciate you. He says, thank God this season is on the way. Hate these in-game interviews, but glad we be playing. I am too, man. If it's football playing, I'm happy enough with it. I'm with you on the interviews and the personal stories and the little thing. Just show me the game. Just show me the game. The thing that drives me crazy sometimes about these telecasts when you do get to end-game situations, because they think that they have to remain so busy, where let's show them the graphics. Let's tell them the story about this kid that was a bricklayer when he was 12 with his dad and how that helped him to grow his character. Show the game. Show the game. I don't need the personal stories. I'll look that stuff up myself offline. Show me the game. Show me replays. And that part sometimes weirdly gets lost a little bit for some reason. And it doesn't always make a lot of sense as to why, but it does. But yes, Fat Daddy. We got 2 more games, 2 more preseason games after this one, and then we will quickly be flowing our way around to the regular season when no more in-game interviews. You know, it's the real meal deal at that point. But thank God, man. Thank God it's back. It's back and better than ever, man. It's going to be a great season, folks. We got big plans for the channel. We're going to be rolling. What are we doing? I'll be doing 5 streams a week here on the channel. So uploads all over the place. It's going to be a good year. It's going to be a big year. Brandon Taylor, thank you for the $5 donation as well, man. Appreciate you too. Says, how are you feeling about Drew Lock so far tonight? Starter potential into the future? Definitely Lock is better than Baker Mayfield. Let me start from the back to the front on your questions on that one, because we're in firm agreement on that one. And thank you for that $5 donation, Brandon. I don't have a very high opinion of Mayfield. I will say that. So the bar is not cleared by a wide margin if you're better than Mayfield. All that being said, Baker's going to be a starter this year probably for Tampa Bay, so it is worth noting. Drew is a guy to me that I want to believe is going to take steps forward and grow, Brandon, and you know, develop. He's a young guy. He's not a finished product. And Gino has shown us that a lot of these quarterbacks are often not finished products. And he has things, you make the reference to Baker Mayfield. Drew Lock's got things Baker Mayfield doesn't have. You know, he's got better mobility than Baker. He's got a better arm than Baker. He's got better size than Baker. You know, there's a lot he checks out there that you really want from the position. And I really want to sign up to being able to trust in Drew Lock as being not only the backup we can call upon and trust this year, Brandon, but also to be a guy that maybe if Gino fell back, not that I want Gino to continue to succeed and I'm expecting him to succeed, but if Gino fell back to earth this given season and suddenly last year was this great, huge outlier, which I don't think is the case, but if that was the reality, that you could potentially go to an option like Drew and say, I feel good about this. And we got a 1st and 10 here. Drew's going to give the ball to the running back here. We got penetration in the backfield, and this will be a loss of about 3 here on 1st down. But I think there's a real big issue when we come down to Brandon, the turnover aspect of things. And that's the thing that was there in Denver. If you talk to Denver fans, that stood out to them with him, that it was the issue. The bad turnovers, the turnovers are hard to understand. 2nd down and 11. Quick throw inside. Nice fast decision making there. Nice job by Drew to not try to get it all in once. And he's got a little bit of chemistry going on here with this Winston kid. It's the third catch of the game here for Winston. Caught a touchdown pass earlier. But this is some of the things here with Drew. It's, come out, take an easy completion here, get yourself down to a third and makeable. Smart decision making. You'll get smart. Where the decision making starts to waver, though, it really goes bad. It turns into an interception or a fumble. And it's going to be a long response from me on this one, Brandon. We got Drew in shotgun now, 3rd and 3. He's got trips to the far side of the football field. Vikings showing a blitz look, kind of fall out of it after the snap. Drew tries to throw a little out route there and just bounces it off the hands. Might have thrown that just a little bit too quick, feeling the pressure that wasn't there a little bit too fast. So in this game, by my measure, Brandon, you've got the fumble in the first half. You've got the interception this half, which is tipped. And then, you've also got, to me, really what was the worst of all of those 3 plays is the interception where Jaxon Smith bails him out a little bit. And that was the worst of the decision-making bunch because Jackson's not open on that play. It's a very incredibly tight window to try to complete that ball. And then he whistles the ball. He throws it up over the top. This punt's going to drop down. And we got a fumble! Fumble! The ball's picked up and dropped, and it's going to go into the end zone. The Vikings muff the punt. And what you had was the blockers not aware of where they were on the football field. I forget if on this that you just get the ball maybe at the spot. So this might not be a touchdown. But 47 for the Seahawks came up. Griffin Herbert. I think that you just take over and pick up the ball where you recovered it at. But the blockers of the Vikings were unaware of where the punt was going at. It bounces off one of them. The punt returner then panics to try to grab the ball because he's seen one of his guys has had it knocked off of them. He wasn't expecting to try to field it. He haphazardly fields it. It bounces off of his hands, goes right into Herbert, the Seahawks defender's hand on the other side of it. Great turn of events here for your Seahawks. When that punt returner has it bounce off of him and he knows it's hit him. Oh my God. The punt returner has the ball bounce off his leg and then it goes up into the air and it's spinning up in the air. And you just know that was a moment of slow motion for that punt returner where he's thinking to reach out to go get it. But he just gets crushed. I mean, one of the Seahawks absolutely just like a compactor hit him as his concentration was fully in trying to recover that ball. And the poor guy just got mangled. So, and this indeed is going to come back, this ball. Carroll's trying to talk the refs into it isn't this more of a pure fumble at this point? It's not really a muffed punt. So what Carroll's trying to say is this isn't a muffed punt, so it's a true fumble. So my guy should be able to grab that fumble and return it. The ball had already bounced. The guy hadn't missed catching it. He had the ball bounce and then bounce off of him. And Carroll might have actually kind of a solid argument to be made on this just a little bit, to be honest with you. But I don't know the intricacies of that particular rule a little bit. It's probably right that you just take over where the ball's picked up. Either way, it's a great play by the special teams unit of the Seahawks, showing you why they are a valuable part of this team and Coach Carroll's consideration of them. But Seattle is going to take over now, very deep into the territory of the Minnesota Vikings at this point. 2:05 to go here in the third quarter. Vikings up 13-10. Seahawks at the 32-yard line of the Vikings. Locked back out there under center. We got a three wide receiver look here. He's going to give it to Toback. A little bit of a hole there for Toback. He doesn't have many of those here in this game. He runs it right up through the middle there for a nice little 6-7 yard gain. Very good to see. Brandon, so, I don't think my initial instinct is that Drew's not going to be able to be a quarterback of the future for you type here. I hoping if something happens to Geno and you have to bring this guy in for a couple of games, he can come in and fill in and hold the line for you. He's certainly going to look even more better when he has guys like DK and Tyler on the outside to throw to, in addition to Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Say nothing of the starting offensive line out there too with that. But the turnover thing is, I think, discouraging, and I don't think that's something that we can kind of brush over a little bit in understanding that this may be a part of what comes with Drew Lock if he plays whenever he does play. Preseason, regular season, This is just kind of who he is, that you get this with this. You also get those nice throws in the first half. You also get the big arm. You also get the ability to, run your full playbook with his skill set. And we have an injured Viking here. That's why there's a little bit of a delay. But I don't know if I've landed at the point yet, Brandon, where I can come anywhere close to feeling like he's either the future, or if this guy's starting a majority of the games over the course of a football season, that he could lead a playoff team. Maybe he could. And I think some of this we got to wait on, Brandon, is let's see what he does throughout this whole preseason. He hasn't played a lot of football lately. Let's give him the full preseason time period to see where he's at the end of it. Tonight's just the one game. But it will be the thing that people are talking about on the end of this, is these three essentially turnover-worthy kind of plays. We're not through three quarters yet. 1:37 to go here. Drew back under center, 3 wide receivers. 2 wides to the far side of the field. Give is going to be the running back. Slides off one tackler, able to dip his way forward here for what looks like to be a first down run. Nice job there. Thank you, though, Brandon, for the donation. I'm still going to withhold final opinion on this, but I'm definitely, I'm a little concerned. Just a little bit concerned. He can still bring me over to the Drew Lock light. I can still be brought into, he just hasn't played a lot. He's a little rusty. He's just kind of figuring things out. He's pressing maybe a little bit. But Carroll is not going to like turnovers. Not from the quarterback position. 55 seconds to go here. The Seahawks are on the Vikings 21-yard line. First down and 10. Play action pass. Drew Lock rolling out. Gets out of a little bit of trouble here, and he's going to take this up for about a 2-yard gain. Waldron's done a good job with Drew of getting him some naked boots here in this game, where simplifies things down, give him a nice short throw to potentially go to. If it's not there, he can just use his legs like that. Love those kind of plays built in for your quarterback that are just nice, easy reads, easy completions. The game is so hard for them on so many other of your snaps. Second down and 8. 27 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Lock and shotgun. He's going to go empty here as Toback is going to draw out wide in motion. Vikings showing a 4-man front. That's all they bring. Lock under a little bit of pressure. Bounces to the outside of the pocket. He's going to whip this down the field and try to fit it in. Can't quite get it in there. The ball will be knocked away here for a 3rd down and 8. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, put in Malik Willis. Sounds like Malik has set himself in there, Sanchez, pretty well as the number 2 there with Tennessee. He'll be the first man off the bench, it sounds like, this year. It looks like Curhan had a little bit of pressure, a little bit of issue there with the edge rusher of the Vikings on that play. Nice throw by Locke, though. He put it in a good spot. It's a good play by in the corner. 3rd down and 8. Looks like Seahawks are going to call a timeout here. Don't like what they're seeing. Important play in this football game, of course. Seahawks are trying to get a touchdown and go up in this one. Roxanne, thank you, Roxanne, for the $20 donation. Hope you're having a good night tonight, and it is great to see you in the chat, too, as well. Says, do you feel that? It feels good. First Hawks game that's not an Arkansas wedding. Going full speed, almost. New Hawks shining, cohesive team playing, flashing, but the feeling is right. Seahawks football is here. Go B, go Hawks. Roxanne, thank you so much. Very kind of you for dropping that $20 donation, but also some really good thoughts on your part. I mean, this ain't the scrimmage game like you said, as you referenced, not an Arkansas wedding look to it at that point, right? Like we have in this, was this like a back family game? Is this like a family reunion looking game in pads or something? But the team does look cohesive. We've got Drew Lock and shotgun now. He's going to bring Toback back over as he's sensing a little bit of a blitz here. And he reads it right. And they drop out of it. Lock throws it over the top of the shoulder for a touchdown to Jake Bobo. He caught the cornerback peeking in the backfield and not moving his feet with any depth to his cover 3 responsibility. And Bobo takes the top of the defense off there. I don't know if the Viking corner there was just thinking that Bobo didn't have the speed to get past him, but he had a very laissez-faire attitude in coverage as he just sort of softly drifts into his zone. And Bobo just goes right over the top on him. What was he doing? I wish they'd show another angle there on what he was doing. But Locke, great recognition there to pick that up so quickly. And Brandon Taylor, this is what gives me a little bit of that reticence in talking about Drew, where it's like, oh, I think this thing, but I don't know. And there's also these moments where he does show you these flashes of looking really, really good. I mean, that was a beautiful throw, and it's as much the decision-making of the throw. It's the recognition of the corner being in such a sort of soft kind of coverage there. And how about Jake Bobo? On a night where Dwayne Eskridge gets injured on the very first play of the game, Jake Bobo has himself a touchdown catch. He has the biggest catch in this game as well. In addition to that, and this is on top of having a touchdown catch in the most catches in the scrimmage game. And Gino saw it too. So you guys are seeing Gino on the sideline pointing and celebrating there as he's trying to kind of scream to Drew Lock to see the guy over on that side because he saw it too. Oddly played by the cornerback of the Vikings. His responsibility is to drop with depth there. And so here's Bobo, and he's just running a 9 route, right? Here's Bobo running the 9 route, and here's the corner. And so Bobo, he's in off coverage as the corner, and so Bobo's here with him. And then he's just kind of drifting back as Bobo's running full speed past him and then sort of recognizes at the end, oh, hell, I got to get up on my horse here and get back to Bobo on the backside of this play to catch up to him. And then he was far too late, but very casual kind of manner there by the cornerback that was a little bit odd. Still, great decision-making by Locke. This is where there's some times where the decision-making gets shaky with them. There's some times where, man, that's a turnover-worthy play off your bad decision-making. Then you have moments like this or like we've seen in other parts of this game where he slides right into it, he locks right in, and he makes a really smart decision really quick. And boy, the Seahawks team is definitely flying around today. Carroll's got this team really, really, really rolling hard tonight. Been good to see. If you're looking at these two teams and who's the team that's laying the hits, who's the team playing with a little bit more physicality, I would point to Seattle being that team tonight. And to Roxanne's point about that cohesion, and thank you for that $20 donation, Roxanne, you're seeing it on the sidelines too with the engagement of these players. You got these guys out there like we did back 10 years ago with the LOB guys, where it's not just guys kind of sitting down, my work day's done, let me take off my pads and I'll just sit on the bench and wait for this game to be over with. They're watching the rooks. They're coaching the rooks up. They're engaged with what's going on. We need that level of care. It's a small little thing, and it may not mean a lot to some of you out there when you see that type of thing. Like, all these teams do that. But I think it's an important little feature thing to see. And it does speak to the word, to steal it again from Roxanne that she used, of cohesion. And that it at least it's something that is an example of that versus divisiveness versus a team or a locker room that might have a lot of cliques kind of developing on the other side of that. But they look good tonight. They look energetic. They're into it when they're making plays down there, Roxanne. The guys are hitting. It's just great to see. And we're almost there at full speed. Almost there. We're 95%. 95 ain't bad, though, tonight. Thank you so much, though, Roxanne. I appreciate you on that. Sector 7, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you as well. It says, went to Brian Wu start for the Mariners in person. Every strikeout, they played the woo. If they didn't, it would be a lost opportunity, Sector 7. And Brian Wu and Ric Flair. I mean, don't those just naturally go together? Like when you think Brian Wu, do you not think just Ric Flair instantly? And the Mariners are awesome for pulling that one off. That's a brilliant person in the building coming up with that one. Because you wouldn't normally easily connect the two like that. But yeah, that goes together well. I love it, man. I love it. You know that's a Ric Flair fan at the running the Seahawks sound stage on that one, Spectre. I'd love that after every strikeout as a pitcher, you get the Ric Flair woo. That'd pump me up. I'll be getting some back-to-back strikeouts on that. I appreciate you, though, man. Thank you for the double dono. Brandon Taylor, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate the double donation from you as well, man. You are awesome. He says, laugh it out loud, INT right there. Come on, man. Real, though. I think he's a starter in this league. Hope he gets a real chance somewhere in the next year or two. Brandon, I'm in the same place you, I think, are from a mentality standpoint in regards to your outlook on Drew Lock. You know, it's not as clear to me as I know if he goes and gets another second opportunity, I know he's going to go do good with it. I know he's going to go take off with it. I think there's a good possibility of that happening. I think that is that's certainly within reason for it to occur. He's got the attributes to bring that together and lay it to bear. But as you say with the consternation on the INT through, and we got a play action pass here by Hall out the gate. He's looking, and can't find anybody out there in coverage. Seahawks are going to get called for defensive holding here. Pretty obvious call, too. The defensive end just tried to kind of pull on the tight end that was going out into the flat. But I'm still with you on it, Brandon, in that I think you're right about this. I think there's still this potential with Drew that he can become a Geno-like guy that does, when he gets his true next opportunity, can find success with it. I think it also is very clear that it will come down to simply really one thing. I don't think it's coming down to work ethic or ability. It will just come down to, can you keep the mistakes down? Can you keep the unforced errors down? Can you find a way to eliminate that as much as possible from your game? And if he can, Brandon, I think he can be a very high quality starter in this league. But as that interception kind of does show, I think that does remain a bit of a question at this time where he is as a player. It'll be answered at some point, sure. But it does remain, I think, a bit of a question. First down give here, right up the middle. And that'll be a gain of about 3 or 4 yards. Looks like that was that Ben Burke-Irvin there on the stop up the middle. Second down and 7. McBride looking pretty good for the Vikings. Running back to maybe kind of monitor this year is a guy that ends up getting some. I know Ty Warren will be the guy probably second off the bench after Madison, but you could get to that point really quickly with McBride. Second down 7, Seahawks come out with that sort of 2-man front they like to do at times. Quick little bubble screen. Be taken for about a gain of 3 or 4 yards. Nice job. Was that Jarek? That's Franklin. Franklin with the stop there, but only a couple yard gain on the bubble screen. Nice job by the defense here. Third stringers are playing hard, playing good here. Impressive. Look at what I'm seeing from the 3s. But Brandon, I love it, man. Yeah, just as you were asking that question, he throws the pick. I still think you're right, though. I still think that Locke there's still something there. I don't know what it will end up being, but there does feel like there's something there. As he's shown on the good side of things tonight. Seahawks on 3rd and 4, showing a blitz. They bring it. Hall's going to try to hit this deep. Boy, what a great throw by Hall. Actually, really tremendous coverage as well. Just a great job of high pointing the ball and ball skills by the receiver there. Hawks brought the blitz. Vikings saw it, caught it. They showed their hand on the blitz a little too early, which allowed Hall to really lock in on his read on a back shoulder throw there. And Steele, who was in coverage for the Seahawks, was really in good tight coverage. N'Keal Harry in the game right now. That's just a tough matchup going against a guy, the former first-round pick. And that's what Harry used to do back at Arizona State. It was all about the contested catch. First down and 10 from the Seahawks 49-yard line. Gibbs going to be off right tackle here. Quickly gathered up there by 57 Seahawks. Is that Ben Burke-Irvin again? Making some plays here on this drive. Another tackle for him. Great tackle there, too. He was, no, that's Patrick O'Connell. Sorry. Again, getting used to these numbers, folks, so sorry. But Patrick O'Connell with a couple plays here on this drive. Good run fit. Right in the hole. Makes a nice solid tackle. Arrives with some impact. Good stuff from the kid out of Montana State. Undrafted rookie free agent by the Seahawks. Second down and 8. Seahawks showing a blitz. They bring the 5-man bubble screen. All over that bubble screen. Variety of Hawk defenders. Hawk defenders rips the towel away from the ball carrier and throws the towel in his face. Here's your stupid towel. 12:07 to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 17-13. Bell, the defensive end, has been an active player for the Seahawks here. Kid out of Texas State, another one of those undrafted rookie free agents. Played a pretty good game for them. Seahawks still giving some snaps out there to Mike Morris, too, who's still in this game here. We got a 3rd and 6. Seahawks showing a double A gap blitz. They drop out of it. The give is into the running back. O'Connell is not able to bring him down the hole. The Seahawks are able to corral him, though, after 6 or 7 yards. Good tackling there to keep him from getting the first down. That will be 4th down. Jarek Reed coming up again and flashing in the tackling game. Nice tackle there by Jarek Reed to keep him from getting a first down. Do we have a flag here? Officials are doing some talking for something. No? Okay. 4th down here. Vikings are going to go for it. Not a surprise. We got a 4th and 1. See if they try a quarterback keeper here, maybe. Nope, they're going to go with the right up the middle. And he's hammered, and he's stomped. Seahawks hold it up right there. Third stringers making it stand. 4th and 1. What do you got? And we had early penetration. We had no push by the Vikings offensive line up the football field. Who wants it more? And the Seahawks wanted more. Patrick O'Connell in there. Variety of different defenders on that play, all doing a good job there of keeping their job clean. Keeping everything muddled there for the running back where there were no holes to go through, and the starters are hyped up on the sidelines for the Seahawks, and why shouldn't they be? Tremendous play there by the defense, and boy, they've been holding it up in this second half. Great job. Potentious Cameron, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, go Hawks. 11-6 is my prediction. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate the donation. Thank you for being a member of the channel as well. 11-6 sounds good to me, man. I'm thinking 12-5, but I might just be being a little bit greedy. Just a little bit, but I'm going to be greedy. I want to be greedy. This team, the way they're playing, how they're looking, how young we are, how on fire, young legs bouncing around out there. I'm thinking 12. I'm thinking first round bye. But you know me, Cameron. I like to dream big, man. Thank you, though, brother. Snail with a $2 donation. Says, Drew Lock is 10 times better than Willis. Bobo hype is real. I would agree with you on that. There's not a universe that would exist where I would ever want Willis over Drew Lock. Even with some of my hesitancies with Drew Lock, my Willis outlook is, it's one of those players that you scout them and you have an evaluation of what you think they'll be as a pro, and then you see them put into a football game last year, and it confirms kind of all the way through your evaluation and your outlook on that guy. It's going to be very hard for me to shift off of him unless he really shows something different the next time that he goes on the football field. And I know he's a rook last year, but he's also an older player. He's also an older variety of rookie quarterback when he did go in last year. And Bobo hype should be real. This kid has played really well in camp. He had 7 catches in the scrimmage game. He's got a couple catches again here tonight, including a touchdown. Hell, he might have your 2 biggest catches in this football game today. You know, guy's got 3 catches for 55 yards. I guess Kobach's got the 32-yarder as well. But he's been a player out there, man. He's been a player out there, and Eskridge gets injured tonight. I already was thinking Bobo was probably going to make this roster, but he's only hemming it up that much further at this point, by the way it looks. Love the way Jake looks. He's a big boy. He's a big, thick tight end. He isn't one of your kind of gangly, thin, long leg, long arm. You know, he's got some density to him. Thank you, though, Snail. Appreciate you. Megan Gock Roger, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, the Parker is mine, B. Game on. Game on. We'll see what you got, Megan. We'll see what you got. Drew Lock under center here now. Vikings come out with a 3-4 look. Seahawks in a 3-4. And Drew Lock drops the snap, picks it back up, and then ends up getting taken down for a little bit of a loss. That's not Lock, actually. I'm Sultan. That's Colton Ohlers. Colton. The Colton guy. So Seahawks have gone to their 3rd stringer there, and probably a little bit of nerves on the kid there as he's taking his first professional NFL snap. So a little bit concerned, a little worried, but understandable. We'd all have nerves in that situation. And Megan, you just better bring your A game. That's all I'm going to say on that, you know. The telecast missed that next play. I can't tell exactly what happened, as they're talking to Bobby Wagner, which is just what we need. I'm sure this interview is drawing some information we've never known about. Bobby, what do you think about the team this year? Like them. Bobby, they're going to do really good. Show the game. These telecasts are I think sometimes these telecasts are produced by people that are not actually football fans in the preseason. It's like they have somebody that does like the normal news, and they're like, we need the personal stories. So the human interest stories that bring people into these games. 3rd down and 9. Colt drops back. He's going to try to run this, and he's got himself a first down, a little bit more. He's still running all the way down to the 40-yard line. A little bit of a maybe design quarterback sneak there on that play. Ohlers took it right up the middle for a first down. Let's go, kid. Let's go, kid. But I ain't giving that park away, Megan. I ain't letting nobody off easy. This ain't going to be the big brother letting the little brother win. Daddy letting the son win to make him feel good about himself. No. If you're going to take it from me, you better bring it this year. No freebies. 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle, toe back. Nice little gain there for 7-8 yards. Seahawks offensive lineman getting some nice push there. Good to see. And toe back coming up a little bit limpy there. Kid's looking really good here through this game today. He's been solid. He's definitely trying to get through a little bit of a rolled ankle there or something, it looks like. Second down and 1 for the Seahawks. 8:44 to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks come out with a 4 wide receiver look. Hand off inside. Nope, it's going to be a keeper by Allers on the read option. Takes a little bit of a nice stick to him, but he bounces off and takes it for a good 4 or 5 yards and a first down. Sector 7, thank you for the, oh my goodness, Sector 7. $50 donation. Man, you guys are amazing. Sector 7 with a huge dono drop of $50. Thank you so much, man. Amazing. Simply tremendous. Tremendous support by you guys. I really appreciate it. Sector 7, awesome, man. It's like your third dono drop, too, in addition to being a 50 drop. Thank you so much, man. Looks like we got a penalty flag here. A little false start by Seattle. We'll drop him back here on first down. Spectre 7 says, I just seriously cannot get enough of the Seattle-ness that's been going on lately. Mariners supporting their pitchers. Blue Angels saying that Seattle is one of the biggest shows of the year. Seahawks doing their thing now. Wow. It all does feel right, doesn't it, Spectre 7? Like you say, Seattle-ness is a good way to put it. It's got a Seattle feel to it. This Mariner season's definitely been a Seattle Mariner, typical Mariner kind of season you'd expect. No, we're not doing that. Colt's going to drop back. He's going to try to let this ball go back shoulder. Hits it on the back shoulder. And we got a touchdown. We got a touchdown. Colton Allers, he drops back off his back foot. The receiver's not open, being Matt Landers. He just sort of throws a wobbler back shoulder throw. Landers comes to a complete stop. Just like Tom Cruise and Maverick, I'm going to hit the brakes. He'll fly right by. That's just what the defensive back did, is he flew right past Matt Landers. Landers makes the catch, and then he's got no one near him then on that little go ball down on the throw. Landers, Allers is ballsy as hell for that one. Seahawks quarterbacks are not playing scared tonight. I'll tell you that. They're not playing like if I throw an interception, it's going to get me in trouble. They are letting it rip. He's on his back foot, throws a back shoulder throw with a guy bearing down right into his face. Back shoulder to Landers. Good throw, makes it happen. Catches the cornerback just thinking the ball is going to get to the back of the end zone. And Landers just sort of just comes to a stop and able to make the catch and get it in. Nice job by Landers after the catch, too, to break a tackle and get it into the end zone. Seahawks go up 24-13. Wow. I like this Colton kid. He's impressive. He is impressive, man. Whew. Let's go. Spectre 7, though, man. $50 donation by you. Absolutely amazing. That was great timing. As soon as you dropped the $50 donation, touchdown. Coincidence? I think not. Man. I miss the Blue Angels and getting to check them out on a yearly basis when they're in Seattle. There's nothing, more right or it's not summer unless you got the Blue Angels going, unless you got the hydroplane races going. It ain't fully summer, it don't fully feel like summer in that way. But I'll tell you too, the Seahawks team feels like the best kind of Seattle Seahawks team. It's young, it's hungry, it's got the guys that are on their rise. It's talented as you can find out there. Just all the nice parts and pieces and components to come together to make a team that's really easy to root for, and that you just hope can rise to that occasion that much faster despite being as young, as they are. And it's good to see what the Mariners have done too, Spectre 7. I mean, when it comes down to that team, I keep coming back to the word over and over again of resiliency. The Mariner team this year was a team just like last year, starts out not great, could easily call it a day, could easily give up, could easily kind of go into the tank and just go, well, next year. And, as a team, they've not done that. They've kept fighting all the way through the year. They've kept grinding all the way through the year. So much of baseball is the grind, and they've kind of embraced that. And by embracing that, they now find themselves hot at kind of the best time of the year to be hot, the best time of the year to be playing your best baseball. And it's really encouraging to see. It's wonderful to see Sector 7, and hopefully both of those two teams can give us some some great outcomes this next upcoming year. Dare I say, could we have a World Series Lombardi in the same year? Could you imagine what that would do for the sports town nature of Seattle? How much that would, just hardline it into the spirit and culture of that city, and in a way that it is already kind of, but even more so at that point. But Sector 7, as I say, thank you is not enough, man, for all of your support. You're also a member of the channel, like Sanchez. You guys are just amazing, and you support me in every single fashion and way. I could never ask for more in that respect. It is really appreciated. I'm very thankful for it, and we'll be getting some more Mariner streams going. I'll be doing a Mariner stream this Saturday on the Crow's Nest side of things, as that's my other alt channel. So we'll be streaming the Mariners game this Saturday and hopefully getting some more in throughout the course of this year. Seattle able to take advantage of the special teams snafu by the Minnesota Vikings here to go up 24-13 and suddenly take real firm control of this game with 7:47 to go here in the fourth quarter. It's been a fun, entertaining opening game here for your Seahawks. The young guys doing what you'd hope they'd do, which is pop, and there'd be a variety of them, both on the offense and the defensive side of the ball. It's been both rookies and second-year guys taking some of those steps forward, which has been really nice. The fans look like they're really into it in the stadium there, which is good for a preseason game. Want to get those guys hyped up. But the team's been very, very impressive here throughout the course of this game all the way around at the end of the day here. We've got a 1st and 10, 7:47 to go here. Jaren Hall's back in shotgun. Vikings out in a 3 wide receiver look. He drops back to throw, does not find a man, and he will be taken down to the ground by a sack. Might be Seahawks' first sack of the game, I believe. Ferguson gets the sack out there. Nice job. Just kind of bull rush pushed his man into the backfield. And eventually when Hall stepped up into the pocket, Ferguson was there to gather him up. Impressive play there by Ferguson, and this Seahawks defense, this third string unit, is playing with a kind of fire in this half. There is a certain bit of a flare difference between their third stringers and our third stringers in this half, that's for sure. 2nd and 15. Hall drops back to throw. He's again under pressure, and he will again be brought down to the ground. This time it's going to be Bell, another undrafted rookie free agent who has had an absolutely tremendous game here. He has been solid throughout this game and flashing. And much like the previous play, he just came from the other side. Pure bull rush, kind of long arms the right tackle there. So starts out with a two-handed bull rush that becomes eventually a long arm bull rush. Gets right back, and much like we just saw in the previous play with Ferguson, then just disengages and gets the sack. Great job. 3rd down and 21. Can we go 3 in a row? Vikings try to call a screen game that just did not set up at all. No, the running back didn't get out to the outlet point. Seahawks had too much pressure too fast, and this defense playing fast and loose and free in this second half. And they have put the brakes on this Vikings offense. Obviously, it's a bit of a difference when you're going from a Nick Mullins, a journeyman quarterback who's played a lot of football in this league, to then going to a Jaren Hall, who's a rookie out of BYU. You're going to get a bit of a difference in performance from the quarterback position at that point. But it's been, I think, the Vikings' second, third team unit here has been kind of thoroughly outplayed all the way around in the second half. So here's the punt now, kind of from within their own end zone. Deep punt. It's going to draw him back here. He's going to have some room to work with. Nice little return of about 6 or 7 yards there by Lindsey. Holy mackerel. Viking players going psychopath a little bit there post-snap. So Vector 7, thank you again, man, for that $50 donation. Unbelievable, brother. Just unbelievable. Adrian X with a $2 donation says, Bobo will be our sneaky Joe Jervicius. I love that comp, Adrian X. He's looking like Joe tonight. Joe had that same kind of build where just a monster 6'5" guy, but then not the pencil arms you get on the 6'5" guys. Then you get thick, almost like looking like tight end almost build, right between the tight end and the receiver look to them. But boy, he's looked a lot like Jervicius tonight. He certainly has. Kid's been very impressive, and he's been impressing throughout camp, which is the most important part, not just this night. You come to these points with this kind of performance as a player and a young player and an undrafted rookie free agent player. You arrive at having moments like this in these kind of games by building on that throughout camp, throughout rookie minicamp, throughout the main part of training camp. And then you get to games and you've been having those many performances stacked up so well and then show it off in this game. And I've been one of the ones who's been very reticent to believe that this guy could start on the outside, that if you do bring him onto your team, he would only be an inside guy, that he just wouldn't have enough speed to work on the outside. But the Seahawks have been winding him up a lot tonight, and probably to see if he can play in this way to the outside, and he's been finding his success there. He's not been doing his damage tonight from within the slot. And that's maybe as much a noteworthy thing as anything with Bobo tonight, because if he can not just be a slot guy only, he can be a guy who can play anywhere, an X, a Z, a slot. That just opens up that much more the opportunity for him to truly make this team, and beyond just making the team, then to actually get some snaps to go out there and have some impact on the field. But I like the Drew Vicious comp. Drew Vicious was a great receiver for us for 1 year, helped us to get to the Super Bowl. And, you ended up going and signing a free agent contract, and I think you want to be closer to the Midwest and all that. But Drew Vicious was a great player for us. If Bobo could be that for us, and the receiving core is already stacked, that just takes it to kind of the ridiculous zone if he could be that. The Z, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Seahawks win 13. You dress up as Ming the Merciless. I don't know who Ming the Merciless is, but I'll agree to that. I'll be in such a happy mood, Z. You could probably dress me up as a furry if we win 13 games. You could probably dress me up as a furry with a D hole if we go out and we win 13 games. I'll wear a Disney princess outfit if we win 13 games. We got Colton the Killer Allers back out on the football field. Destroyer of the back shoulder throws. Nice little carry, a little bouncing around by the running back. I like the fire here from this unit of the Seahawks. Nice little 11, 12-yard run. Vikings getting a little bit feisty on their side of it as they kind of feel the physicality being taken to them in this game a little bit here. A little duo run there. Nice patience by the back on that play. Third string lineman looking good. All the way up to the 48-yard line here with the Seahawks now. Quick penetration here, another give. Another really good run, and he busts this outside. 20 yards, 25 yards. Cuts back, still on his feet. Oh, what a great run there. Great little run there by Roderick Thompson. It's going to get called back. It looks like there is going to be a holding penalty here. But boy, he had a little Reggie Bush UNLV. I'm going to hit the brakes on him and just juke him here off the sideline. And he's tapping. He's tired after that run. He gave everything he got on that one. Initially had to get by the early quick penetration and fight through that tackle. It's like Joey Hunt got hit there. And then just a nice job of keeping his feet and staying fast. Staying elusive there, did Thompson. That was an entertaining little run there. Vikings defense just couldn't keep their hands on him. It will be a holding penalty, though, so it'll take him back 10 yards. 1st and 20 here. 5:08 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 24-13. Colton in shotgun. 3 wide, 1 tight end. It's going to be a give here up the middle. Kind of gets blown up a little bit there really quickly, and it will only go for about a 2-yard gain. Megan with a $2 donation says, "Oh, game on, guys. It is on. I don't know, if you're going to you might have to end up using your Kraken jersey to dry your tears after we go head to head in our weeks, Megan. I'm when it comes to fantasy, I'm known as not having any mercy. And, whether you're new to it or not, I'm going to have to go hard. I'm going to have to go hard. 2nd and 17 here, Colton in shotgun. Vikings dropping with depth in coverage here. They think Seahawks are going to try to take a shot. He checks it down underneath to the running back here for only about a gain of another 3 or 4 yards. So this will bring up a 3rd and quite a long, but the clock does continue to run here, which is nice. Seahawks up by more than a touchdown here, so you can eventually bleed this clock all the way down, which if this was probably the regular season on a 3rd and 14, I'd expect this to be probably a delayed handoff out of shotgun. And Waldron to just take the extra 40 seconds of time off the clock. Vikings are only at two timeouts right now in this game. Vikings showing a cover 2. And indeed, just a little check down play to the running back there, which will go for another 4 or 5 yards. But I'm sure Waldron told him if it's not there and they drop to depth, just take the check down, let the clock roll. Aller's very impressive as the lefty here. Well, Patrick Mahomes' offhand flip there with his right hand from the lefty. I like it. I like it. Tula Papa. So, Cole not playing too bad here in this game. Not too bad. This will bring up a punt. Seahawks able to bleed a little bit of time off the clock on that drive. Vikings will get this with about 2:40 or so. Oh, ooh, nice play. Ooh, nice play. Seahawks bump it twice, keeping it out of the end zone, and they were able to down it at the 1 yard. Oh, they're saying they went back in the end zone, so they're calling it a touchback. Good try there by that. Bobo almost able to knock that ball back in. Good to see him flashing here on special teams too. As it was a great punt by Dickinson. Bobo got it off the bounce. And he just, I don't know. He stayed out of the end zone. That looks like he got it down the 2 yard line. I might challenge this one. Oh, no, there we go. The guy coming up to help out Bobo came up. Bobo did a good job. He knocked it back for the guy to come up, but then the guy coming up decided to touch it before. And he touched his foot on the line. So Bobo made a great play there. Just the other guy kind of screwed up for him. It's not on him, you know. D Nugget with a $2 donation says, let's effing go. Hawks Nest for a great season. Touchdown. Yeah, I like the sound of that, man. Thank you for the donation. And let's have a great year, man. Let's have a great year, chat. Let's have fun this year. Let's, keep it nice and loose and free and just, really get to drink this in. There's a lot of franchises in some tough shapes and some teams going into this season going, man, this is going to be a rough road. 1st and 10 here for the Vikings. Quick little throw underneath for a completion of about 5 or 6 yards. But we got ourselves, I think, a good season. We got a division that's nice and opened up for us to go take. It's in as weak a shape as we've seen in years. The conference in as weak a shape as any as we've seen in years. The weakness of the just how many good teams there are in the NFC is low. There's a lot there for us to take advantage of. Another quick pass here by Hall. The receiver not able to hold on to it. He really whipped it in there pretty hard, and I think just not able to keep the throw corralled there. So this will bring up a 3rd and 5 with 2:19 to go in the 4th quarter. Good tight coverage there by the Seahawks on both of these 2 plays. Oh, we got Prohl. Ricky Prohl's kid was out there with the drop. That's cool. Vikings out here in shotgun. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Seahawks showing a 4-man front. Seahawks maybe bringing a blitz here? No, they're dropping out of it. Ooh, Tyreek Smith. And Seahawks are going to get called for pass interference here. It's a little 5-yard out route there. Young in coverage. And it looks like he made contact before the ball got there. It's a good call by the referees. Tariq Young, though, with some real nice twitch there off. Tariq Smith. I keep calling him Tariq Young. It's Tariq Smith. I don't know why. It's maybe phonetically they sound right. If you watch the replay, folks, though, watch him. Oof. He's been impressive today. With them releasing Alton Robinson, he's been very nice to watch him play today and how he's looked. Very, very nice. Thank you, D Nugget, for that $2 donation, though, Brody. Appreciate you. 1st down and 10, 2:16 to go in this game. Seahawks up 24-13. Vikings Hall back in shotgun again. Tariq Smith. Another nice little pass rush there. He got actually held, didn't get called. Seahawks there, tight in coverage. This will be incomplete. You want to look for a guy to lock into right now as you're going through 3rd stringers here and looking for somebody to pay attention to. Watch the guy on the right end of the defensive line off the snap. And just check out what he's doing here, kind of playing and play out on this in kind of how he's rolling. I like the get off. I like his size. He's looking pretty impressive in this game as the Ohio State 6th rounder from last year. There's a few other guys too looking good, but he's Just my eyes are getting kind of drawn to him on the defensive line here late in the game off post snap. 2nd down and 10. It's going to be a handoff, give up the middle here to the running back. It'll take it for about 6-7 yards. Clock will run down to the 2-minute warning. Bring up a 3rd down. Spectre 7 with another $5 donation. Appreciate all the donations tonight. Spectre 7, very, very kind of you. Blue Angels have the brand new Super Hornets, and Fat Albert has a brand new C-130J. Spooky. The Angel planes are so impressive. Some planes you watch in the sky and you watch them in airplane shows and, they're kind of slowly lurching through the sky and they'll do a turn and woo. But with the Blue Angels, they move through the sky in a way where you really can feel the agility of those crafts. And, I want to go here, I want to go there. We're going to go up here, we're going to be right down here. We're going to be up over here. And the fact that they can do that stuff in tandem and they got their wings basically about a half a yard away from each other at any given one time as they're doing these crazy moves. It's pretty insane, especially through all the years they haven't had any real accidents through the years. That's maybe the most impressive part considering how much of an institution it's been and how many times those guys are out there rolling it. But they're good at it. Those are probably some of the best pilots you'll find that exist out there, those Blue Angel pilots. They also have to have extra large cockpits. It's a little bit understood about this is that their cockpits actually have to be a little bit extra width to accommodate the size of those brass balls that those guys have. Thank you, though, Sector 7 for all the donations, man. Appreciate you on that. And you're just making me wish all the much more. I was over there in the Pacific Northwest to catch out, or over there on the Seattle side to catch the planes up in the skies because I'd like to see those new models. It'd be fun. Jason Tudor with a $3 donation. Thank you, Jason. It says, lock to Bobo, Super Bowl 2025. Hey, odder things have happened, Jason. You know what I mean? You never know. You never know, man. Strange things can occur in this sports world. Odd things can occur. Whatever it takes. I don't care who the quarterback is. I don't care who they're throwing to. Just give me a Super Bowl in the next 3 years and I will be one happy camper. It can be anybody to anybody. But if the last part of that phrase is true, Jason, then I will be a very, very happy man. I hope you're right. You will be the sidekick of the channel if you are correct on that one. You will no longer be Jason Tudor. You will be known as Jason Tudor the Soothsayer. Jason Tudor the Gypsy. Something like that. Probably something a little bit more phonetically catching, But something like that, Jason. Nothing wrong with being a sidekick, brother. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you, and I hope your prognostication skills are correct. Kevin Lonice with a $20 donation. Kevin, thank you so much for that huge, massive donation. You guys are amazing tonight. Kevin, you right along with everyone else, someone who is a member of the channel, a longtime donator of the channel, longtime supporter of the channel. I really, really do appreciate that so very much, man. Thank you very much to Kevin. You are very kind, man. He says, I sure hope they don't treat Bobo like they did Mike Williams. Williams tore it up in the preseason, and they cut him. Go Hawks. Is it are you Kevin? Are you thinking of Williams? Or are you thinking of the other UW kid they had? They might have done it to both of them. 3rd and 3 here for Hall, dropping back to pass. That ball is going to be tipped, and it looks like it's off the ground. So we're going to get a 4th down here. Vikings probably going to go for it, I'm guessing. I think I could be out of pocket on this, Kevin, which I'm sorry for being if I am, for you dropping a $20 donation. But I think there was the other kid from UW. I know why you would mix them up because they both are UW wide receivers that were 5-star local guys. And Sykes, who's been a very good player for the Seahawks here on the defensive line, was able to tip that ball down to bring up a 4th down. So I think you're talking about that guy, and he had this great preseason. He balled out in the preseason games. He was your most productive receiver throughout the preseason, a guy that was a former 5-star guy that was looking to get over that knee injury. Hall dropping back to throw here on 4th down, and that ball will be tipped away. That's how you finish it off defensively. That's how you close the door. That's how you tell the Vikings, no sculling for you tonight. Your cups will remain undrank. You will be sober in your boat ride home. So put your stupid horn helmets to the floor and look down in shame. Shame. Great play there by 36 to jump the route there. Stay tight on it. They need 3 yards. Don't stay back deep. He's out there right in man coverage out of the slot. Fantastic job there by Young to knock the ball away. Maybe got away with a little bit of a pull there at the stem of the route. Just a baby pull. Just a little baby pull. But the Seahawks defense puts a stamp on this game as you get to come out now in the most beautiful formation in all of football. The victory formation. Seahawks will come back out here and take multiple knees because they got a lot of clock to drain now. But the defense absolutely put a stamp on this game that was just tremendous. Tremendous in that second half. First half was a little dodgy. Coverage is a little bit soft. Obviously, it helps you when the Vikings put a rookie in at the quarterback position in the second half. And you certainly seem to have a deeper team than the Vikings do, period, which helps to take you down the lane here to winning this particular game. But Kevin, just back to your point on that, if I am wrong about Mike, because Mike did come back and he did play a season, he was tremendously productive in that season. They did cut him the next year, to your point. I can't remember what preseason game he had on that, but there's another guy that somebody will say in the chat that was also a guy that went through that, and I hope they don't either. I think the good news here was, Kevin, on this, and the thing that maybe builds in some safety here for this to be the case with Bobo, is that you have Eskridge, who's going to be suspended for 6 games. No doubt about that. That's happening. You are also, it looks like, going to have in Derrick Young a guy who maybe has the sports hernia surgery that he has to go through, which would then put him out for 6 weeks. If both of those two things happen, I can all but just about guarantee you that Bobo makes the active roster. He's part of the active roster at that point. If you're able to get Derrick back, maybe it's still a little bit of a 50-50. Maybe the team wants to lean to a Cody Thompson over a Bobo at that point. But the way he played tonight, it's hard not to go back and say, how do you say no to Bobo here? How do you not, keep him on this roster? Especially considering this wasn't just him flashing in this game. This is him flashing a bit throughout training camp and playing very solidly throughout that period. I love too, Kevin, that he's on the outside. So just grows his value to the team and his potential to the team if he can be more than just quite simply an outside guy, that he can be an all-around wide receiver. But I share Kevin, your point being is that if you're a receiver or at any position, if you win a roster spot, if you go out there and you perform, if we're hearing about you in training camp doing good, if we're hearing about you doing good in scrimmage games, if you then show out and ball out in the preseason contests, if all of that's occurring, then you as a fan go, that guy should make the team. That guy's earned his way. If this is about competition, if that's truly what's driving the day, then he makes the roster. And I think that that's going to be the case here, Kevin. I do think that that's going to be the case. And I think a little bit of the time period you're talking about with that receiver and why that did occur at that time was a little bit that the Hawks had gotten a little bit away from that competition is king thing. Jaxon Williams, thank you. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for mentioning that. By the way, subscribe up to Concierge with Nolan, folks, on his channel if you're not. But Jaxon Williams is the Kevin Lonice. That's the guy I think you're thinking of was Case. And that's easy. See, it's easy why you mixed them up, because they're 5-star wide receivers from Washington who then went and played at UW, who then kind of were scratch NFL players. So that's like, how do you not confuse those guys? But yeah, the Jaxon Williams one remains one that I look back in history on that, Kevin, and that one stung. You needed wide receiver help. Kid balled out, earned himself a roster place, and then you ended up cutting him. And it was kind of the end of his career at that point. I think he went to a couple other places, but that was going to be the end for him. And this was really a position that was set up for him to maybe come out and have a little bit of, not maybe success, but have an opportunity to make something happen with his pro career. I'm with you, Kevin. I hope it doesn't happen. And I think, Kevin, luckily, the good news with this is that we have the Jaxon Williams example. He is kind of one of the rare examples when it comes to the receiver position of a guy balling out at the receiver position in training camp and then them cutting him despite that really good production in training camp. That's probably the one thing where we can take a little bit of a heartened view of it and going, they'll not do that again. They've only done it once. They won't have it happen again. But go Hawks, Kevin. And you are a tremendous brother for your support. Thank you for the $20 donation. David Moore, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, great to have the Hawks back and great to watch it with you. Thank you so very much, David. You are very kind for saying so. Very kind for supporting the channel with the donation. And I truly, really love doing this play-by-play thing. I wish I had done it much earlier in this channel's history, because I think there's such a big, not only do I love doing it, but I think there's a big market for people that enjoy being done on it. And the thing that I want to commit to doing in doing this play-by-play, and that we're going to be doing this in the future year, I don't care what's happening with the channel, I don't care where we're at, we'll always be doing the play-by-play, but I want to get better at it. I want to improve. I want to get to the point where it's, it can be as close to keeping you guys riveted to the action as I can be in my description of it. And so I hope I can continue to keep taking steps forward to get better at it, because I am still relatively new to it. But I love doing it. I love doing the play-by-play. I love being able to experience this game with you guys live like that. I love it so much better than just sitting here silent, watching it and going, yay, yay. There's something about being able to kind of keep the action where we're all in the same tandem in it, and sort of how we're watching it and how we're kind of seeing it go down, But thank you, David. I appreciate the $5 donation, man. It's good to be back. It's good to have Seahawks football going down. It's good to see this team hitting, this young team fiery and competitive. It's great to get the W. Nothing wrong with getting the victory as well on the other side of it, but good to be able to talk about a lot of players from this game that we can kind of signal out and say, wow, this guy played well. This guy played well. This guy was an improvement, or this guy was very impressive down here. That's got me very much as the final result of this game or anything else. It's good to see that we can really maybe rely a little bit more on the depth this year by the way this team played throughout the course of this whole game, and in a way that we haven't always been able to do in recent years, because the team just hasn't been as good, as stacked up. Appreciate you though, David. Thank you for that donation. Sector 7, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but a Blue Angels solo pilot crashed in Tennessee in the last 5 years. Aviation is dangerous. No doubt about it. That has sucked that there was one. I was thinking there hadn't been any. Well, there hasn't been any in the Pacific Northwest. Sector 7, you get those pilots down there in the South. They're drinking moonshine. It's the next day. You drank moonshine last night. Are you sober? Or are you not? I don't know. F it. I'll just get in the craft and make it happen. Seattle, we don't do that here, right? There maybe a couple of them have some gummies or something before they go up, but nobody's going that route with it. That is unfortunate to hear. You watch those guys fly, and quite honestly, I'm kind of surprised there isn't, we don't have more. There's one every year one goes down, because those guys run some tight maneuvers. And it does look, as you say, it's very dangerous. It looks very dangerous. It just takes at times one guy to flap his wings this way and the other guy to flap his wings that way, and you've got yourself two blown up aircraft. So that's tough. That's tough. Hopefully that solo pilot was able to get out and pull the ripcord there. Hopefully he didn't go down with the ship or the craft. I should say Sector 7. But thank you, Sector 7, for all the donations, man. Appreciate you on that. Nolan, thank you too for that $2 Jaxon donation. Thanks for making sure I was searching for the name. Sometimes I just can't find it. Kevin with a $10 donation. Thank you, Kevin, for the follow-up $10 donation on top of your original donation. I appreciate all of those donations as well. He says, yes, I was wrong, Williams, but you got my point. I did get your point, and I think that you're right for bringing this up, Kevin, and kind of locking in on this, because I know that you're just meaning it about the receiver position, but I think that it's something that's got to be applied all the way down, through this organization. And there's a couple of different reasons for it. Number one, I fundamentally believe in my heart of hearts that when you let competition drive a team, and that you lean into that as much as you possibly can in the NFL, in an NFL where draft pick positioning matters. Where were you selected? Well, we picked you here. We can't have you not play, because then it looks bad on us. How much are you being paid? Well, we paid you all of this money. If we don't put you on the field and then play you after paying all that money, look at how bad it looks upon us. These are things that push you away from just fielding the best team, the most competitive team, the best player for the position, the player that's earned the roster spot or earned their spot in the pecking order of how much rotational time that they can expect to play. And I think that what happened, Kevin, is that when Carroll and Schneider first walked in the door here, they had that drawn to an extreme degree. You saw it with the roster churn and going through like 1,400 players in 4 years or something like that it was at the forefront of their thinking. This is what we've got to value. And we've got to have it be our guiding light, like a torch going through a cave where it's nothing but pure darkness. This torch is going to take us to the promised land. And it did. And I think like Richard Sherman said somewhere right around the time as he was leaving the Seahawks, when he was referencing a little bit of losing their way, I think a little bit of what was lost in losing your way was a loss of not leaning back into that competition being king, and that you instead slid back into a manner where guys were allotted to start, guys were allotted to be the backups, guys were allotted their position. And it's sort of like you're kind of given your meal. You don't have to earn it, kind of thinking a little bit with it. So when you have guys like that Jaxon Williams back then that had earned it, that should have been given that roster spot, it stands out that that's not as much a guiding light of your team. You know, it's a bit of a canary in the coal mine situation when a player like that happens. I don't think it's going to be the case this year, Kevin, but I do say you're probably going to be with this roster as deep and strong as it is, much like we were 10 years ago. We're going to be cutting guys that are going to be picked up on other active rosters, and it is a good problem to have. It is a good problem to have. You just want to make sure that you're keeping the most valuable ones in-house. And for your and my sake, let us hope that Bobo is one of those guys, because there was a reason that I marked this guy. We had 25 undrafted rookie free agents, folks. And if you're looking at, coming here after the game and understanding about Bobo and you're not as familiar with him, I did a live stream where, we had 25 undrafted rookie free agents. I'm not going to go through all 25 because there's a real small chance that these guys can make it. So I watched as much film of all the guys that I could. And I came away with 4 or 5 guys that I thought had the best opportunity to make the roster for the skills they brought. And one of those guys at the forefront of that was indeed Jake Bobo. Another guy was also Matt Landers, who had himself a touchdown catch tonight. Those are the guys that are legitimate and being guys I think that can push to get onto this roster, especially considering the Dwayne Eskridge suspension situation and now his injury situation. When God only knows where that is. He probably broke like 3 bones at once, knowing him. But then you also have the Derrick Young situation with his injury and uncertainty. And so hopefully this opens the door up for Bobo to make it. Kid's been very, very impressive, and he was fun to watch tonight. Very fun to watch. Kevin with another $20 donation. Kevin, thank you for the triple dono, man. I appreciate it, and especially the correction to make sure I was right about that Jaxon Williams. I had a gut instinct that's where you were going with it, because I, like you, that one sits in my mind as being one that's just like, why? We needed receiving help that year. And of course, all of us Husky folks, all of us pro UW guys are, going, former 5-star guy. What a great story it'd be if this guy can, recapture into, the promise of the player he was coming out of high school. And maybe that knee is finally fully right. But alas, I guess it was not meant to be on that one, Kevin, with it. But I 100% share your frustration all the way fully on that one. Thank you, man, for the $20 donation. He says, I listen to a lot of people, but you are the one I'm subscribed to. I love your content. Go Hawks. Kevin, man, thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. I work really hard on this channel, but I love every minute of the work I get to put in this channel. This is where I am in hog heaven, in covering this team to the depth and the way that I'm able to do it, especially being able to, over this last year, Kevin, because of folks like yourself that are as kind as you've been, not only by subscribing, which is absolutely tremendous, and not only by liking, which is absolutely tremendous, but by then also donating and supporting the channel on top of this, which then allows me to slide away from normal work and go into the real work, which is this work to me. And I have been just overjoyed every day to where my head pops off the pillow when I wake up in the morning. And what video can I put together? What content can I put together? Where's I think on the team? What does I want to talk about with this team? How can I creatively put it to bear a little bit? And I'm glad that's coming off then in the right way to you, Kevin, and that comes out in the way that it is entertaining, it is fun, that I'm tapping into what I think is definitely a market of folks out there that want to see this kind of stuff and this kind of content. And, as I've said this year, we're only going to be driving further, harder, faster, bigger, stronger, all that stuff this year. There's only going to be more of these shows going into the future, because that's where I want this to be. I want to do this as much as possible. And I thank you, man. I thank you for watching and all of your support. It is absolutely tremendous. I say once, I'll say 1,000 times. There's no one on YouTube that gets, I think, the kind of support that I do, bang for buck, subscriber count, and all that other stuff. As my people always share the love, always show the love, always show not just in donating, but also the encouragement, which is certainly when I was in the early process part of this, on when it wasn't about donations, just on, is this even the right way with this channel? You guys were there with that too, and that shouldn't be undersold as well. And you included on that, Kevin. You guys there to say, keep going with what you're doing. You're on the right track with this. This channel's on the right track with this. This community is on the right track with this. Let's just keep this steam train going. Throw some more coal into the engine pit, and let's heat this sucker up, right? So thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate it. I'm loving this more than I ever have, and I've always loved doing this. But it's just every year that goes by on this gets more enriching for me. I get more people into my Hawks Nest family. It seems like the community comes even more tighter, and the sense of spirit there is just so strong, and I could never ask for more. It just about makes me tear up in certain respects because it's so unbelievable in what we've been able to build here, and I say we, all of us, been able to build here in this community for this channel and what it could be as we go down the road. So thank you, man. I really do appreciate it, and thank you for all your support. I hope you know that it is very, very appreciative. Stimpy, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, love listening to your play-by-play tonight. UDFAs looked really good. Loved Bobo. Allers for MVP. Laughing out loud. Excited for this team. Well, I'm telling you, man, Stimpy, if you're going to give a guy an MVP, maybe even for just one throw, that back foot throw with the pass rusher right in his face. I think he actually had fingers in his face mask. Just about, he was so close to him. And then the gutsiness to be an undrafted rookie free agent guy there. Think about it too, Stimpy, where you got that Colton guy there going, I'm an undrafted rookie free agent. I'm probably just trying to get on the practice squad. I just got to not make mistakes, and they'll just keep me on as that emergency quarterback. There's nobody else here. I got Gino and Drew. So I just got to, when I go in, I'm just going to dink and dunk a little bit. Maybe I'll scramble around a little bit, show him I got some legs, right? Play it a little bit safe. You're thinking the kid's going to do that. Instead, he's back foot throwing a late ball and a back shoulder throw to Matt Landers. And hey, this is a testament to Coach Carroll. He gets these kids playing loose and free. He doesn't have them in a fear-based mindset in their approach. Even the young guys like Allers, who's very new here, it's go for it. Let it rip, young man. Go take your chance. And I love to see Allers do that. He also played some great football aside from that, right? Like he was also very impressive even beyond that for the game. 4 of 4, didn't miss one pass, 43 yards, 1 touchdown, had almost an 11-yard average, a 151 rating. It's not Colton Allers. That's not his name. His name is Colton Mahomes. It's a little known fact about this kid. He's actually Mahomes' second cousin, and he doesn't go by the Mahomes name because he doesn't want to piggyback on Patrick and Patrick's dad, their legacy. He wants to create his own. And so he's like, I'll go by Allers. But yeah, he changed his name to Allers in high school. He was named Mahomes and went to Allers. So I don't think it should be a surprise that he's going 4 for 4 and back foot bombs down, back shoulder bombs down the sideline. Shouldn't be surprised. Shouldn't be surprised there, Stimpy. But very excited for this team. Undrafted rookie free agents look tremendous, to your point on that as well. I thought, just to put a couple of notable names out there that stood out, Patrick O'Connell didn't play a lot of this game, still amassed 5 tackles. I thought he looked really good against the run. Derrick Reed was flashing all over the place. 5 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and a pass defensed from Derrick Reed, the free safety that we took out of the 6th round this year. Man, he looked really, really good. Levi Bell got himself a sack. He also had a couple of 3 quarterbacks hit. Levi Bell did down on the defensive line there for Seahawks. Tyreek Smith with 3 tackles. The Ohio State kid bouncing back also had a tackle for loss in this game. Boye Mafe early on looked like a guy that's just every bit looks like he's on his rise and is going to be quickly a guy where it's going to be very hard to keep him off the field on any downs. So nothing of just the run downs, but also as a pass rusher. And Darrell Taylor better get back out on that field very quickly, because also we saw today Derek Hall looking really good in his few snaps that he got. I thought that he was pretty impressive as well. He supplied some pressure. He looked really good on a couple of stunt plays. But the undrafted rookie free agents were good, really good. That third string unit, Stimpy, that third string unit was just tremendous. They played with a fire. They played with some heart out there. There was a 4th down stop in that mix. Those kids were flying around trying to hit. I loved what I saw from those guys, Stimpy. It was good. And you love that from those undrafted rookie free agents. You want those guys hungry. You want those guys fighting and clawing and scratching. And we've had a great history with undrafted rookie free agents, period. Probably more so than most teams, if not 90% of the teams, if not more so than that, than anybody else, as far as the Coach Carroll Schneider era and the amount that they've been able to unveil and find. So, yeah, good to see on those guys on that, Stimpy. Also, let's give a little shout out to the long snapper. We got the rookie long snapper out there. He held up well. There weren't any bad, weird snaps, which was encouraging to see in addition to that. So good there. Very good there. But thank you, Stimpy, for the donation. Snail, thank you for a $5 donation. Appreciate you. It says Lockett, Metcalf, JSN, Winston, Bobo, Johnson, Landers, Thompson, Young. Not to beat a dead horse, but I legit don't understand why Eskridge fits. I think it's a fair point to be made here, Snail. And, I think if the team's going to hold on to Eskridge at this point, if he's going to be now injured, if he's now going to be up for suspension, he's been injured every single year up until this point, and that's with you barely playing him. Every sign here is kind of showing you that this is just a second round pick that's not going to work. This is just a second round pick where you happen to have missed it on, and maybe he someday does find his feet. But how long do you want to wait on this? Do you want to wait through the whole course of his rookie contract? Or do you eventually get into year 3 of this and say, we got some other guys we've now built up at the position. We're not in the same place we were at when we originally drafted Dwayne Eskridge. We literally have drafted his replacement for the original reason we drafted Eskridge was to become our slot receiver in there. And now we've taken JSN because he's not worked. So we've already built in an acknowledgement that he's not good enough and he's not part of the long-term plans. So in regards to your question, I don't know where it is either. I felt like he had to come out and have a strong preseason. I also felt the 1-2 tandem with Eskridge coming into this preseason was he had to stay healthy. The kid came here broken. He's been broken every step of the way. He's barely played. And some of the evaluation down there with Eskridge is, I know he's explosive. I know he's good with the ball in his hands. But if he can't get on the football field, if he can't stay healthy, then what is the value there? And how long do you sit on that, especially if you sitting on that means that you've got to lose a Bobo to another team that will put Bobo on their active roster? Or even maybe a potential Landers, who maybe eventually, as rough as he's looked at times in training camp, maybe at least has some upside to offer down the road in his skill set and what he brings. I think the team's going to have some tough decisions to make, Snail, in regards to Eskridge, but I feel like the decision's getting made clearer and clearer by the reality of what you're having to deal with in Dwayne. And I'm not trying to shade the kid. It's not his fault that he gets injured, but the first play of your NFL season for this highly injury-prone kid, he's now getting injured. First play, not an offensive play, just a kickoff coverage play. I don't even know if he was in on the tackle. Thank you, though, Snail. Appreciate you. Bad Wolf has become a member of the channel. Bad Wolf, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. And to let you members of the channel know, Bad Wolf, do keep an eye on your community post, as I do post out the members-only videos we do, member-only live streams that we do there. So we do the Thursday game. We do the Thursday at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time for members of the channel. So do keep a lookout over there, Bad Wolf, for that. But thank you for joining and becoming a member of the channel. I do really appreciate it. MJ Seahawk with a $5 donation. MJ, thank you for your double donation tonight as well. I really do appreciate it. He says, let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. He says, thanks, Brandon. Looking forward to a great year for you and the Hawks Nation. It's going to be a tremendous year. We're going to have a hell of a time. Got a variety of different things planned here for the channel and what I want to pull off this year. Some big plans. So I hope we're going to be able to really take the top off this year, not just the team, but the channel itself. And I hope we're going to make it happen this year. But I'm looking forward to it too. This was the perfect energy tonight from you guys in the chat. Love seeing where everybody's mind was at. A lot of positivity flowing out there. A lot of hopefulness out there. A lot of people ready for football out there. Ready for a long off season to finally come to an end. And let's get this thing going. And it was good to hear. I was feeling that energy, especially early on, kind of in the chat with where everybody was at, saying, here we go. Let's go. It's time. It's time. You know what time it is, Brandon. And I know you know what time it is, MG Seahawk, and it's going to be one hell of a year, I think, this upcoming season. So I'm glad to hear you're hyped. I think the chat's in the same place. You're all in the right mindset. Championship mentality, championship spirit. Expect big things, high expectations. That's how we roll here in Seattle. That's the standard that's been set. Thank you, though, man. I appreciate you, that donation. Fat Daddy Stacks in the house. What's up, Fat Daddy? I appreciate that $5 donation by you as well, man. Says, I usually don't put much into preseason games, but this win will be great for all the new guys to push forward. Alders is very impressive. Kobeck. Yeah, let's give Kobeck a little bit of love, huh? Brian Kobeck in this game, six carries, 32 yards. That's a 5.3 average. Then you also got him out of the backfield with 3 catches for 43 yards. Kid was looking like an Austin Eckler out there. We got our own little Austin Eckler in the Kobeck. But kid was fun out there, man. Fat Daddy, he was fine, looking elusive, looking hard to bring down a little bit. Very agile, kind of moving side to side and kind of finding some holes when he needed to. He didn't look like he always had holes in his runs where he had to find all the backs tonight. Had to kind of tough sledding as far as the holes go and finding some rushing lanes to get through. I'm with you. I don't always put a lot of stock into the preseason games. One thing I wanted to lock into is just on the specific things, which is, how do the rookies look? Are the second-year guys taking steps forward? Is the depth looking better? You can always tell if you get to that third unit, like the Vikings look tonight a little bit. When you get to the third unit and things are all just falling apart, blockers can't hold up, your quarterback can't hit anybody, balls are bouncing out of the hands of receivers, and then as a team, we don't have as much depth here. We don't have an ability to lean on that as much, and that's going to be a bad signal to your team about the success they can hope to have over the course of the season, because eventually that depth will be challenged. And if you don't have it, it will hold you back. It will cost you football games. And right now, as it stands after one game at least, and this was something that I think expected Fat Daddy coming into this year, that this team was going to be deeper. When you've had this many selections over the last 2 years, when you had some money now freed up this offseason to go out there and actually bring on some extra assets, you have the opportunity to build that deeper team, especially when you're not paying a quarterback 15, 20% of the salary cap. When you get your quarterback at a $10 million cap hit this year, makes that a lot easier to make that depth kind of take hold. But it looked good tonight. Kids were really impressive. And I think you got all of your questions really answered walking away from tonight that you had coming in for the most part. Let's start with the running game. You held up the running game really nicely by the Vikings. They tried. It wasn't like they weren't trying to pound the rock. 26 carries from the Minnesota Vikings tonight. Only 83 yards on the ground. Now, there was no Madison rolling, but look, you didn't have Kenneth Walker rolling on your side. So it's not like you weren't, running with backups as well. I thought from the start of the game to the finish of the game, the defensive line did just a great job in stopping the run. Drew Lock, 17-24, 191 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Overall, a good night from him. Now, there are still some issues from Drew Lock that are going to, last year going beyond this game that we're going to talk, I'm sure, a lot about. But still, I thought Drew Lock played a really solid game when it was all said and done. And he made some very impressive throws. It was kind of a Drew Lockian performance all the way through. Some turnover-worthy plays, some really highly impressive plays over on the other side of it. You get a little bit of the balancing of the scales with him, both for the frustration and both for the undulation on the other side of it. But Alters was great, man. Fat Daddy. Kid was awesome, and that throw was as ballsy as you're going to see an undrafted rookie free agent quarterback make in a preseason game, especially one that I think Fat Daddy really had that kind of throw you make and it gets picked off and it's a pick six and it changes the course of the game and you go on to lose that game. That it's almost a throw that there's only downside to because you have the roster spot kind of hammered out. You're going to be that third quarterback on the roster. You'll be the practice squad, basically quarterback. But you make that kind of throw where it gets pick six back the other way, you could lose your roster spot with that kind of throw, where it's like, that was such an asinine, dumb throw on your part. We just can't. We just can't with you. But he completed it. And good on Landers to be able to recognize the ball in the air and kind of track what was going on there, to be able to stop his route and know that the ball wasn't going to get to the end of the end zone and be able to make the play on it. So it was fun there. But great game. It was a great game. And the new guys looked really good. Fat Daddy, Boye Mafe looked good second year coming forward, man. He was all over the place early on. Really fun to watch him, getting to work on his side of things. And I think the encouraging things you'd want to take away, as much as you could hope to ask, like you say, taking it with a grain of salt. As far as you can take that grain of salt with a performance like this in the preseason, I think you feel as good as you can hope to feel about it coming out of it. So it's good. It was great all the way around, man. Thank you for that donation. I really do appreciate you on that. And hope you're doing well out there. It's good to see you in the chat too. Stimpy, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. Very, very, very much, Stimpy. So thank you for becoming a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. I will be doing streams. We're going to be doing 2 streams during the year minimum for members of the channel. So we do a Thursday, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, members, patrons only stream. And then I'll also be doing a pregame hour-long stream here before the games every point during this year. So if you want to be included on that, just a chance to kind of be able to get, as we get a lot of people in the chat this year going along, just to tie a chat, an opportunity for me to be able to connect with you guys at times, as I know we're going to have the chat blowing up this year, and it will be hard for me to keep up with all the questions. And so that's a little bit of an opportunity if you happen to miss your question or something like that to kind of get through in that manner of things. But hope you guys are having a great night tonight. I want to thank everybody for all of the support. We had an insane number of donations tonight. A lot of people becoming members of the channel. I do appreciate all of that support, and thank you guys for jumping aboard and putting that support forward tonight on the channel here as we go along. We will be doing we'll be going along here doing the post game here and kind of just chopping it up a little bit. So wherever you guys want to kind of take the discussion, we can talk about. I think we got a lot to kind of cut up from this game. A lot to discuss in the Drew Lock performance alone almost, and what we can look at. But we got Zach Charbonnet out there getting a couple of carries, looking pretty good on his side of it. Jaxon Smith-Njigba was every bit as good as advertised. I mean, he just about had an Odell Beckham-like catch, where he had no business making the grab and nearly pulled it off. We got some guys that we hadn't expected to talk about. Aesop Winston Jr. He had, and that name is a mouthful. He had himself a nice little connection point with him and Drew Lock. 3 catches, 29 yards, and a touchdown for him. He was kind of impressive on that. But of course, it's Jake Bobo with his 3 catches, 55 yards, a long of 29. 3 catches on only 3 targets for Bobo, by the way. So not often targeted, but when you did throw him the ball, he made some damage happen. But really great to see the kid out of UCLA, the 6'5" kid, get his business done and also get it done as a guy who was doing his work and damage tonight, it looked like, from the outside mainly. He might have had a snap or two where they moved him inside of the slot, but everything was mainly out there on the outside. So seeing him pull off that kind of work out there in that way was pretty impressive tonight from my standpoint of things. Stimpy said, how to do it. Best Seahawks content creator out there. Well, thank you, Stimpy, man. I really do appreciate on that. And I promise you, for being a member of the channel, one thing that we're going to be really amping up with doing this certain special shows for members of the channel and whatnot is to try to get some more member benefits. I'm not taking anything back away from the normal channels. We'll be doing the normal shows and all of that. In fact, we're doing more normal shows this year. But I do want to get some membership benefits to you guys too as well. So we'll be getting a reward to you for doing that and hopefully getting some more content out to you guys as well. Be on the lookout for you guys tomorrow. Just to give you guys a little bit of a preview, I've got a little short of Darrell Taylor that I'll be unveiling tomorrow. I've got a little video there to show you a little move that I think Darrell Taylor is starting to master in his pass rush repertoire over the last couple of years here in Seattle. And I think it's something that is a very interesting move to watch, one that fits up to a former NFL legend. But I'll be dropping that video tomorrow, so you guys be on the lookout for that one to be coming out real soon. Ty Guy says, Aesop played so good. Go Cougs. Aesop played great, man. Yeah, he played great. None of those catches, I think, were easy. He had one maybe where he was able to sit down, but a couple of those catches, I think he had to take a hit or have a defender very close to him as he was having to make a kind of a contested catch situation go down, and he pulled it off. He pulled it off. DBN says, I'm working a graveyard shift, so I'm tuning in till the end tonight. Let's go. Let's go, man. Tom Eaton says, Bradford opened up quite a few holes working with Curhan on the right side. Nice combination. Those are some good run blockers you got on that side when they're both in the game. I'll tell you that. They're 2+ run blockers. And I saw the same thing. Bradford had a couple of moments in this game where he was able to get a few pancakes. And he does play with that edge that you saw with him out of LSU, where he will go up to the whistle. He will ground you into the ground. He will try to stuff you into the turf if he can pull it off. And you love that in your linemen. That's what you love to see. That's what you want to see. Not all of them are wired that way, but Bradford definitely showed you some of that tonight. Bradford, the physicality, the bare strength that he has and he possesses was certainly very, very on point. P Chin, thank you for becoming a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member as well. Appreciate you joining up and becoming a member of the channel. As I said, we'll be having 2 different shows every week during the season, especially just for our members. Thursday and game days, just about an hour and a half before the actual game or show. So do keep an eye out for you members of the channel. Keep an eye on your community post, because that's where you will see the membership benefits come down and through. Ty Guy asked who played the best on defense. Boy, there are so many guys that you could be going to as far as good candidates go. I think I would probably lean to Mafe at the end of the day, my opinion on it, but I think there's a few different guys that certainly have a strong argument. Jarek Reed would be one of those guys. You could maybe go to John Radigan, though he struggled in coverage early on there quite a bit. Boye Mafe. Certainly, I think would have a strong argument. And then even a kid like Levi Bell, 3 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 3 quarterback hits, 1 sack. And that might be your guy right there. Wicked Garden says 4.940. That's just inexplicable. 4.940 is blocking tight end numbers. Yeah, I think sometimes too, Wicked Garden, though, it's a matter of a guy doesn't always test well. Not every guy is a track guy or a guy that's good at running a 40-yard sprint like a track guy would. Some guys are better once you put the pads on. Some guys are better once you got guys chasing them. It's a weird thing, but it does exist at times with certain players. I like Bobo too. I like Landers too, Wicked Garden. I do think from the reports, Bobo has looked more refined and looked more pro-ready than Landers is. Landers has more physical gifts to his game and more, obviously, overall probably ability in his explosiveness and his speed. But can't undersell the fact that Bobo's just a really good football player, and he's played a lot of football coming out of college. He played at Duke before he went to UCLA. He's had a lot of run. He's had a lot of targets, a lot of catches. He's played every wide receiver position. He's played the X, the Z, the slot. So there's a bit of a Bobo understanding kind of, if he can fit into playing on the outside, like you say, at his speed, that is a bit of the question. And if we do come to find Bobo not making this roster, the real answer we'll be able to come to as far as the coaching staff goes is we just didn't think with his speed it's going to hold up at the NFL level. It maybe works in preseason, but this is not going to work at the pro. That would be the reason you'd go to. But he didn't look like he was speed restricted tonight. He didn't look like he was inhibited by his quickness tonight. And if that could be the case, that'd be great. Great. Space says, damn, Bobo's 6'4". He's a big boy. He might even be bigger than that, I thought, isn't he? I thought Bobo's like 6'5". Maybe he's only 6'4". Yeah, he's only 6'4". He looks even bigger than that, though, on the field to me. He almost looks like he's a 6'5" guy. Maybe it's just because he's kind of a thicker 6'4" build. Sajan says, I'm sorry, but this was a typical Vikes versus Hawks game. They led, we win. That's right. They start out quick, but we come from behind. Sup says Bradford will be a plus starter shortly, I think. He's going to bring something in the run game, I think, immediately. Question comes in, Sup, with him is if he can hold up in pass protection, if he can become better in that department and area of things. And that's the part that that's the part we're going to have to track and monitor. Ty Guy says Landers totally made that touchdown. The ball was underthrown, and he ducked through the defensive back, made a move, and scored. Super impressive. Very impressive, Ty Guy. And yeah, I mean, he did make that move. He made that happen because really where the course of that route is taking you is you're supposed to be going to the back of the end zone on the 9 route, and he recognized the quarterback just could not get enough oomph on the ball to get it there. And then he adjusted to the ball. One of the things that I liked as far as the skills Landers brought, and there does seem to be some rough edges to him according to some of the reports we're hearing from training camp, but his ability to track the ball and recognize and pick up the ball really quickly, it's an underrated little bit of a skill. It's one that's sometimes hard to recognize in players because it isn't always really clear when it is occurring. But that is something that showed up in him and quite a bit on his Arkansas tape. And you saw it on that play. He picked up really quickly where the ball was coming out of the hand of Allers and made that adjustment really fast. He had to be able to come to stop and hit the brakes that quick. As you kind of evidenced by the cornerback who was not able to come to the stop as quick, allowing him to make that catch. And then, like you say, too, he finishes the deal by making a move after the end of the catch to get himself into the end zone. Wonderful play. We got Seahawks Times in the house, man. Seahawks Times, by the way, too, I know I saw your email and the deal. I'm going to be reaching out to you about us being able to do a collab here soon. The last couple of weeks were crazy with trying to get a couple of things nailed down here for the channel and getting the store set up and not getting a site starting to get creative and getting some sponsorship stuff nailed down. But we've got everything kind of knocked down, nailed down at this point. So I will be getting back over to you here soon on that. I do want to let you guys know, too, as well, this stream and all of the streams this year are going to be sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. They have reached out to the Hawks Nest, and they've been kind enough to extend the olive branch here for the next year as our main sponsor here on the channel. And right now, as we go into the season, you can go and win yourself some money with the Underdog Fantasy app. Go play the fantasy. You can play it every week. It's a fun little fantasy app where you don't have to just pick your team for the year and then wait through the whole season to find out if you're going to do good or not. You can do it week by week, pick your team week by week. And the really good news on this is that with them sponsoring the channel, if you go to Underdog Fantasy and you use my code NEST, Underdog Fantasy will match you up to your first $100 of your first deposit you do on their site. So it's almost like a little bit of free money, almost a little bit there. If you sign up using my code NEST, I'd really appreciate it if you do, as you also are showing your support for the channel. So make a little bit of money in your pocket, support the channel a little bit. It's going to be a win-win. But we are going to be doing the Underdog Fantasy sponsorship stuff all throughout the year, including we're going to be doing a fantasy show on Saturday this year. So if you have not been back to the channel a little while, the stream schedule is going to go like this year. We're going to be doing streaming on Sundays, streaming on Tuesdays and Thursdays with the B&B show Wednesdays, and then we'll be doing Saturday a quick show on fantasy every week. With Underdog Fantasy being kind of at the forefront of that. You can jump in there. You can challenge me on a couple of these matchups here during the season. But I want to thank Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the Hawks Nest. And again, use that code NEST and they will match you up to 100% on your first deposit. You can do a variety of different little matches and games in there to win money. It's not just one trek to go there and win money. Do it from a variety of different fashions. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for all of that support. Very, very kind of them. Rumbler Podcast, I'm kind of sad we didn't get a chance to see Gindorf tonight. Feels like the guy has legit upside to his game. Could be a Disley replacement down the road. Seems like he was a little bit behind a couple of other guys on the depth chart with it. He was in there for a bit at the end, it looked like, Rumbler, but they definitely didn't feature him all or use him very much at all. I'd like to see a little bit more of him too. Seems like Mabry's getting a little bit of run still, maybe ahead of him on that depth chart, Rumbler. And we'll see what they do with that situation. I mean, do we end up maybe sitting on two tight ends on the practice squad with Mabry and Gindorf? It's possible. It's possible. Sup says Bobo needs to put on some weight. He'd be an elite pass-catching tight end. He's not far away size-wise in his build, I'll tell you that. Another 10, 15 pounds, and he probably could be considered a move tight end at that point. So he's an interesting case. He's an interesting type of player. It's hard to kind of know if this guy can fit or not. It's hard to know if it may just too slow, just way too slow. Or if you go, well, he's just such a good football player. He's just got such a good feel for the game. He's just got such great hands. And I will say this about Bobo, where he doesn't have speed, there is some quickness for a guy his size at 6'4". He's not necessarily fits to form with his speed to his quickness. It's kind of like he's got the abnormal quickness, but then there is not necessarily the speed there. Snail says Devin Bush looked way better than I was led to believe. But Bush was out there flying around, man. And he laid some hits. He was crunching some people out there, which is a lot if you go back and watch his Michigan tape. That's what he was doing in Michigan. He's just a middle linebacker flying around hitting everything. Probably why he appealed to the Steelers to pick him in the top 10 as much as anything. But you saw that again tonight. It's a little strange seeing a middle linebacker out there with the 0 number. It just doesn't, to my eyes, it kind of betrays my eyes a little bit when I see it. But kid played good. This guy amassed himself a good number of tackles in this game, and he looked good and solid overall. D-Boy, did Kenny McIntosh play tonight? Nope, no McIntosh tonight. That knee's going to keep him out for at least probably 3 weeks, D-Boy. You're not going to see him until the start of the season at this point. Stuart S. says Hall flashed tonight too. He did. Derrick Hall, when he was coming out, what I liked about Derrick Hall was there was a little bit of a refinement a bit to his pass rush that you don't normally get with edges coming out of the draft that quickly, where they'll all have like Mafe with like one plan of attack, Mafe being the hand swipe coming out, and then not a lot else other than that. And what you had with Derrick Hall is you had a guy that could give you he could give you the bull rush, he could give you the long arm, but then he also had a counter inside. And so he had those three that he could kind of go to as his three go-to moves that he could kind of change off of based off of what he's feeling off the tackle. Tonight, you got a feel for his ability to get inside. It wasn't as much a counter move on his pressures that he created. It was Seattle using the stunts as much as anything at the head of it. And him stunting, he's so quick with his lateral ability and so fast and explosive to then get upfield after he gets lateral that he's right on top of those quarterbacks just too quickly. And I think that's something, as we saw tonight, that might be something they can build into his game very quickly, immediately when he gets on the football field. But I agree, Hall looked very impressive. Very, very impressive. Wicked Garden says Gervicius was a better athlete. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Gervicius ran like a 4.5 40 or something like that. You know, a little bit faster. Joe was awesome, though. As Travel Nature says, Joe was great. DJ says Bobo is a Brandon Stokely. There we go. It's like a bigger Brandon Stokely, like 6 inches taller Brandon Stokely. Seahawks Times question, though, for my old heads like me, is Jake Bobo equals Joe Gervicius? Somebody was mentioning that a little bit earlier, Seahawks Times. Let's go back really quickly. Gervicius combine. Let's go double check what Joe Gervicius was as his combine results go. Oh, okay, so Joe was kind of relatively slow. The whole better athlete thing, I mean, marginally. Wicked Garden, I'll say it's kind of marginally. Joe Gervicius was 4.66 on his 40, so he wasn't blazing fast when he ran his. He also only jumped 31.5 inches on his vertical leap. His 3-cone was 7.49. I mean, there's no elite numbers that Gervicius is supplying from his standpoint there with what he brought coming out. Now, Bobo at 4.99, or, you know, I still don't think Bobo is really a 5-flat guy. I think he just tested bad at the pro day. But 4.66 is not cooking either. So, you know, Seahawks Times, when it comes down to making the comps between Bobo and Gervicius, I think that there's actually a lot of room there to make that as an appropriate comp. I believe Bobo's probably more of a 4.7 guy, which is closer to the 4.66 that Gervicius ran. I think on a football field, they're very similar in that speed fashion. They both win from a contested catch standpoint, which makes sense. They both are really good. It stands out to me in Bobo and Gervicius is they're very good about blocking the defender out with their body, finding always a way to put themselves between them and the ball and the defender. And that was stuff that you saw from Bobo going back to his UCLA days, and that was absolutely Gervicius. Physical players, bigger than your average wide receiver on the outside, not just in height, but also in kind of just the general build that you see from him. I thought of it as being a very close, comp initially, but I'm kind of starting to warm up to it. Herbicide says disappointed, no sacks or INTs. Well, we didn't have any INTs, but we had a couple of sacks. And you did have over the course of the game 8 quarterback hits on 34 dropbacks. That's pretty good. 2 sacks for the game. It's not elite numbers, but it's pretty good. Jeff Speak says Bobo over Landers. There you go, Jeff. Sugarman Biscuit. Mafe and Mike Morris looked really good in the series they played. They did. Morris got a good amount of run in this game. I thought he looked pretty solid. Wasn't able to register any sacks, but he got a quarterback hit in the game, or any tackles, sorry. Side Jim, miss you, bro. Miss you, man. Oh, you're talking Seahawks Times, man. Sorry. Seahawks Times. Hall lives in the backfield. Boy, was he ever back there today. Ran the cut. Was I tripping or were we use stunts? No, we were using stunts all over the place. At least especially when we had Mafe and Hall in there. It was a little bit more traditional pass rush as the game went on. But when those guys were in there, they were definitely trying to lean on it. Tommy says Hall and Jamal up at the line of scrimmage is going to be fearsome. Well, if you can run those stunts like that, Tommy, and then you got Jamal kind of running from another angle the other side. Imagine if you're running the stunt one way with Derrick Hall this way, and then you got Jamal looping around the outside, and then you have Mike Morris coming in behind Hall or coming in behind Jamal if you want to flip him over to the other side. I like the thought of it, man. And you could get pretty creative with it. Stunt was good. Travel Nature Fanatic, can't wait to see Kenny Mack. Gonna probably have to wait till week 1 on that travel, but it doesn't sound like the knee injury is too serious. So, Wicked says 4.66 40 is still much better than the 4.9. I mean, much better? It's better, but it's not like, 4.66 is far from 4.4, which is your ideal for a receiver. 4.66 is still slow. It's still considered pretty molasses-like. But I feel you, Wicked. I know you're in on the Landers train. You're all aboard on that. I get it. I like Landers too. I like them both. Ski or surf, man. Either one works. Sugarman Biscuit, Moffan Morris. So good. So good. So good. The Muffin Morris. DJ, can Bobo block though? I think he should be able to, but I didn't honestly lock into a lot of that part of his game when I was evaluating him coming out. And I certainly wasn't keeping a close eye on that tonight as much, probably. I'll review that a little bit on the tape to take a look at that, though, because he's theoretically a guy that should be able to dominate in his blocks at his size. Seahawks Gaming Bobo looks like a tight end. He does. He's so big. He's so thick. You normally see those 6'4" guys. They're like Landers. They're just kind of string bean kind of builds. Diddy says, Drew said in the locker room, we say more Bobo. In utero in the house. What's up, man? Corey Indall says, how did JSN do? I was at work. Corey, he was very impressive. Only was in the game for a very short period of time. They did try to feature him a little bit and work some touches his direction. He only managed 3 catches in the game, but it wasn't a lot of targets. So he was 3 catches for 25 yards on 4 targets. I think the most impressive thing about what he did in this game was actually not Corey his catches, but the one that he didn't catch, the target that he was not able to reel in. It was a throw where Drew Lock made it, and you go, what are you doing, Drew? It was a throw that had all the hallmarks of being one where you make the toss to try to fit it in tightly, and you end up sailing it over the top of the receiver, and the safety that's sitting over the top is there for a very easy interception where you're almost throwing it right into the hands of the safety. JSN was able to really get up and elevate, and then he was able to extend his arm back behind him, and he almost made this like crazy JSN-like catch, or crazy Odell Beckham-like catch with one hand and like 3 fingers. But what he did do on that was he was able to then redirect the ball away as that safety's closing in behind him, and then cause it to not be an interception. And so that Lou Locke didn't have another interception basically at that point. So that was as much as anything the most impressive thing in what he did. But he looked smooth. He looked quick. He really quickly turns into a runner after he makes the catch. That showed up again tonight. I think as advertised, Corey, would be the shorthand way I'd put it. Tommy says, Cooper Kupp only ran a 4.62 at 6'2". That's true. Yep. Speed's not everything at the receiver position. It can be an important, helpful factor, but there are certainly other things that you can use to overcome speed, especially if you have some quickness. Herbicide says, all the coaches said Bobo's faster than what he did at the combine. Yeah. And I think even Herbicide, I don't think he was invited to the combine. I think he only had his pro day to operate off of. So you only got one bite at the apple with that one a little bit. Whatever he did on that pro day was all you got. And I just think you look at the tape of him, he's faster than 4.9. He does look faster. I'm not saying he's fast or blazing, but I do think he's closer to where probably Jervicius was with that 4.6. Probably 4.7 is probably a bit more accurate. Stewart says, I was kind of shocked that Bobo's testing numbers are as slow as recorded. He plays way faster. He does. And this is the reason to be a little bit, at times, it's not to throw the testing numbers away, but so many teams get over caught up on testing numbers, and then they throw the tape out. And I think that's the place you can't get when you look at these testing numbers, is you're suddenly finding yourself throwing out tape of a guy who's played year after year after year in college and has given some sterling production in college, and you throw it all out because you don't like that this one score on this one testing number didn't hit to the right spot. I understand that can draw a guy to not be drafted, but then when you bring the guy in and he actually shows himself to be a player, that testing time number at times becomes irrelevant. If he can play, he can play. And what we saw at a guy like Bobo tonight, what he showed at the scrimmage game with his 7 catches in that game, including a touchdown at the end of that scrimmage game, it does look like he might be a guy that can just flat out play. It's good to see. The Hawks in the house. How you doing, man? Says hi, everyone. Is everyone happy? Frustrated? Somewhere in between? Everybody's, I think, nothing but happy tonight, Addicted Hawks. I think this is hard not to view this as everything and being a positive step all the way around for everyone a bit. It wasn't you dominating or smashing this team to a million pieces in this game, but I think you ended up winning out. You were more physical. You controlled the line of scrimmages better at the end of the day, and you came away with the win, which is even the best part beyond that. Young guys played well. Second-year guys looked improved out there that we saw. Some of them we didn't see. Pretty encouraged, I think, all the way down. I don't see too many people that are wringing their hands or upset by this. Michael Scott says, thoughts on Holton Ahlers? I thought he looked good in his debut. He looked really good to me, Michael. He looked like a gamer back there. He looks like he's got a lot of grit to him. The throw he made, the ballsy throw to Landers was tremendous and gutsy. I was lamenting about it. It's a throw where I think it's very easy. If I'm the third quarterback on a roster and there's not a fourth quarterback on the roster, and I'm going into the preseason, knowing NFL teams are going to want to keep a third quarterback for emergency purposes, if only, alone. They're going to want to keep that on their practice squad. And I've got that spot kind of firmly established. And I go out there and make that kind of throw in that moment, knowing that if I throw a pick six and it causes us to lose this game, and coaches are like, we can't even rely on this guy to be the third stringer. But he showed no fear. He made that throw off his back foot to Matt Landers on the back shoulder throw. Landers made a great play to adjust to it, of course, too, in addition to that. But I love the gutsiness of the kid in that moment, to not just be like, it's enough for me to just kind of make the roster. I'm going to earn my way with my throws. I'm going to earn my way with my play. And he was doing pretty good tonight. I was impressed with him. Daniel says, John Snyder really put us in a hole with his Quandary Diggs contract. Give me a Kobe Bryant at safety on a rookie deal instead of paying Diggs $18 million next year. We'll see where it goes with that. Kobe still does have to remain to be seen from my standpoint, Daniel, if Kobe can truly slide into that safety mark. I mean, he has never played it. And I don't know if he would necessarily beat for beat give you exactly what Diggs gives you back there from that position. But it'll be interesting to monitor and track. If Brian takes to it like a duck to water, and that's something that you could be facing on when we look down that next year, maybe a little bit of a silver lining to this, Daniel, could be that one of the reasons you're eventually going to be paying that Diggs $18 million next year, and that's where the cap hit is at versus being reduced, is because you've maximized more of this year's cap to add an additional player this year, which will maybe help this team be a little bit better, which maybe helps to push this team a little bit closer to being a contending team. Wicked Garden, I'm liking our depth right now too, man. Feeling as good about our depth as ever. Wicked Garden, what do I think about Kobe Bryant playing strong safety? It's cool that they're giving him a chance out there. I don't like ever taking an NFL player that's played a position in college and then saying, now your first year, we're going to move you to this new position. And then your second year that he comes back in after he played pretty good at that other new position you moved him to in the first year. Now you're going to move him to his third position in 3 years, despite having some moderate success in that slot position because you're just so stacked at your other given positions. Not really as much because that's his natural position to go play at. And that's what I think is a little bit of what's driving this decision. Maybe he'll take to it, but it remains to be seen. And we'll just have to see how that kind of plays out a little bit. It can't hurt our depth, obviously, but I do worry a little bit, Wicked. You're a player trying to develop. It's hard to master any given position. It's really hard to master any given position when every single year you're being moved to a new position. And I wonder if that might end up holding up a little bit of his development. Jason, love his Jamal Adams replacement. Certainly could be at least minimum is the insurance. And very well may end up being the replacement. We'll have to see. Herbicide, Derrick Reed looked awesome. Kid looked twitchy, tackling well. Loved what I saw out of him. D-Boy, thank you for the $5 donation, man. I do appreciate you on that. And it's good to see you in the house. It says, B, what do you rate our team performance tonight, 1 through 10? Please break down the good, the bad, and the ugly. And can we bet on apps in Washington? Now, not much, B. You can't do the full functionality. First on the second part of your deal on that, D-Boy. for the Underdog Fantasy site, if you're in the state of Washington, you're not going to be able to do every last bit of the functionality and all of the little things you can put in as far as getting in on the action with that a bit. But there's still a lot of stuff you can still use on the app. So it's not going to restrict you fully in Washington from, like, for instance, you can run the weekly fantasy thing, D-Boy, where you run a fantasy team. What we'll be doing, for instance, is I'll be doing we can do custom leagues in there, right? We all put in $5 or something, and then we all go head to head for a given week, picking our fantasy team. So there's still some things you can do around that, even with a little bit of the restriction within Washington State in regards to those kind of apps. They don't completely shut them down. Breakdown, the good, the bad, the ugly. I think the good on the good front side of it is that, your young players that you want to see performed and popped and looked good and had there enough of moments in there that you feel good about what you saw from them, from, Derrick Hall to Boye Mafe to Mike Morris, Derrick Reed. These guys looked really good. And then you have even guys beyond that were your undrafted rookie free agent type guys that also really popped. The Bell kid, Patrick O'Connell. These guys also kind of were looking solid too, which now gives me you get a little bit of upshot there, D-Boy, on feel good about the second-year guys taking steps forward, providing a little bit more of an impact. And then here we've got these undrafted rookie free agent guys that make me feel a little bit better about the depth of the team. I'm going to be able to get down to 2 to 3 here, and I feel a little bit better than I have in recent years. So I think when you see the team really turning it on that second half, shutting down that opposition's offense, coming forward as your offense and getting down there and scoring at that point, I think that's a testament, D-Boy, to a little bit of an improved depth. More good side of it. You covered up well tonight. Overall, I think after you got kind of past the first half in pass coverage, Nick Mullins was able to kind of cut up your soft zones. That would be kind of on the downside of it, a little bit of a negative thing. But you got better as the game went along. And Jaron Hall in the second half really struggled to find very many holes in that secondary. Certainly wasn't able to really do much to push the ball up the field, absent a 19-yard pass to N'Keal Harry on kind of a trust throw. So it was good to see them on that angle of it. Jake Bobo was great. 3 catches, 55 yards. Brian Koback is a running back filling in this game. Certainly going to get a lot more carries than he might normally have if you got a full stable of McIntosh and Walker going. But he was able to get 6 carries, 32 yards. He also caught 3 passes for 43 yards. All-around good performance from Koback at the running back position. He was pretty impressive, I thought. Drew Lock was overall good, but there is a little bad with the good there for me, D-Boy. It's good, but the turnover stuff still does remain a bit of a question mark with him, and there not being ultimately a ton of confidence that he has fully corrected that issue 100%. He still made some really great throws, and his decision-making was, for the most part, on point. He shows off the skills of an NFL starting quarterback, where you go, I can see this guy eventually sliding in and becoming somebody's lead dog. But you do end up wondering if eventually with him, he ends up getting clipped or kind of held back a little bit, like a leash that ends up kind of pulling him tight just as he's getting up to a full sprint. If the turnover issue ends up being that thing that upends him in that way, D-Boy, just a little bit with that. But overall, the quarterback play was great. The backup, Holton Allers, 4-4, 43 yards. Ballsy throw there to Landers on the 30-yarder for the touchdown, which was good to see. Really more than anything good tonight, just good tonight. I thought the team played with a fire, D-Boy. I was really impressed by how, for lack of a better word to use here, how violent the team was. I want to see a Coach Carroll defense hit. A Coach Carroll defense isn't going to be blitz heavy. A Coach Carroll defense is not going to be heavy pressure based. A Coach Carroll defense is going to keep the ball up in front of them. But part of the key within keeping that ball up in front of you is that when they do make that catch, when they do have that ball in space, that your guys rally up, everyone's rallying, and then they're rallying up with authority. You're looking to put a punctuation mark when you make a tackle. And I thought the team did that all across the board throughout this game, where they were more physical. We had the better control of the line of scrimmage. This is an important part for me to see, D-Boy, because, of course, that's a place where we really had a lot of the games that went bad last year really went down quite simply badly to one thing and one thing only, and that's that you got your butt whooped on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. So the fact that we took the butt whooping out to them tonight, very, very encouraging on that. But nothing really I would point to as I would say is full-on ugly. Some slight little bad things, but nothing ugly in a game like this where it was pretty solid football played throughout. It was good football played throughout, and way more good plus things to take away from this game than anything else. So I think it's as good as you can ask for, D-Boy, as far as what you'd like as an ideal preseason game to walk away from it. The vets look a little better. The younger developing guys look a little bit better. The undrafted guys, the back-end roster guys look like they're really going to make everything competitive and make your decision-making as a coach in a front office hard when you come to cut-down day. God, I don't want to let this guy go. God, I don't want to let this guy go. Man, I really like this guy. We can't get him on the practice squad. How are we going to make this work? You want that kind of problem from a roster building standpoint. It means you're drafting right. It means you're team building correctly when you run into those kind of problems like that. As I say, D-Boy, it's first world problems when you're running into those kind of issues. So not really any ugly, man. Some slight bad, but mostly all just really, really, really good. But thank you, man. Love right back at you too, D-Boy, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that donation on that, man. And I hope you're having a great night. I appreciate all that support. Brudas DM, thank you for the $5 donation, Brudas. I appreciate you as well, man. It doesn't have anything in your comment being said in there on that, but thank you for the donation, and I do appreciate the support on set into the channel on that, man. Hope you're having a great night on your end of things. I'm going to take a quick little break here, folks. I will be bouncing right back here. Just give me a couple minutes, please. Or a minute here, I guess I should say. Give me a minute. I totally forgot I was muted. Sorry. Let me respond to that again. Thank you for letting me know, chat. My bad. Somebody's mentioned about the depth chart being Bobo and Landers both on the depth chart with Derrick Young. I don't think there's a way that their team's going to hold 6 receivers on the active roster come the live action. I think you hold 5 at the most. Now, the good news here is going to be that it looks like, well, the good news, but the tough news for Derrick Young is that it looks like you might have a sports hernia. If that's the case, then both Landers and Bobo potentially could make the roster at least through the first 6 weeks, and then you make the decision on that down the line after the Eskridge suspension or the Derrick Young coming back situation. And then you got to make kind of a tough decision then at that point. In Utero says, did Pumpkin ever pick games? Indeed, in Utero. Yeah, man. I've got the video up on my, it's up on my, under my video section, man. So you should be able to locate it. I got her up on the thumbnail too. So just look for the thumbnail with the cat. I think Doc says, Brandon, the important question is, what does Pumpkin think of today's game? Folks, let's go down to the sideline now and check in with our sideline reporter, our sideline feline reporter, one Pumpkin. Pumpkin, today on this game, what did you think about how the team played today in this first preseason action. Was it good? Did you think the team played well? Yes, you did? Who was the player that stood out for you? Was it Bobo? Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, right now we cannot get much response from the sideline feline reporter. She seems to be a little tired and in more of a napping kind of mood. We'll have to check back in with her a little bit later on to hopefully get a bit of an update on the situation. Isaac Wesley, Victory 12's first game of the season. This is just the beginning. I liked what I saw on both sides of the field and special teams. How about special teams coming in with the fumble caused? Showing that effort all the way throughout the night, laying some hits out there. As in addition to that, on the special team side of things, loved to see it. Shane Germany, Seattle should say to Jamal Adams, either take a pay cut to improve the defensive line. Is it still light in the depth, or cut? As Adams isn't worth it. He's $18 million he's going to cost this year. I certainly understand coming from that standpoint, I think, Shane, and I get it. I'm not trying to push back too hard on that. I would say a little bit of, if the team was going to make this decision, they were going to need to make this decision, to me, back in June, where you could split the cap hit up then between 2 years. You could then push a little bit of his cap hit into next year, but then you could have saved those funds fully at that point in time for this year to be able to maximize it to the utmost, to your point. The team chose not to do that. And so what they did do with that, Shane, I think a little bit is show their hand in the commitment to Jamal and saying, let's make it one more year of a try of this. And then if we get through the one more year, we really get to save all of the money next year, or just a huge chunk of the money next year by waiting for a single season. I think the team is more in that neighborhood of things with their outlook of it. Daniel says Matt Landers guaranteed himself a spot on the roster with that one ball adjustment run to the end zone. He might have. If there's one play that can do it, that's certainly the type of play that could. Sugarman Biscuit, BBK didn't really stick with me tonight. He had one good tackle that he filled the lane on, but I think he was overall fairly quiet. Erickson, the coverage was trash, and we missed a lot of tackles. Agreed. Tackling is a place to maybe get a bit of an improvement from. There were some points where we had guys out after the catch. You had a man right there to make the tackle, and they just completely kind of whiffed. I felt like Erickson, too, there was a lot of vanilla coverages being run by the Seahawks defense early on. It was just kind of soft zones, and Mullins is a guy who has shown himself in the past to be very well acquainted with how to take apart Seattle's zones. As we saw, he beat us multiple times when he was with the Niners. I think he beat us at home multiple times when he was with the Niners. So he's a guy that has been that problem child quarterback for us, that Colt McCoy type quarterback who knows his limitations and plays within them, as he did in that first half. And Tommy, it was great to see BBK at least playing again. Just knocking off that rust. And understandable, guys, haven't played in a couple of years. Riverside Dixon was looking good. He was. He should have had a down punt there at the 1 yard line. Bobo almost got that thing put back in, and then somebody messed up and put their toe on the line, or he would have had a 1 yard line drop. But yeah, Dixon looked good tonight. I think he had 2 or 3 punts inside the 20. Space says anytime you can hold a team under 100 yards rushing is a good thing, especially when that team kind of takes a lot of chomps to try to get to that 100 yards. I mean, there's 26 carries. So it's not just like the team decided to throw 50 times in the game. They were trying to run the ball. They were trying to establish that. And you did a good job all the way throughout the game of being very strong, to your point on that, in the run game. Erickson Bobo was on that down at the 1. Sweet to see. He was, man. He did a great job of selling out there and got the ball back into the next guy behind him. All the next guy behind him has to do is let the ball bounce. But those guys always want to take their hands and put their hands on the ball when they come through, and he didn't realize his foot was toeing the end zone line at that point. Myers made all his kicks. Myers looked good. Special teams was great tonight. Showed you why that's really a third wheel of this team and not just a forgotten about, Yeah, I guess we got to get to our special teams. No, that's a team, part of this team that does make an impact and make an impact at times on a weekly basis. Erickson's got a lot of confidence. He thinks Maffei's going to get to 12 sacks. I'd love to see it, man, and I could see it. Kid's got the talent to go there, man. He does. Wicked Garden says, I think our front seven is going to be downhill in attack mode. Lots of stunts, mixed in blitzes, multiple fronts. That's what they should do, Wicked. I hope that's what they do. That's what they should do. That's the way to best take advantage of the type of personnel that you have in the house. I hope you're right about it. And certainly they gave you a little bit of a feel for that tonight. We didn't see as much of the pressure-based stuff tonight really until the second half. They started to bring a little bit more of it then. I do hope we see a little bit more of it when Bobby and Jamal are in there in first half times, especially if you're going to run into more of that soft coverage like they were running in the first half. But that would be the perfect ideal, the way that you term it. You know, lots of stunts, attack mode, mixed in blitzes, multiple fronts. There's the pathway. And Utero Pumpkin's about to take over. She is, man. She's just resting up right now. She's just resting up. Seahawks, JSN only had 3 snaps. No, he had more than 3 snaps. He only had 3 snaps. Empower Code. Thank you for the $20 donation. Empower Code. Very kind of you, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for the tremendous donation. It says, wow, we saw a Holton Aller masterclass and incredible stuff at wide receiver. JSN's route running, Bobo finding separation, Aesop, Landers. Kobe Bryant experiment at safety could work. Maffei hype is real. Levi Bell looks solid. Go Hawks. Levi Bell is going to be kind of an underrated guy coming out of this game that maybe gets forgotten about a little bit, but he indeed looked and deserves mention with all of those guys that you put out there. I can't add a whole lot extra on top of Empower Code what you put out. I think that is very much what my eyes saw as well. Kobe Bryant out there laying some licks out there on the field early on. It'd be great if he can take the safety, and that's just a natural fit for him. I know I'm lamenting a little bit of him being moved around a bit, not liking moving a guy around in different places, but if it's his best fit, maybe it's just his best fit. But really cool to see the receivers stepping forward here. We've got a time where we've got Eskridge, our second round pick, who looks like he's just about on the edge of the ledge to just about be in a zone of being cut from this team. You have Derrick Young in a position of having the sports hernia, and maybe you're going to have to wait with him for 4 or 5 weeks. It would be very nice to have a couple of the young guys be able to step forward and be ready to go at the start of the season. Not if we have to lean on them as being a high target player, but if you have to from time to time go to them in games, them to play the special teams, them to be the extra receiver if you have to call upon them every once in a while over the course of the game. It'd be great to have those guys fit into that role and find a footing there, considering where their wide receiver depth is currently. So we'll see how all that stuff kind of tracks. Empower Code, well said on your part. JSN certainly stood out from the very first catch. Even on short little catches, you can see with him the quickness, how fast he turns into a runner, his feel of how to get free in coverage, how he can change up his routes a little bit in his route running. I saw in a couple of the throws with him. So he was very impressive. And boy, if he had Empower, as I was saying during the live cast, if JSN had reached up and made that Odell Beckham catch in preseason with all of the cut-ups that we already have of him in minicamp and training camp, including the other one-hander he made, he would have just torn the top off the fan base as far as the hype goes on this kid, if not nationally. He starts going in first rounds of fantasies at that point. But it was all encouraging. It was all encouraging in Power Code, and very few things that you could look at from this game and go, I got an issue with that, or I got an issue with this. It's not full nitpick mode to get to that spot of things, but you're getting kind of close on it because the team was really good all the way around. They played good in all aspects of the game, offense, defense, special teams. And there's only just a couple little things that we can, I think, gravitate towards to kind of go, this was not great, that wasn't great, and that wasn't great. Everything else, really good. And Euro says, yes, Maffei hype is definitely real. It is real. I did that video for a reason a week ago, kind of trying to feature him and say, okay, the pass rush is the thing that just needs to come together, but there's a lot of reason to believe that the pass rush will come together with Boye Maffei, because this is a traditional norm with guys picked in that area, is that they don't tend to flash initially. but they can come along. And once they do develop, they can be those kind of players that has that kind of impact. And he's got the ability. He's got the physical skill set to build himself into becoming a very good pass rusher. It's sometimes about having that ability and those base skills you can work off of, and he's got it. The long arms, the good size, the good weight for his size, the dip, the bend, the quickness, it all kind of goes together with him. And now it's just about becoming more of a technician. And specifically with him, I think you even saw tonight on the run game, where he made a play in the run game where he cut inside on an inside move. The tackle overset outside and then he bounced inside. And that was one of the big keys that I pointed to in the Mafe video a week ago was if he's going to develop into a better pass rusher this year, he just has to get the better to the inside counter move to get that tackle having to then play it as far as the outside sets go and as far as protecting the arc of the pass rush goes. You've got to play it legitimately now. You can't just overset and jump wide to the outside because I don't have an inside counter move. You got to jump out under control and be aware that I can come to the inside, which now will start to open up the outside stuff for Boye Mafe, which is where then the pass rush really gets the top taken off for him. That's where he can really push past the 10 sack mode a year. But it all will be based around how he develops that inside counter move, I think. Wicked Garden, will we see Spoon next game? I would guess not, Wicked Garden. This hamstring has already jumped up before him on this in the past this offseason. And I just think they're going to be very, very careful with it. Steele says coming into the chat late, Hawks Nest. So if you already talked about it, then ignore. Otherwise, please talk a little bit about the Mariners. It's been tremendous to see what the Mariners have done. I haven't had a chance tonight to take a look and see if how they win. I think do they have the day off today? I think they got the day off today right now. Yeah, they're off right now. It's been great watching the Mariners come back. I think a part about this team that we're looking at the Mariners, and baseball is such a more slower sport than versus football and teams developing and coming along the path. I was very much in support of Dipoto taking the track that he did at the trade deadline. I don't think the team had showed enough by that time to think that they were contenders. Could you make the team moderately improved to slide them into the playoffs by making a big major move? Maybe. But the team kind of just needed to sink by what it was. Sink or swim. Get hot or don't. And if you get through this year and you find yourself non-contender status, then you get into this offseason and now's the time to be aggressive in spending the money. Now's the time to go at it in the way that you didn't the prior offseason because you still thought the team was too young maybe to be able to push in that way. So I do support what Dipoto did around the deadline. I think it's great to see the team show an aspect that I think is going to be a common aspect of them going into future years. It was there last year and it's there this year, and that's resiliency. That's we're not going to give up. We're not going to die easy. And that's the type of stuff that can make up, that's the type of DNA of a championship team. Maybe not this year, but into the down the road time period of it. That certainly is a part that you want to see of a team in baseball. We're not going to wilt when time goes rough, when things go tough. We're going to keep battling. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep grinding. So love to see that resiliency in this team Steel that will carry with it going forward, I think, into the future years. This year, can they push to get into the playoff mode? Sure. And they're playing the hottest baseball of anybody in baseball, so anything is really possible at that point. It does seem to me like the offenses at the end of the day can only get so far in their, I'm not going to say ineptitude, but in their lack of ability to produce runs and being so home run reliant. And when the weather starts to cool down and you get into playoff games, it gets harder to drive that ball out of the park. It doesn't get easier. You lose the warmth of summer. And so I do think that there's a bit of a top end of this team in this particular year. I do think they need to go all in on Shohei Ohtani this offseason. But I also think the team's still on the right path, and I think Dipoto is still the right guy to guide this team going into the future. Big Docs laughing out loud, Brandon, for real. D-Boy, the Seahawks just put the highlight out there on YouTube. I guess I'll go watch it. I was at work, couldn't watch the game as highlights, so the highlights will have to work. Here we go, man. Megan says, for improvement. Bobo played out of his mind. That's what I heard from Miss Pumpkin. Would love to hear how Mr. Cosell responds to Pumpkin's point of view. I'll try, Megan. It's hard after 5. It's tough. The impressions are always tough when the call comes in for 5 hours in because the voice is just getting toasty a bit on that one. One should only listen to the kitty cat when it comes to questions about player performance. Let me ask now this orange-haired beauty what she thinks about one Jake Bobo of the UCLA Trojans. Did you like Bobo's performance, young pumpkin? What did you think about his level of play? I as well thought he was sterling in his application of football acumen, playing with an intelligence that you would only hope to see from a UCLA-educated young man. Will he continue in this performance, young pumpkin? That was a hearty yes by the furry feline sitting next to me, and one is not going to question the psychic intuition of cats, especially one of the orange variety. Powercoat says, so much to digest from this game. What a match this was. Football's back, baby. Yes, it is. Let's go. King Bomber Brando, you mentioned that we don't carry 6 receivers, but especially last year we carried 6 to start the season. I feel like we could do it again because of all the talent we have. It's possible. It's hard to predict, King Bomber, because even if we did it last year a little bit for some of the time, I don't think we carried 6 throughout the season. It's possible. It's hard. It's just hard to pull it off because there is just so many spots, and where are you going to pull it from? Where are you going to go light? Especially King Bomber understanding within this, like, let's remember with the 6 receivers, you're also going 3 tight ends. You're not going 2 tight ends. That might be one place you'd commonly, 1 less tight end, 1 extra receiver. You're not going with 3 running backs. You're going to have 4 running backs. So again, you got a spot where you can't pull it from there. So it starts to come down to, okay, you're going to pull it from the offensive line, and then where do you go lighter? What's 1 less guard? So it's possible they could do it. I just don't know where the position is they're going to choose to go lighter at when I look at it. You don't want to do it on the defensive line with as dodgy as you feel a little bit about the defensive line situations. You wouldn't want to do it a linebacker, I wouldn't think. So that's the part that I wonder with that a little bit. But, it's possible. But I do think, King Bomber, like you say on your next comment, this does kind of become more of a discussion for week 6, because you're down Neskridge to week 6. You're probably down to Derrick Young to week 6. That's more of when we got to decide what we're going to do with who at that point. I think, Docs, did my eyes really see JSN back on punt return formation in preseason game, or was I high? No. I will answer that. You're not high. I saw it too, and I didn't like it. No. Tommy says, if we run a flood zone with DK running people off and JSN Tyler and maybe Bobo running underneath, it's going to be sick. I love it, man. I love where your head's at. And the flood zones work real well with DK because he's going to pick up a lot of attention when he's running through a zone. Riverside says, what's cool is that none of the starting secondary started tonight. Those were all backups, and they all look great. Very well said, man. Yeah, I agree. Secondary looked really good. And like you say, it's only the backups in there. And Brandon, how do you see the depth chart playing at cornerback? I actually think it's going to be pretty clear with the cornerback depth. You'll have Mike Jackson, Tariq Woolen, Devon Witherspoon. These are obvious. I think you got Trey Brown as your 4th. And then I think Artie Burns is your 5th. So you go with those are your 5, I think. Flag Sabbath, how was the center play? It was okay. It was okay tonight, Flag. To my eyes, maybe Oluwatimi was a little bit better than Brown. Neither was super standing out. And to be honest with you, my eyes didn't draw in as much to them. I'll watch them a little bit closer on replay, I think. But there wasn't any problems. There wasn't any quick pressure. There wasn't any issues. So I think they did fine enough with it. Who's playing in Ghana? D-Boy, well, Yeah. That's why I ask if you watch his IG. He's been working out, but you don't send a dog into a dog fight at 80%. No, you just want to wait till, oh, you're right. You're responding to Erickson. Sorry, man. Spuds Max says overall we were just more physical than the Vikings. Guys were fired up. That's a great sentiment. I think it's the same thing, Spuds Mac, because that's what my eyes saw too. You were more physical. You were more violent. That's football at times can be won by that measure of an approach. And an important thing to note, because there was times, as I was speaking about earlier on this, Spuds, when you were losing games last year and those games that went wrong, every one of them you basically came back to and said, we lost the line of scrimmage battle on both sides of the ball. Not just on one, but on both sides. And tonight was a great step in the direction of not doing that as much, maybe in 2023. Big Country says still need 2 to 3 more bats. Yeah, that's where I stand on it too. This is why Big Country to me, Dipoto goes, makes a big swing, brings in one big bat. That's not going to make the difference on this particular team this year, and so don't do it. You only go make that big major move. You only go sacrifice future pitching depth if you know your team is ready to roll right now to be that contending team. And they just weren't. And maybe they can surprise, and maybe they can catch fire and get into a zone period for a couple of months to where they can prove all of us happily wrong on this one. But he needs to get some work done this offseason, does Dipoto, Big Country. They need to spend some money. They're going to be the most profitable team in baseball for a second season in a row. Spend the money. The fans are supporting you. They're they're putting their money down. Now you as an ownership need to put your money down. The time is right at that point. And I think Dipoto will, Big Country. I don't think that we're going to get half measure swings anymore at this situation, and they're going to truly recognize that now's the time to go for it and make a big run for it. Did I call them the Trojans, Megan? See, that's how you know you're getting late in the stream. I call the Bruins Trojans. My bad. UCLA, that's right. He says, thank you, Cassell. Happy to do it. That I kind of fear Spoon won't be all that healthy for us. His style might get him killed in the pros. It could. Been a lot of physical guys that throw their bodies around who end up breaking their bodies very quickly. I think to a guy like Bob Sanders of the Colts back in the day. I think he was the Defensive Player of the Year one year. But just 5'8", throwing his body around with reckless abandon and eventually broke it. And it's possible. It's happened. It's happened before, man. King says they did carry 9 offensive linemen last year as well. Okay. We'll have to run the numbers on where they clip through. So you can see that's where my hard part of this comes in, because you're not going less running backs. You're not going less receivers. You're not going less linemen. So then we're going to pull from less linebackers, which, to carry an extra receiver. I mean, maybe, maybe. Seahawks says my boy Jake Bobo's a beast. He was beasting out tonight. King says defensive line was 7, I think. While LLBs was 5, and inside linebackers was 3 IRC. That sounds right. So you're 12 there. You go 9 linemen, then you're 21. You're 4 running backs, that's 25. 3 tight ends, that's 28. And then if you go 6 wide receivers, then that's 34. So then between at that point, I don't know, it's possible. It'd be tight. It would be tight. I guess one less linebacker is where you're probably going to at the end of the day, because you're going to carry the 5 defensive backs. You're going to carry the 4 safeties. If they really like the guys, they can do it. Erickson is very disappointed by the Jamal deal. I get it, Erickson. I do, man. And, it'd be great if I just don't think they were in a position to be able to make that call to get out from under the deal this offseason because of the structure of the deal itself and being so early in the deal. And that there came that point where you're just getting out from under it to get out from under it versus making the most smartest sense to do it versus the sort of the loss, the chunk that you have to eat to make it happen. But it's a make or break a year. He either makes it go this year or, he will be out after the season. There is no holding on to him for a long period of time. And I think you are right in the fact that Love is here as more as insurance. He can eventually become a replacement, but he is here as insurance as much as anything else so that if Jamal isn't ready to go and Jamal can't be that guy, that you do have a guy you can call upon as a backup and not feel bad about the situation. Overside, I see Spoon tackling a lot this year, especially a nickel. He's going to help in the run game. I do too. Very important part of the run game, I believe. J.O., go Hawks, man. Herbicide says, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Catch you guys next time. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. You have yourself a great night. I hope you sleep well. Appreciate you in the chat. Erickson says, Mike Morris looked like an actual predator. He's a big boy. He's a big boy inside. You definitely feel that presence of size. Meg says, yes, you did. You're dead to me. You got to give me some room on the 4.5, 5 hours in the stream. You got to give me a little rope on that one. And all those California, I'm a Husky, Megan, so all those California colleges are all the same to me. Cal, UCLA, USC, it all just kind of falls and runs together. Ethan Tech World, what's up, Ethan? Says, hey, I'm back from the game. Very much like what I saw from the rookies. Mike Morris and JSN and Zach Charbonnet stood out. They all look good. Feels like there's a lot of guys we can kind of point to in this game that we feel real good about what they did and what they provided. It's good to see you in the house, though, Ethan. Hope you're doing well, man. Your boy Michael, I struggled with the Bush wearing 0 too. A middle linebacker wearing the number 0 it just looks odd. It doesn't look right. I was thrown off by it as well. I couldn't quite. I'm just going, that's a linebacker. And at one point I thought he was Kobe Bryant because you can't tell that 0 sometimes from the 9 coming in there on it. So it's going to take me a little bit of an adjustment there to Bush wearing the 0. It's a bit of an oddity one. Logan Simpkins, I feel a lot of people forget that Jamal's contract was an extension, not a signing, which means the dead cap is extremely significant. It is. It's not a decision that's just simply made unfortunately, by one where you say, we don't have confidence in this injury situation, so therefore we have to cut you. It's not as simple as that the contract being signed is early. And there becomes a point with the dead money hit on this kind of deal where the gain is really not there for you. You're not going to pull as much back in releasing him right now. So it's really just comes down to it's just at its best to sit on it as an asset that, maybe there's not a lot of, like Erickson, like you're saying, maybe there is not a lot of hope there that he is able to reclaim what he was. And maybe he doesn't get back onto the field at full health at any point this year. But then the team reaches the point at next off season where you cut Jamal and you save a significant chunk of change. There's a real true benefit to doing it at that point. You're not just simply doing it because you want to, cut bait and just decide, well, this has not been good and it's never going to be good. I'm always down for saying, look, something's broken, it ain't working. And if we realize it's not working, then let's just move on. But if it's coming at kind of the cost to do that, if it's only coming at you to be paying a price to make that happen, you hurting your team, you hurting your cap situation to make that happen, then you don't necessarily do it from that angle of things. So I think the team just kind of has taken that trek with it, and we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. But that's a good point, Logan. It's the bottom line is it's too much dead money this year. It's too early in the contract, too much dead money. It sucks it hasn't worked out right, But that does become the impetus here beyond the hope that he comes back, beyond whether or not he will bounce back. That becomes a bit of the sticking point here a bit. Megan says, if you were on the Zorn is better than Craig train and not a Husky, I may have been nicer Hawks Nest. I know it's a to call a Bruin a Trojan is a great disrespect in the state of California. California. And yeah, Erickson, I think you're right about Love, and that look, if Love Zero is an insurance policy, but insurance policy can quickly become replacement for Jamal. But it will be, I think, next year, or it's this year as the replacement. But I don't think necessarily the team just signed Love just because, well, here's our Jamal replacement. We'll go with this, and we've already moved on with him. We're just gonna keep him here for appearances or for some like Hail Mary hope that he does come back around. I think that they go, okay, he's here for another year. We'll find our way through that. And if he can't get on the field to make it go, then so be it. We move next year and save our money and roll it up that way. Rand the Cut says +0 is a blitz number. It is a blitz number, but it does look weird when it just looks strange back there. Why do I Mike Morris, Mafe, Kobe, Reed, Hall? So many young guys on D were fast and physical. Good sign. Very good sign. I agree. All those guys you noted looked really good to me in my eyes and had multiple moments, each of those guys, where they popped out. Not just one play, but a couple of different times we went, ooh, oh, hey, there he is again. And yeah, Ethan, Kobe Bryant did have a bam bam type hit early on. Kid lays some wood, man. He plays physical. Logan Simpkins says, Zach Charbonnet laying down that shoulder on sign twice, Lewis Kine twice, reminded me of Carson, except quicker and taller. He definitely will put his head down and get those dirty yards when he's got to do it, man. If it's not a lot there, he will fall forward. It's just that the part of his game that he brings, and especially a part that's going to be very big for the Seahawks when it comes to short yardage situations, I think. And he's got a very good innate ability to find the hole, to kind of wiggle through, but to always be kind of falling forward. If it's a 3-yard gain, it turns into a 5-yard gain by the nature and the way that he does kind of keep the momentum going forward. Doesn't ever really be drawn to a full stop. But he's impressive. Risen says, it sucks Kobe Bryant won't have such a big role if everyone is healthy. He's certainly the guy that's been, stacked behind the depth chart as much as anybody this offseason, to your point on that, Risen. And part of a little bit of probably why the team is looking to move him into the safety role, to try to give him as many different opportunities to reach the field by as many different potential routes as they can create for him. It does sound like he's taken to safety really well, but it does sound like he's not going to necessarily get much of that second year in the slot to develop and see if he can take some steps forward. It seems the team's made a certain determination on that, and that it probably will be more Witherspoon or Love, or Witherspoon and Love splitting the duties down there. He'll have a hard time probably finding the field this year. You're right. And it does suck for him. I do still come back and say, though, Risen, that is a little bit of a good problem to have for teams. You know, you'd kind of like to have this a little bit at certain positional groups because you built it up so strong and so deep. Mr. T just got back from the game. What do you think about Allers? Kid was showing a lot of moxie there in the pocket, man. He had 4 attempts, so there's not a lot to go off of with him in looking at his day and deriving a ton from it. Obviously, I think his day really does, as much as anything, come down to the back shoulder throw that he makes to Matt Landers off his back foot. He's got a quick pass rush right in his face. I think the thing that's just stood out to me with that kind of throw to me is just the gutsiness of it, Mr. T, where, he's the third quarterback on your roster. He's the guy that's basically going to be earmarked to be your practice squad quarterback almost no matter what he does in the preseason games. But if he goes out there and makes some major mistake in these games, if he throws a pick 6 at the end of the game that ends up costing you that game, maybe his third string role is a little bit more in peril, and you make throws like that off your back foot, back shoulder throws where you can't get everything on the football. Those kind of throws can be led to that at times. But he made it work. Matt Landers made a great adjustment on the ball. I thought as well, Allers played really well around the pressure. It seemed like the Vikings were able to get back there to him pretty quick at times. He had another play where he was able to step up in the pocket, then just sort of kind of flip the ball off to the running back as the pressure was kind of bearing down on him. So he played really under control and heady, and didn't seem like he was overwhelmed out there for his first start. He did have the first snap that was a mishandled snap. You have to feel like the nerves were probably getting to him there on that first snap. But overall, very impressed by what I saw from Allers for the most. Again, just 4 attempts. There wasn't a lot there, but he did something with what he was given. Skylar says, just woke up from one of those random naps that oddly make you feel like it's today, yesterday, and tomorrow, all at the same time. Laughing out loud. How'd our boys look? Boys looked solid. I do have those naps too. That's how it makes it hard for me at times to nap, because I just always end up in that weird, what day is it? What year is it? I feel like Rip Van Winkle, like I should have a beard down to my chest or something at that point. Boys looked really great, Skylar, overall. It wasn't a dominating effort, but it was a strong effort, right? It was a strong effort. It was a thorough effort, offensive, defensively, special teams. Everybody contributed in their own manner. Everybody looked good overall. Multiple young guys flashed. Multiple young guys looked good. Your quarterbacks look good overall. Drew Lock still has a little bit of an issue with the turnover problem, which popped up a bit. But he also made some really good throws and showed off some really good decision-making in addition to that. The young receivers, Bobo and Landers, had some moments where they really shined. JSN, in addition to that, the rookie receivers were great in this game. You feel really good about what you saw from them. Defensive line was active and solid on their part. And, a variety of guys making it happen. Boye Mafe, Derrick Hall, Mike Morris, even the back-end guys like Bell and, that Ferguson kid who got in there on that one play. So good in that respect too. You had eight quarterback hits, if only 2 sacks in this game, but 8 quarterback hits, and then you really did a good job, Skylar, of stopping the run here. They took 26 rushes in this game to the Vikings, and they couldn't even get to 100 yards. I thought the rush defense was looking a little improved, and that was good to see. Megan says, if you said that in front of the Trojan Army, you would get yourself killed, Hawks Nest. Well, I'll never find myself in front of the Trojan Army, so it'll never be a problem. I'm up too far north for the Trojan Army. They get too cold up here in their sandals. And I'm glad we have so much depth at cornerback and safety. Me too. Hunter Crack by bro, Bobo was fired today, but so was Landers. Both of them were good, man. Both of them were good. We got people making arguments. Let's hold on. Let's keep the 6 receivers on the active roster. Skylar says, I've heard reports that Coach Pete and Love have become instant BFFs, which is cool to hear. That is cool to hear. I can see how Love would definitely be a guy that appeals to Pete. He seems really smart, really heady as a player. Strong tackler, good, just smart guy across the field and what he's doing based on all the reports we're hearing of him. And I could see that. Tony Wright, good morning, Brandon. Good morning, Tony. Resident Falcon fan in the house says, first, I'd like to say, man, you are really always locked in, burning that time candle as you are on 5+ hours tonight. And as usual, passionate by what you do. Hey, man, I love that. Appreciate the recognition. And it's made easy, man. My chat makes it easy. I love talking shop. And, we had a really strong game tonight. And that makes it easier, too, when you got so many good things to talk about and turn over and discuss, But I'm psyched, man. We're hyped for this year. We've been waiting all through this offseason. Props to your Falcons team, too, because they're getting some love out there where people are starting to kind of recognize them, I think, as a true candidate team that should be considered kind of, dare I say, one of the front runners for the division there and being looked at and considered in that fashion and way. So props to your team too, as I think that they're starting to finally get recognized for how well of a roster that they built up and also the kind of team that they built up and the way that they're going to go out and potentially win football games. Appreciate you, man. Marcus B, 28 says, long time since I checked in. Salute to you too, Marcus. I do appreciate you, man. It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. Hunter Crackpipe says, dude, literally, I'm so encouraged after that. There's so much good to type in this box. Excited about Drew. He was lights out. INT was tipped. JSN, Charbonnet, Bobo, we just played like old times. Old times is a good way to play it. I think, Hunter, in that, if you want to talk about old times, the thing that stood out to me as much as anything is you had guys flying around the ball. You had the guys on the sidelines engaged. If there was a big hit, you saw everybody on that sideline erupt. There was a good play, everybody on that sideline erupt. There's just that special kind of energy of them being connected in that way, connected with what's going on at all times. And that was the part that stood out to me. And the way that you got these guys playing around fast, loose, free, violently, very, very, very encouraged, as you say, to take your word. Encouragement is a good word to use. And I was very, very encouraged by what I saw out of them. All the guys you mentioned stood out to me too as well. I'm very impressed by a lot of the young guys, both the second-year guys coming back off of being rookies last year, and then these rookies. The rookie receivers were all really good. All of them were really good. Even the other kid that got the touchdown catch and had 3 catches in this game. Just everybody was on it. It was really, really nice to see. So I thought Waldron called a good game as an offensive coordinator. He mixed up the attack really well. Loved what I saw from the team, man. Hunter, like you said, there's so many things that are really on the good plus side in this game to walk away from. Marcus says we would have even more good but complicated problems if we kept Neal. It's true. It's true. Team seemed, for whatever reason, wanted to move off on that one, whether it made sense or not a little bit, you know. Ethan says there were some pretty bogus penalties tonight, like the special teams touchdown callback. Yeah, there was a little bit of the officials are not in midseason form maybe on the flags. Tony says the other thing I wanted to say is, how's your second rounder Zach Charbonnet's shoulder and Kenny Walker's groin? I hope they heal up as soon like yesterday. Charbonnet was back out there, Tony. So luckily we got him back on the field here and he was running today. And so shoulder would be appear to be close to, if not 100%. And he seems to be fine now. Kenny Walker is expected to come back soon from the groin. They're just being very careful with it, as Tony, the groin is like the hamstring where you just have to sort of sit on it and wait and let it take its time to fully heal before you bring them back onto the field. And so they're just probably going to give him to all of the time right up to the start of the year and not rush it back because they need this guy to be the lead horse, the lead dog for them. So everything seems to be okay there on that. Everything seems to be okay in regards to both those 2 injuries. Thank you, though, man. They seem to be all right. They seem to be good. Logan says, you can tell the difference in timing and speed with Brian at safety versus at corner. He doesn't have to be on his guy at all times, having to make instant movements. He can analyze and make a play. Well said, Logan. Well said. And he was playing fast and free out there, man. So maybe he just does take to that safety naturally. This is the way a lot of safeties end up safeties, is they start out corners and then they get to that spot. This is where Quandre started out. He was initially a slot, and then the guy ended up like Kobe, and then eventually strong safety, and then eventually free safety. So, there has been a track record of this going down this pathway before. Ran the cut, loved all the default starts and delay of game the Vikings had. Couldn't hear the 12s loud. Could hear the 12s loud and clear. They looked all engaged. When they showed the shots of the crowd, I wasn't seeing a lot of people just sitting down quiet like you sometimes will see. It seemed like that the whole stadium was engaged and ripping and rolling. Something we're going to need this year. A little bit of the old spirit in there that we need to have for this team to regain that home field advantage in a major way, which I'd like to see the return of it, but it's only going to happen if we can get everybody in that stadium to really, really make their voices heard, which isn't always the case. Megan says the Hawks Nest, wow, be really now mocking the Trojans? I've always mocked the Trojans. I'm a Husky, Megan. I'm just wired that way. Tony says, Brandon, and I trust Megan, I trust D-Boy too. If he's got to do something on his end with the thing, we're fine. I don't mind timeouts as much as I don't want bans as much anything. Tony, Brandon, my Falcons have one joint practice in Miami with the Dolphins on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Ooh, I always get worried with those. Off Thursday with our preseason game with them Friday. Our D-line is whooped their O-line this week. No surprise there on that one. Definitely where your strength lies versus one of your strengths versus their weakness, I think, still on their team. But that's interesting. Those inter-squad games, I go back and forth on those a little bit, Tony, where there can be some major injuries. There's a lot of fights that go out of it, but some coaches swear by them. So maybe they are of really some higher benefit to it. But I like where your Falcons are, man. I like where they're going coming into the season. I like how they built this team. I like that they have their own unique way to where they're going to win football games by really running the ball and not necessarily being as quarterback dependent as other teams are because of the nature and the way they built their team. And it's been done purposeful. And I hope you guys do it, man. I hope you do, Tony. Risen says 9 penalties isn't so bad for the youngsters and backups. We seem to get 9 per game, at least during the season. Yeah, that's always a little bit of what you get with the Carroll teams, too, is a little bit of the wild and free and a little bit more penalties than your average teams in the NFL. That's a bit of the cost of doing business with the Coach Carroll-led team, just a little bit, I think. Concierge with Nolan. Thank you for the $5 donation, Mr. Nolan. I do appreciate it. It says, work nights or early mornings. You haven't lived until you sit up in bed at 6 and start screaming, AM or PM? AM or PM? No, I've done it many a time, and especially as I get older, you get more confused with the naps. When you're a young man, you wake up and you know just what time it is. And you get older, you got that just like, it takes the brain a second to kind of come to wake up and figure out what's going on, Like, did I miss this week? Did I miss the weekend? What is going on? It's rough, man. It's rough. The nap life is rough, But there's the other problem with it now as I get older. Back when I was younger, I used to never nap because I could just, if I get a little tired, you're younger, you're like, you just kind of shake it off. You're fine. You get older when that nap starts hitting in and you start to go. You know what I mean? You're gonna go. There's nothing you can do about it, man. And then you wake up 2 days later. You're like, man, I was tired. Thank you, though, Nolan. I appreciate the donation, man. I'm glad I'm not the only one who suffers from that. Risen was Amir, the Vikings commentator, crossed the line a couple of times, or just seems a little douchey at a frat party. I luckily didn't have to hear the telecast, but people were complaining a little bit about some of what they were hearing. They was like, this sucks. So I'm glad I was able to avoid that one. Part of why you got to do the play-by-play here, Risen. You got to listen to me for the play-by-play. Vector 7, thank you for the $20 donation. Very kind of you, Sector 7, for that dono, man, and all the donos tonight on the channel as you have, as on top of being a member of the channel as you are. I do really appreciate that. That is very, very kind of you to drop that, brother. Says, I'm drunk. I love you. I love the Hawks. I love the Blue Angels. I love Tom Cruise. I love the F-18 Super Hornet. I love the poor guys that sadly passed away to the AIM-9 launched from the F-18. Well, I don't know what the last part of that sentence means. Shout out to those guys who had the AIM-9 guys that launched the F-18. Sad to them. But man, look, I love you, Sector 7. I love you, brother. Nothing but love back the other way. I appreciate that love. I feel that love. And thank you for that love, man. And who doesn't love the Blue Angels? And who doesn't love Tom Cruise? If you don't love Tom Cruise, you don't love life. Okay? If you don't love Tom Cruise, you don't love cinema. You know what I mean? Man might have just about saved cinema over there with Top Gun movie. So that's what Spielberg was telling him. Spielberg, like, you saved our butts. You saved this industry. And Tom's like, you're damn right I did. That's what I do. That's right, Spielberg. I am dangerous. Thank you, Spectre. I hope you're having a good night, man. It sounds like you're having a great night. It's a very successful preseason game, and it feels so good. So good to start this year off in just this fashion, preseason or not. Wins are always nice. Jonah the Whale says the backup's pass rush is any indication of how good our first team defensive line and pass rush is going to be. I'm not even worried about the defense. And how good did Kobe look back there? Kobe looked strong. Kobe looked really good, especially with the hitting, especially with the tackling. He looked to be taken pretty comfortably to that safety position, which is good to see for being another new position in, third one in 3 years. They're asking him to go and do. And if you've got a backup pass rushers who are able to make as much noise as our guys would, you would think, Jonah, that is going to make you feel that much better about those frontline guys. And I think you got a reason too. Draymond Jones, Uchenna Nwosu, these are going to be guys that are going to be problems for offensive lines. And then you got those backups rolling through on top of it that I think are only going to help on top of it, especially when you can fit those guys more into roles than asking them to be starters. You don't bring Derrick Hall in and say, okay, you're our number 2 edge rusher. You're the guy going to be out there running 40%, 50% of the snaps this year. Instead, you fit these guys into roles. You keep them fresher, which then you keep a pass rusher fresher. You keep them that much more able to go whole hog, go 100 miles an hour, play in and play out, and play with that kind of abandoned spirit that you want, reckless spirit you want. So it was really nice to see Jonah. It was really nice to see those backups coming out there and performing. Especially nice too, Jonah, see Boye Mafe. Is he going to take some steps forward as a pass rusher in the next year? Kind of looks like it. Can Derrick Hall maybe give you some pass rush early on? Kind of maybe looks like it. Can Mike Morris be active inside and be a bit of a problem down in there on that? It kind of looked like it. All very encouraging, these signs. D-Boy, Brandon, do you think JSN should play more in the preseason, or have you seen enough in practice from him and let's not play him so he doesn't get hurt? I think that you got to make this decision a little bit, D-Boy, with the consideration of where the particular position is at. And by the particular position, I mean the slot position. You are down Eskridge through 6 games. You don't know if he's going to make the roster. You're probably going to be down 6 games with Derrick Young, your other backup slot guy then to Eskridge, who is your backup slot guy for JSN because of the sports hernia surgery he's going to have to go through. So you're down kind of 2 of your 3 slots already, which would mean I think that you want to keep JSN a little bit more healthier at the forefront. You need to get him out there and you need to get his feet wet and you need to get him acclimated here in this game. But to be honest with you, I wouldn't be doing a whole lot more of playing him as we go forward. On top of the fact, D-Boy, we want to really know what we've got in these other receivers. We didn't even see Cody Thompson tonight, but Landers, Bobo, what do we got in these guys? Let's get a good view of them and what they bring, to bear a bit. So I'd be a little protective of him. Don Power Ranger, Hawks Nest. I must go now. Thanks, Brandon and all. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. You have yourself a great night. I appreciate it. Bomber says every move they made had a reason to it. Tonight? Yeah, I agree with that. The worst call was pushing Addison out of bounds, and that helped us. That one did. Yeah, that one did kind of benefit us. It wasn't bad. It was okay. Nothing egregious, as you say. It was fine. I always thought on the fumble, I always thought too with that when it happens that the ball does get placed at the spot at that point. I don't think there was a penalty there. It was just the ball got placed at the spot. Ethan says, even though it's preseason game, my throat is sore. That's the way it's supposed to be, Ethan. I think I did my job as a 12. You did your job. As Space says below, you got 2 delay of games. We had a false start penalty. That means it's being loud there in the stadium when you're doing that. You're doing it the right way. And to come out with the sore throat, that's the badge of honor as a 12. That's your badge of honor. Every little bit of soreness you feel the next couple of days, you did your job. You helped your team win games. A little bit more of what I wish the Spirit would fully electrify through that whole stadium when it comes to game day, because there are whole sections in there where there's just guys that just sit there quietly not doing anything. And everyone needs to be in the Spirit. Everyone needs to be putting every oar in the water there to make it at its maximum, its loudest, to have the maximum effect. Logan, I'm glad we got the W, even though it's a preseason. Helps the morale for the lesser known guys get a chance to make a few plays. Don't work yourself to RB. Good night and go Hawks. We'll be kind of wrapping things up here somewhat shortly. I'll be doing a post game tonight too that I got to get posted up. I think the Hawks, is it me or is Charbonnet looking like a beast? Hey, he was looking pretty beastly out there. He was running hard, which is what I wanted to see from him. That's for sure. Joe Radigan looked fast. It took him a minute to shake off the rust, but finished with 7 tackles and 2 assists. He was much better, I think, in the run game than he was in dropping in space in his zones. He looked a little bit lost to me, dropping in space and trying to cover, but he looked really good in the run game. And yeah, he did look fast in the run game. He got into that hole and he arrived in that hole before the running back was through it on a couple of different occasions and brought a little bit of pop with him on the other side of it too, in addition to that. I liked what I saw all out of Radigan. The coverage stuff was a little bit rough. Some of that was also the vanilla coverages the Seahawks were running early on. Sector 7 says, but I got you water for sure. Just wanted to get one last appreciation post in before bed. Well, thank you for that appreciation post, Factor 7, for that donation, man. I hope you have yourself a good night. In fact, I saw you put another donation there as far as a $5 dono drop goes. New every day. I know what an AIM-9 is now. So definitely good to have those anti-aircraft missiles as you can get them. You know what I mean? So thank you for that donation, brother. I appreciate you tonight on the stream as well for being a great part of the community in here as you are. Whitey Wise says, to be that guy, Seattle has the 6th highest penalties in 2022, and that was only 6.3 per game. 9 penalties is not good, but it is the first game. Yeah, it's the first game. I think this is also a little bit of where we stand with Carroll. If you look at him throughout his time here in Seattle, even when we were winning a lot of football games, we were always a highly penalized team. You got to look at kind of, I think, when you look at the penalties, the nature of the type of team you build. And there are those players, coaches, there are those guys that are not the regimented drill sergeant type coaches who are not as married to the penalty situation being this big thing that they need to put a lot of their concentration behind. It just means sometimes they've got their concentration in other areas for what they want to value more. I think penalties matter to Carroll. It's not to say that, why do why? It's just that I don't think it's as much a point of emphasis for him as, let's say, it was a big point of emphasis for a guy like Mike Holmgren. I think they're a bit two different guys cut from the cloth differently. And because with Carroll, he has a little bit more willingness to have those penalty situations, you'll get games to me like this with the 9 penalties. You know. Megan says you haven't lived until you slept for 3 days for a migraine and wake up and don't remember what year it is. Done that more than once. That would be pretty freaky. That would be pretty freaky. Risen says, what are the cheaper parts in Washington? I'm going to be moving back in a couple of years. Well, I think certainly the Midwestern part of the state's probably where you're going to get the best prices on. Out east is probably the second best. I mean, I'm out in Spokane, and depending on if you're willing to live a little bit out in more Styx-ish range, you can get a pretty good place out here in that spot of things. Obviously, anywhere where you're on the west side is going to probably be pretty expensive up and down the corridor on the west side. But middle and east are probably your best bets. AIM-9 anti-aircraft, Sector 7, huh? They don't even have a fancy name. They just call it an AIM-9. That didn't even roll off the tongue very fancy. Whitey White says, Tom Cruise will never be caught by his gay thoughts. He runs too fast. Whoosh. There you go, man. There you go. Whitey White says, USC got lucky last year not having to play UW and UO. Their D is a liability. I'm a Notre Dame fan too, so I really don't like USC. Megan's getting ganged up on tonight. Megan's USC loves getting ganged up on tonight. Skylar says, thoughts on our old Legion of Boom brother, number 25, Richard Sherman, pairing up with Skip Payless as a replacement for Sharp on the Undisputed reboot. I don't really feel like it's something that Sherman has to do, to be honest with you, with where he could be going with his post-career, and it'll help him, I'm sure. It's helped Sharp doing it. It helped Stephen A. Smith with Skip Bayless doing it, is to raise their profile and help their career. So it's probably, I'm sure I'm not the person that knows this stuff as well as Richard does, and he's being advised on. But it doesn't seem like the greatest of pairing between two personalities that could very quickly just get super personal and uncomfortable very fast, like the kind of conversations we had between Shannon Sharp and Bayless at the end there, like where Bayless is telling him he's jealous of Tom Brady. You know, like Sherman's not going to be able to keep his stuff in control as much as Sharp was able to. And Bayless just sometimes is a line stepper. You know, he likes to cross lines. He should just shut his trap on that. He just can't help himself. So I guess it'll be entertaining, but I don't know. It'd be maybe more entertaining, Skylar's, for the car crash part of it that it brings to play, more than it being the entertaining part of it on it. I was a little bit thrown off that Richard would do it. You know. Rundaz, the Energizer Bunny of Hawk Talk. Kudos. Thank you, Rundaz. Appreciate you, man. I love what I do, man. It makes it easy. Omega says, badge of honor as a 12, no voice or hearing. B. That's right. That's right. That's how it is. How many hours was it from? Oh, your speed main. Rondaz, it bothers me seeing crap all over Eskridge. No player plans on getting hurt. I understand the frustration, but come on. Yeah, I mean, it's, and I'm not trying to crap on him with it. I do think that there's a thing with this that comes down to Rondaz where, he's not in a place where his roster spot is solidified like it's been over the last couple of years. And the pedigree of the second round pick, the luster of that rubs off very fast if you're 3 years deep in this and you just haven't been able to play. And it's not his fault that he's become as injured as he is. Like we've seen with Jamal in this Rondaz, some guys just get bit at the wrong time, wrong place. Sometimes it's just your number and it comes up and you just can't stay healthy and it doesn't matter what you do. I'm not saying anything for him on a personal front of this, but I do think Rondaz as well is that I don't think that Eskridge gets the benefit of the doubt of he eventually gets to take up a roster spot and have that occur when there's other players that are pushing and doing as well as they're doing and that they are guys that are actually healthy and they're the guys that aren't suspended. Because let's not forget that this is another part of this Rondaz, that this current injury that he just does now sustain being something like his 6th injury that he's had here in Seattle in 3 years. This also occurs while at the same time he's just been suspended for an off-the-field incident. So while I get where you're coming from to a degree on that, there is that part of this process too that factors in. And that is going to bring people in a place of being a bit disappointed with the guy to say, I don't think it needs to get personal, but this is going to be a common thing that we can't help but be, coming across throughout the course of the season to kind of face a little bit and consider, on that decision. I'm still going to remain in support of Schneider in that decision, even being the guy that is, I loved Carter as much as anybody out there. There's nobody that was more Jalen Carter than me, but I can also recognize the decision making that went into that decision making and that decision that went into that. And it was not one that was born out of, I think, of a quick knee-jerk reaction or the Seahawks not doing all of their due diligence. I think they did. Why do I says, I understand Seattle has had many years with high penalties, but they suck, laughing out loud. That kept killing drives last year. It was a big hindrance to the offense. It sucks. It does with it. Why? I do think that you have to have a coaching type of personality that also will lean into that stuff and try to teach that and make that the keen teaching point of what they want to do. I just don't think as much of that being Carroll's pedigree on his baseline as a coach. He brings a lot of good things to bear as a coach, but I just think that that's not as much of an important item for as much be for you or for me or for other fans. That's just reading him from a 10-year standpoint on it. And in the many years thing, why is I'm saying on this, it's not just amount of many years. It's also, this has always been a part of the problem with Coach Carroll here. If you go back for 10 years, if you go back through his whole time here in Seattle, you'll find a team that's probably one of the highest penalized teams almost every given season that he's been here. And that's where it becomes to me more of a rule of thumb than it becomes a issue for that you can kind of clean up on the team. Define cheap. Skylar says, I love me Sherm, and he's going to have hot takes. # no doubt about it. But those two together has me feeling it could induce one of those migraine Megan's gets. Megan's not going to be able to watch the show. She's going to get migraines listening to those two talk. And you could quickly get to a place where they're both talking and saying things, but they're both giving you just a headache in what they're saying, right? And that's where I'm sure they're hoping the car cash element of makes it more exciting to watch it. But I mean, the one time Sherman would talk to Bayless on the interview that they had, you ended up in this awkward moment where Sherman's telling him, Bayless, he's better at life than Bayless is. You're going, okay, Richard, maybe not the 10 a.m. interviews anymore. Okay. Let's wait it out to the afternoon before we're putting the mics in front of Richard Sherman. Okay. Seattle PR. Can we do that? Can we maybe do that? No more early morning interviews with Richard. He was so cantankerous in that interview too. He was ready to load it for bear. Kevin Zobor, the Vince Young, Reggie Bush era in college football is great. One of the all-time greatest games. And Rondaz, I'm sure Sherman will make it work. I do think he's going to really fit to this post-career football and being an analyst and talking head kind of person. Ran the Cut says, burn that midnight oil. Thanks for the late night stream tonight. My pleasure, Ran the Cut. It's the first game of the year. We got to go a little late tonight. Got to stretch this out a bit. Why do I says once you live east of the Rockies and can easily drive to other places in just a few hours, that's when you realize how isolated the Northwest is from the rest of the country. Indeed it is. That's why they think we're Southern Alaska. D-Boy, Brandon, is there any other rookie that stands out that will make the first team? They'll make the first team? You mean like starting? No, I mean, I thought there were some guys that stood out that'll be good backups or rotational guys out there tonight, but I don't think there's anybody that's jumping out to start. I think Oluwatimi's got the best chance, D-Boy, of sliding in and becoming that starter, and I'll have to go back. I didn't have a chance to really lock in the tape between him and Brown tonight. That'll be one of the main things I look for on the All-22 matchup between the two of them to see how they did on that. That'll be the thing I'll really be interested in seeing, but other than him, I don't know. There wasn't really anybody else outside of that. Skyler says, I agree 100% with that assessment. Glad you and I are on the same page with that. Hope for the best for Sherm, but it gives off real cringe, clickbaity vibes is my first impression. Yes, 100% is right. Skyler, we are on the same page with that. I hope it's great. I hope Sherman takes to it well, but there's some volatility there on that, and not the fun kind of volatility, but in the cringy kind of volatility, or clickbaity, like you say, kind of volatility. BZ says it's not Eskridge's fault. He's not a Pro Bowl center. No, it's not. And certainly you mentioned a good point, BZ, which is the Creed Humphrey situation for some fans. Colors a little bit of the situation in the view of Eskridge here a bit. That's true. Run says, I agree. Eskridge has it or performed. I just don't like seeing players dragged for things out of their control. I agree with that, Rundaz. I've been in that same boat when it comes to Jamal Adams' situation. It sucks to see, and people are mad about it and frustrated about it, and I get it. But yeah, it's not something you should really give a hard time to a player for, because it's not really, their fault on that necessarily. There is a wonder I do have on this sometimes, Rundaz, is, a big part of training is the injury prevention side of things. And some of these guys on the injury prevention side that are always so beat up, I do wonder and come back to, is this a guy that is doing everything from a training standpoint to make sure his body's 100%? Is this a guy that's eating all of the right foods that he needs to be eating as a well-tuned athlete? And that's the part we just don't know, but because we don't know is also because we can't necessarily drag him like we do know, to your point on that. D-Boy Brandon is an AI. Did you see how he just got paused out of nowhere? Thought my internet screwed. My thing got... Oh, I started glitching. Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened. King Bomber says, anyway, I really think we... Oh, it sounds like my deal got hung up, huh? Well, it's a good time to call it, guys. We're 5:45 in, almost 6 hours in. I will be back on Sunday. Let me know if you guys can hear me, if I got frozen up here. So if I got frozen up, sorry about that. But I think it is, I think it's a good time to probably give it a call here. B-Boy Loretto, Brown could be the next Unger. He has a lot of similarities. We could see him slide in something like that. We need it, man. We need it. All right. Well, let's go ahead and we will finish it up. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you, you guys. You have yourself a great night. Enjoy the stream here. We will be back on Sunday. Great job by the Hawks. Great win by the Hawks. And thank you guys for making the chat as wonderful as you guys did. Thank you for the donation. Sector 7, if you guys can hear me. I'm good. Spectre 7, thank you for the $2 donations. As D. Eskridge was hit by an A9 anti-aircraft missile. Okay, I'm glad you can hear me. I thought I kind of tripped out. Sometimes the stream can get a little scent on that. So, D definitely did. It was a psychic AIM-9 missile. Maybe he just dated a witch back in college, and the witch was like, forevermore, she's burning her incense and blood and, doing all that. She says, forevermore you shall be injured for breaking my witchy heart. And now Eskridge can never be healthy because the witch has doomed him. The witch has doomed him. Ethan, it was an awesome first outing, man. And D-Boy, thank you for reminding me that. Please do hit that like button if you could for me, folks. Get subbed up if you're not already. Hit and listen to this on replay. As well, I want to thank again the can't even use my brain after 6 hours sometimes. The sponsor of the channel here, and that's Underdog Fantasy, is now sponsoring the Hawks Nest here throughout this season. We'll be doing a Saturday show around fantasy football this year. Go to Underdog Fantasy and use my code NEST, N-E-S-T, and they will match you up to $100. $100 on your first deposit on the site. How about that? So get yourself some free money here from the Hawks Nest. Go support the channel a little bit. Maybe make some plays out there. Try to win a little bit of money on that side of it. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for that. I really do appreciate it. Mega says, B, just to show you know, I'll support the Huskies when you admit Zorn is the best quarterback. Well, I don't know if it's a willing sacrifice. Do I love the Huskies enough to make that Zorn-Craig sacrifice? I just don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it on that side of it, man. I just don't. King says probably will end up having to beat the NFC South winner, then the NFC North winner, and then the Eagles-Niners. It's not going to be an easy path, King Bomber. And I agree. I think it's going to be hard to get necessarily the first round bye. But I think they'll be a better team than last year. I think they'll be a game or two better in the win department, win-loss category department. And, if you put that type of team together and you have that kind of season, I'll take my chances when we get to the end of it. Eagles play tomorrow. I want to see the monster. I'll be checking out the Eagles tomorrow. That's for sure. That is for sure. Skylar Eskridge plus Waldron was slated to be a super dynamic, nuanced pairing. For all the hype that came with it, I think we've only got about a couple of 7-yard wildcat fly sweeps, laughing out loud. There's not been a lot of creative ways to get the ball into Eskridge's hands, and he hasn't done a lot with it, to your point on that, when he's had the ball in his hands. It has been very disappointing that's when he's gotten on the football field. Hopefully Eskridge can come back, man. Hopefully he can make it happen. I would love to see it. I'd love to see a bounce back from this kid. He's got a lot of natural talent in Eskridge. Gino and Tyler and DK mentioned over and over of how explosive this kid was throughout the course of the year. He's got to stay healthy, and then he's got to stay off suspension now as well onto it. Ethan, awesome first outing for the preseason. Go M's, go Hawks. Big series for the M's coming up. Go M's. Big series coming up, Ethan. And I will be live streaming on the baseball channel on Saturday. So we'll be rolling over there on that. For sure. For sure. Megan says, let's go Ravens tomorrow. See if the Ravens can pull off. Got some good games on tap to go tomorrow. Spectre 7, I want to thank you again for all of your donations on the channel there. Those 3 ones you finished us off right here with the channel. Appreciate all of the support from everybody on the channel tonight. You guys were amazing. We might have just about come close to set another record tonight just about. So thank you, Nat. I'm glad to hear everyone is as hyped up as you guys are for this football team. I think they showed you tonight why you should be hyped. You weren't even out there starting your starters, but you were out there doing some dominating things at times. You took a hold of this game. You won this game in the line of scrimmage. Your rookies played well. Your second-year guys played well. This is as good as I think you can hope for when you come through a preseason game. Come out the other side of it healthy. Play your roster through and deeply through all the way in the course of a game. Have that roster show up at parts on both sides of the ball where there's players here showing up, players there showing up. I think this is as good as you can kind of ask for in a first preseason game. Say nothing of coming away with the win, which is always nice. That doesn't necessarily matter in preseason. It's more about those players looking like they're taking steps forward in the development side. More of you being able to start to see a little bit of the personality and the mentality develop of what you're going to see from the team over the course of the year. And this team, at least it initially looks like on tape here, is going to be a team that's going to play fast. It's going to play violently. And it's going to make it hard on opposing defenses in the respect of Waldron doesn't seem like he's been out of his bag here over the course of the offseason. He called a really good game. You're going to have a lot of ways to attack these opposition in a variety of different manners, both offensively and defensively. And I think that they showed you that tonight with so many guys doing so well and you doing so many different things well. Special teams even coming in there and showing their side of it, which was good to see. Very, very good to see. Whitey Weiss is an anonymous Vikings player on Jake Bobo. He walked in on our locker room, tapped Andrew Booth on the leg and said, lace him up. It's going to be a long effing game. Let's go, Bobo. I wish he did that. That'd been awesome. Imagine a rookie having the audacity, the sheer utter gall to do something like that. Let's go. Spectre 7 says, good night. Good night, man. Go Hawks. Let's keep it Gucci. Let's keep it Gucci, man. I appreciate you, Sector 7, for all your donations, man, all your support. It's been a wonderful opening to this season. Hopefully a season that will bring us some great returns, some great football, and maybe ultimately some great success. We've been down this road before with Coach Carroll and this team in recent years. We've been to Super Bowl 3 times in the past 20 years. Why can't we go back again? As they said back in 13, why not us? This team gave you a lot of encouraging signs to go off of tonight. They gave you a lot of things to feel good about tonight. It's going to be hard to do very much nitpicking on this team over the course of this next week. But we will be talking a lot about this team. I'll be bouncing back on Sunday to discuss a little bit more of maybe what I saw and going back through and kind of rewatching the tape again on the team and some little things that jumped out from a notable standpoint. But we will be back on 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We will also be rocking and rolling as we get into the week into kind of a normal schedule here with doing the Brendan B&B show Tuesdays and Thursdays and all of that good stuff, and the Wednesday shows as well. So tune on in. Hawks Nest will be going strong throughout the course of this whole season. I want to thank my mom, D-Boy Megan, for holding down the chat as far as that goes. Appreciate you guys in the chat as well. Everybody just bringing the positive, great vibes in here, encouragement, just absolutely amazing as always in the chat and what you guys do and how you do it. And just hope you guys know I really, really do appreciate it. We're due to have our greatest year here at the Hawks Nest. We're going to have our best year of growth. But more than that, we're having our chat and our community in the best possible place I could ever ask it to be, which is just a healthy, happy place. A lot of optimism, a lot of positivity, not a lot of toxicity. Pretty hard pressed to find that. And that is great to see. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I hope I don't have to remind you guys after a win like tonight, after a really great total team effort like we saw tonight. But even if I do, that's okay, because I'm feeling so good about this win. I'm happy to remind you. I hope you don't ever forget. Not as we're about to go on this run this upcoming season. Not as we're about to shock the NFL landscape. All those pundits, all those analysts saying Geno can't do it again. Coach Carroll can't do it again. They're just too damn young. What you gonna say? What you gonna do when we start to go on our rise? When we start to go on our run? So you prepare yourself. You ready yourself. And don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.